Tabitha. She can't believe the freedom she feels when she drives off the ferry in Oak Bluffs. For the first time in a long, long time, Tabitha doesn't have to take care of anyone. Not her mother, not her daughter. She can do whatever she wants. She can be her own person. It's completely novel. Harper, of course, has lived like this for years and years. She had Billy, but Billy was nothing like Eleanor. He didn't make demands or requests or assumptions. He didn't hold impossibly high expectations. Harper has had it so easy. Tabitha drives down Circuit Avenue in Oak Bluffs, past a place called the Ritz that advertises live music tonight and emits the mouth-watering smell of char-grilled burgers. Burgers. Live music. Tabitha will drop her things off at Billy's and come back to the Ritz for dinner. Even thinking about this makes her feel like a new person. Billy's house really is bad. It reeks of cigarettes and dog. Tabitha shudders, imagining fish peeing and shedding all over the carriage house, and the whole thing is shabby, stale, outdated, and ugly. Billy always made a good living, but he never invested any of it in his domicile. The furniture would be at home circled around a hobo campfire. The recliner? Ugh. The kitchen? Ick. Tabitha is nothing if not organized. She wanders the first floor, making notes about what she would do if Harper agrees. Pull up carpet, refinish floors, gut kitchen. Despite the fact that she doesn't cook, it has always been Tabitha's dream to renovate a kitchen. Paint everything, get a new toilet and sink for the powder room, buy new light fixtures. It looks as though Billy has salvaged only the most hideous fixtures from his 20 years on this island and installed them in his own house, and order brand new furniture. House, Wayfair, One King's Lane. Tabitha has scoured these websites late into the night for years, dreaming of the imaginary rooms she would someday curate. Upstairs, she appraises the bedrooms, her father's and the lavender room that used to be Harper's. The Hootie and the Blowfish poster is still on the wall. The third bedroom, Tabitha's old room, still has the god-awful beige wall-to-wall carpeting, but the walls have been painted light blue. What color was it when Tabitha used to stay here so long ago? She doesn't remember. The window over the neatly made full-size bed looks out on the backyard. At this time of day, the room is the recipient of bountiful golden sunlight. Billy could easily have used it as his office instead of the dining table downstairs. Or, as in other homes, the room might have held an underutilized piece of exercise equipment or cast-off furniture. But it's clean and empty except for the bed, as though it has been waiting for her to come back. She closes her eyes, and tears leak out. "I'm here, Daddy," she thinks. "I'm here now." Tabitha did some research. Billy's bank account holds $92,000. To do what she envisions, she will have to use all that and tap into her own reserves. This is a little scary, considering that Ansley is heading to college in 2 years, but Tabitha will pay herself back out of the proceeds from the sale, and, since she's doing all the work, she will pay herself a salary. All she needs is for Harper to agree. Harper is against renovating because Harper is timid and unimaginative. She doesn't understand what Tabitha is capable of. Before she heads out for dinner, Tabitha realizes that she needs to call Ansley and Harper and tell them she's here. Ansley doesn't answer her cell phone, and neither does Harper. Well, that makes sense. The boutique stays open late on Friday nights, and they should both be at work. She calls the boutique, but no one answers. Tabitha puzzles over this and gets a bad feeling. Then, a second later, Megan calls from her cell phone. She is in the storage room. Tabitha can tell just by the way her voice reverberates off the concrete floors. "Tabitha?" Megan says. "Can I talk to my daughter, please?" Tabitha says. "Or my sister?" Megan says, "They're busy." "Busy?" Tabitha says. She assumes this is a euphemism for they cut out of work early so they could have cocktails at the gazebo. She starts to tremble with anger and frustration. She should never have left Ansley in Harper's care. "They're with customers," Megan says. "Both of them?" Tabitha says. "Both of them," Megan says. "We're slammed right now." "Slammed?" Tabitha says. This sounds like a snow job. In all the years she has been running the boutique, she would never have described it as slammed. It's not a slammed kind of place, despite Tabitha's efforts to diversify the inventory. The ERF boutique is similar to the art galleries in town. It's for interested and serious buyers only. And Eleanor refuses to put anything on sale. Sale means dirty in French, and that's exactly what Eleanor thinks of the word. It's dirty. Every ERF piece evokes a classic timelessness, a quality that should never be discounted. Every once in a while, a group of well-heeled women will come in off someone's enormous yacht and indulge in competitive shopping, but that kind of behavior pretty much petered out when the economy failed in 2008. "So you're telling me that they're both there, but that they're too busy to come to the phone?" "That's what I'm telling you," Megan says, "and I was in the middle of helping someone as well when you called the store line." She pauses, and Tabitha thinks she hears music. Voices. She hears a dog bark. A dog? Surely she's mistaken. "So I'd better hang up." "Okay," Tabitha says. She is still suspicious, but her stomach is rumbling, and she's thinking about the burgers and live music in her future. She should ask about Megan's pregnancy, but she doesn't want the answer to ruin her night. As long as Megan is in charge, Tabitha doesn't have to worry that there's a dog in the store, or that merchandise has been put on sale, or that any other protocols are being broken. Once Megan goes into labor, it will be another story. "Have one of them call me as soon as she's free, please." "Either." "Both." "You got it," Megan says. She sounds eager to end the call. Tabitha stares at her phone. Should she worry about the store? She wonders. She probably should, but she doesn't want to. She's off to the Ritz. Going out by herself in a strange town is an unfamiliar experience, but rather than being self-conscious, Tabitha is energized. She has tried to dress down, white agee stilts and a pink and orange Trina Turk halter top, and she put her hair in a ponytail and went light on the makeup in an attempt to convey that this is no big deal. From the outside, the Ritz Cafe looks like a dive. Does Tabitha care? Is she going to be a snob about the establishment? No. She enters with a smile fastened securely to her face, her best accessory. The bar is dark and smoky and completely mobbed. Tabitha nearly turns around. Back to the safety of her FJ40, back to Vineyard Haven, back to Billy's house, and then tomorrow, back to Nantucket. But she hears the strum of a guitar, and she turns to see a guy in jeans and a Mocha Mott's t-shirt sitting on a stool behind a microphone. The blackboard behind him says, "The Vineyard's own Franklin Phelps." The Vineyard's own Franklin Phelps is around Tabitha's age and incredibly hot. He has dark, shaggy hair and big brown eyes, and he rests his guitar casually over one knee. When the Vineyard's own Franklin Phelps sees Tabitha, he waves, and she thinks, "He knows me." But then she gets it. Franklin starts playing "Carolina in My Mind" by James Taylor, and a cheer goes up. There's a seat at the bar, despite the crowd. Tabitha sits and smiles at the bartender, a young woman with clear eyes and a friendly smile. "Hey, Harper," she says. "Long time no see. You want a beer and a shot?" Tabitha opens her mouth to correct the young lady. "I'm not Harper." But the bar is loud, and this girl actually seems to like Harper, So Tabitha sees no harm in nodding. Beer and a shot? Sure. Tabitha has never had a beer and a shot in all her life. Maybe she's been missing out. The drinks appear. A tall golden Pilsner glass full of beer with a neat half-inch of foam and a shot of some purplish-brown liquid. Tabitha lifts the shot glass for a discreet sniff. Dear God, Jägermeister. She throws it back, trying not to cry, and chases it with a long draught of her beer. Her chest instantly warms. The Vineyard's own Franklin Phelps segues into Wild World by Cat Stevens, which is a particular favorite of Tabitha's, and she lets out a little fan shriek. She is so embarrassed that such a noise came from her mouth that she drinks more of her beer. So this, she thinks, is what it's like to be Harper. A man sits next to her at the bar. He's tall and good-looking in a wealthy jerk kind of way. He's wearing a pressed red and white gingham shirt turned back at the cuffs and a golf visor printed with the name of some bank, even though it's dark outside. He says, "What's up, pretty lady?" Tabitha rolls her eyes. "You look like a tourist," Visor Man says. He signals the bartender, and a gin and tonic lands in front of him. He takes most of the drink in one swallow. "Are you a tourist? Don't tell me. Let me guess. You're from New Canaan, right? Oh, no, wait. Greenwich." Tabitha takes offense. If anyone looks like a tourist, or at least not like a local, it's this guy. He's wearing an Audemars Piguet watch with a black lizard strap, which Tabitha knows costs 5 figures. He has a way about him that broadcasts a lifetime of privilege, private schools, and money, money, money. "Neither," Tabitha says. "I live on Nantucket." Visor Man throws his head back and laughs. "What a coincidence," he says. She cocks an eyebrow at him. Coincidence? Does she know this guy? "I'm the man from Nantucket," he says. Tabitha closes her eyes and hopes that when she opens them again, this jerk will be gone. But he remains. There is also, however, a second shot of Jägermeister, which has materialized out of nowhere. She throws it back without hesitation. "I've been to Nantucket, you know," Visor Man says. "I've been to the Chicken Box. You ever been there? Great bar, live music, but no chicken. Not one piece of chicken." When the music stops, the noise of the crowd gets louder. Tabitha would like to get this guy off her shoulder. He's drunk. But he is, at least, someone to talk to, so she'll give him the benefit of the doubt for 30 seconds longer. "I haven't been to the box in a long time," she says. She peers over the bar into the kitchen. Is anyone working back there? "Do you happen to know if I can still order a burger? I'm starving." Visor Man is absolutely not listening to her. "Where's your husband?" "I'm not married," Tabitha says. "You're divorced?" Visor Man asks. "Did you come out to the Vineyard with your big fat alimony check looking for some action?" That's it, Tabitha thinks. She's done. This guy is such a jackass that he makes Captain Peter look like a catch. Where are all the nice, normal men, she wonders? The ones with interesting jobs, smart senses of humor, and compassionate, kind hearts. They're at home, she thinks, with their wives and their well-behaved children. They're certainly not out at a bar like this, looking to pick up someone like her. She needs to meet someone during the day. She should take up sailing, maybe, or golf. She needs to break free of Visor Man post-haste, but the bar is crowded and there's nowhere else to go. Then Tabitha feels a hand on her shoulder. She turns to see Franklin Phelps holding his guitar by the neck as though it were a strangled goose. "Harper," he says, "I thought maybe you'd gone for good." Visor Man slams back the rest of his drink and gets to his feet, swaying like a tree in the breeze. "Hey, I was talking to the tourist." "Back off, pal," Franklin Phelps says. He elbows Visor Man out of the way and takes his stool. Then he beckons to friendly bartender girl and says, "Caroline, can I get a Guinness, shot of Jameson, please?" Beer and a shot, Tabitha says to herself. For a brief moment, she feels like she's starting to figure things out. Visor Man squares his shoulders. "I was sitting there." "Go home, bud," Franklin says. "You're drunk." "Are you the husband?" Visor Man says. He looks at Tabitha with the eyes of a wild killer. "Or are you just banging her?" In an instant, Franklin Phelps is on his feet. He launches Visor Man across the bar so that he collides in a tangle with the mic stand and Franklin's stool. Visor Man doesn't even try to get up. "That's Trip Malcolm," Caroline, the bartender, says. "He owns that big fat house at the end of T Lane." "I could not." Here Franklin Phelps takes a sip of Guinness, winks at Tabitha, and throws back his whiskey shot. "Care less. I do not pander to the summer money." Trip Malcolm gets to his feet and charges Franklin like a bull. Franklin grabs his beer and moves deftly out of the way so that Trip slams into the bar, where he breaks a glass. "That's it. You're out, Trip," Caroline says. She shakes her head at Franklin and Tabitha. "I don't pander to the summer money either." Franklin points to Tabitha. "Put Harper's drinks on my tab, Caroline. We're leaving." Tabitha wakes up at 3 in the morning in an unfamiliar bedroom next to Franklin Phelps. This is happening, Tabitha thinks. She squeezes Franklin's bicep, and he stirs and reaches an arm around to cup her ass. She throws her leg over his. This is happening. He raises her chin and kisses her. "I've never wanted anyone like this before." She would love to believe this is true. It's certainly true for her. Sex with Wyatt was fun for exactly 8 weeks. Then Tabitha got pregnant. After she split from Wyatt, Tabitha dated Monroe, who was the son of one of Eleanor's friends. He was elegant and appropriate and had a stick up his ass. He wouldn't initiate sex unless they had both just showered. That pretty much said it all. And sex with Ramsey was fine for a while, but then it became exhausting both physically and emotionally. Ramsey had wanted, so badly, to please her. He had done everything short of handing her a survey afterward. Did she like it better on top or on bottom? On her stomach? Lights on or off? How did she feel about massage oil? Were her orgasms more or less intense than the ones she'd had on Thursday? Because to him it sounded like she'd been more into it on Thursday. Also, Ramsey didn't like to have sex after they'd been drinking, because he'd read that alcohol dulled women's nerve endings, and he didn't want her to have a subpar experience, or, God forbid, one she couldn't fully remember. Are you kidding me? Tabitha thought. What was the point of going out drinking if you weren't going to enjoy some off-the-wall sex afterward? Alcohol consumption lowered inhibitions. That was the time to try the things that might have embarrassed you when you were sober. But Ramsey hadn't seen it that way. Tabitha doesn't kiss Franklin so much as taste him, and then, soon after, devour him. He's alive, sweaty, salty, strong. His fingers press into her arms, most likely leaving bruises. His mouth opens on her neck in a place that sends nearly painful waves of ecstasy through her. When his fingertips find her nipples, she groans. Nothing has ever felt this good. The sweet longing, the strain of not screaming, not swearing, not striking out. She locks her legs around him. For the first time ever, Tabitha indulges her animal instincts. She is a woman. Franklin is a man. They are coupling. It's natural. It's nature. How has sex never struck her this way before? It had been something to enjoy or endure, but it had never been a revelation. Until now. Franklin. This is happening. She barely knows him, but that doesn't matter. They fit. They lock together like two pieces of a puzzle. Tabitha rides him up and down until she cries out and he cries out, his hands clenching her waist. She falls on top of him, exhausted. He says, "You are the most breathtaking woman I have ever seen." She laughs. "What about my sister? She looks exactly like me." "You're so different from Harper," he says. "More elegant, more pulled together, more graceful. It's funny, because now I can see how distinctive you are." "Yeah, right," Tabitha says. It wasn't until they stepped out onto Circuit Avenue that Tabitha confessed she wasn't Harper, but rather her twin sister. "Ah," Franklin had said. "I heard there was a twin." "I'm Tabitha Frost," she said. "Sorry to disappoint you." That was when Franklin reached for her hand. "Are you kidding me?" he said. "That's the best news I've heard all night." Now Franklin grabs her chin. "I would never have gone home with Harper. You need to know that. I was friends with her." "Was?" Tabitha says. "Was? Am, I guess. I don't know. She made some questionable choices." "She was sleeping with our father's doctor," Tabitha says. "Reed Zimmer," Franklin says quietly. "You know about that?" Tabitha says. "Everyone on the Vineyard knows about that?" "Pretty much," Franklin says. "I'm not Harper," Tabitha whispers. "I know," Franklin says. "I can tell." He starts to sing "Here Comes the Sun" by the Beatles. His voice is so clear and true that Tabitha is nearly encouraged to sing along. She does sing along, and the moment is so incredibly romantic that Tabitha allows herself to believe that she sounds okay. When they are finished, do-do-do-do, she rests her head on his chest, and he rubs her shoulder. "You know what?" she says. "What?" he says. "I'm starving." "Stay right there," he says. It's the best meal she's ever had at 4 in the morning. Maybe the best meal she's ever had, period. A pastrami and Swiss sandwich with tangy bread and butter pickles and horseradish mustard on Portuguese bread that Franklin has griddled until the bread turned golden brown and the Swiss melted and the whole thing became a gorgeous, gooey mess. They eat their sandwiches in bed, and Franklin pops open 2 icy Cokes, the first sip of which is so crisp and snappy it makes Tabitha's eyes water. The sandwich is ridiculously delicious. "You can really cook," she says with her mouth full. She's grateful her mother can't see her in this moment, for many reasons. She pops a pickle that has fallen onto the sheet in her mouth. "So, who are you?" Franklin George Phelps. He has one sister, Sadie, 18 months younger. His parents, Al and Lydia Phelps, are still married. They live in a house out in Katama, a house his father inherited from his own parents, who used it as a summer cottage. Al and Lydia winterized the house and raised Franklin and Sadie there. Al was the principal of Martha's Vineyard Regional High School for 35 years, and Lydia baked pies. Now they go to Vero Beach in the winter. "It's amazing everyone on the Vineyard isn't bipolar," Franklin says. "This island is one place in the summer and another in the winter." "Same with Nantucket," Tabitha says. She often wonders if this isn't the cause of Ansley's troubles. The winter is quiet and boring. It's too cold to go outside, but there is nothing to do inside. Everything closes down. Everyone leaves. Then, in the summer, there is too much to do and not enough time to cram it all in. Tabitha works all the time, and there are social commitments nearly every night. The people who come to Nantucket are wealthy and privileged, even the kids, especially the kids. They have access to their parents' boats. They have access to their parents' pills. Girls like Ansley and Emma struggle to keep up, Tabitha knows. Franklin managed better than most kids, he says. He played tight end on the football team and sang in a garage band with 3 guys in his class. "You must have been quite a stud," Tabitha says. She feels jealous of all the girls she is sure he's bedded. Probably every desirable girl on the Vineyard. Tabitha is so enthralled that she can't think of another man with the appeal of Franklin Phelps. Not Clooney, not Pitt, not Downey Jr. "I had a girlfriend," Franklin says. "Same girlfriend from 7th grade until halfway through junior year in college. Patty Prescott." He exhales, and Tabitha recognizes the sound of ancient pain. Tabitha sets their empty plates on the dresser and climbs under the comforter. "What happened to Patty?" "She was brilliant," Franklin says. "She went to Williams, but she came home halfway through her junior year. I was doing a semester in London. I knew she was battling depression because she couldn't get out of bed some days. I would call her from a payphone, but I could only talk for a few minutes. Her parents sent her to a shrink. Then the shrink put her on meds, and they thought she was getting better." Tabitha pulls the covers up to her chin. "Have you ever lost anyone?" "She killed herself in her parents' garage," Franklin says. "Carbon monoxide poisoning." "Oh no," Tabitha says. "I am so sorry." "It was tough," Franklin says. "I carried guilt about it for a long time." "Guilt?" Tabitha asks. "Why?" "I should have come home," he says. "I should have come home and saved her. But I didn't. I was too busy drinking pints at the Flask in Hampstead, playing rugby and singing for money in Regent's Park. I think her parents hold me responsible. It's a small island. Everyone here knows me. I think a bunch of people hold me responsible." "No," Tabitha says. "Certainly not." "It's okay," Franklin says. "The rumor mill is part of the island, and the island is my home. I love it here." He kisses her until she feels dizzy. This is happening. When she wakes up, it is bright daylight, and Franklin is gone. "Hello?" Tabitha says experimentally. The door to the bathroom is open. Tabitha can see Franklin's toothbrush in a glass by the sink. She didn't have a chance or the wherewithal to check the place out when they walked in the night before, but she's relieved to see only one toothbrush. He's a bachelor, as he said. Did he say that? Or did she assume? She checks the nightstand. The sandwich plates are gone. Tabitha gets out of bed and finds her clothes from the night before. Her white pants are flung over a chair. The Trina Turk halter is a puddle of crumpled silk on the floor. Tabitha can honestly say she has never done this before. Slept with a nearly complete stranger. Okay, a complete stranger. And then woken up in said complete stranger's house, forced to put on her clothes from the night before and find her way home. Where is she? She peers out the window and sees her FJ40 on the street. Yes, she thinks. She remembers that Franklin offered to drive it back here. Once she's dressed, she creeps down the stairs. "Hello?" she says. The house is quiet. She tiptoes through the living room past a moss-green velvet sofa with coordinating throw pillows in various textures and patterns. A woman's touch, she wonders. In the kitchen, she finds a pot of coffee brewed, her clutch purse, thank God, and a note. The note says, "Had to go to work. Thanks for a great night. XO." Tabitha sets the note down and checks through her purse for her wallet and phone. Both accounted for. She reads the note again. Had to go to work. Where does Franklin work? Did he tell her? Does he have a job other than playing the guitar? He did a semester abroad in London, but did he say what he was studying? She didn't see what he drove. Was there a car or truck in the driveway when they got here? She has no idea. There must have been. Otherwise, how did he get to work? Thanks for a great night. Well, it was a great night. But something about him thanking her feels yucky. There is no mention of getting together again, and he did not leave his number. She has to admit, she's crushed. It was a one-night stand, she tells herself. Just because it ranked as one of the best nights of her life doesn't mean he felt the same. Men don't take dalliances like this seriously. But what about that thing he said? I've never wanted anyone like this before. He probably says that to all the women he brings home. Why wouldn't he? It's a very effective line. What about calling her breathtaking? What about the sandwich? Does he make pastrami sandwiches from heaven for all his conquests? Are there other conquests? He's a singer at a bar. Of course there are other conquests. What about telling Tabitha the story of Patty Prescott? He gave her a peek into his sweet, soft heart. That was a real adult conversation. It was intimate. Tabitha can't believe he didn't leave his number or ask for her number. She can't believe how much she cares. Probably Franklin thinks she's the kind of woman who does this all the time. It's no big deal to him. Why should it be a big deal to her? She needs to shake it off. She pours herself a cup of coffee. There is a speckled ceramic pitcher of cream set out, and the sugar bowl is full. She feels like searching through the refrigerator and his cabinets. She wants to peruse all the photographs on the living room shelves, see pictures of his family, maybe even of Patty Prescott. But if she's never going to see him again, what's the point? She takes a sip of coffee, then abandons the cup on the counter. When he sees it, he'll be forced to think of her. She's tempted to leave her number, but that feels too forward, and she doesn't want to spend the next few days wondering if he's going to call. It's a small island, she reasons. If he wants to see her, he'll find a way. When she gets back to Billy's house, she realizes she never heard from either Ansley or Harper. It's only 20 after 9, and the boutique doesn't open until 10, so no one will be at the store just yet. Tabitha doesn't quite trust either Harper or Ansley to tell her the truth about exactly what's going on, so Tabitha calls Megan's cell phone. Megan answers after 5 rings, sounding very, very groggy. Hello? Megan? Tabitha says. It's me. Are you okay? It seems like she might have woken Megan up, but today is Saturday, the 1st of July. The store is open, and Megan needs to be there. I'm fine, Megan says. She pauses. I'm a mommy. A what? Tabitha says. Then she gets it. Oh my goodness, did you have the baby? Last night at 8 o'clock, Megan says. A little boy. We named him David Wayne Mitzak. He weighed 9 pounds 2 ounces and measured 23 inches long. Tears unexpectedly gather in Tabitha's eyes. She's so happy for Megan, but she's also thinking of Julian. I'm thrilled for you, Megan. Congratulations. Thank you, Megan says. Another pause. So I assume you heard about the party, then? Party? Tabitha says. Both her joyous and bittersweet feelings pop like soap bubbles. What party? Oh, I'm sorry. Since you didn't know I'd had the baby, I figured you were calling because you were upset about the party at the store. Tabitha blows a breath out through her nose. Her head aches, and she desperately needs a shower, although she doesn't want to wash Franklin's scent off. Has she ever felt that way about a man before? Nope, never. But even her afterglow seems inconsequential when compared to the phrase, party at the store. What party at the store? She says evenly. For the record, I knew you wouldn't approve, Megan says. I told them it was a terrible idea, but I got outvoted. Outvoted by whom? Tabitha says. Harper, Ansley, and Mary Jo? Mary Jo left the island, Megan says. Didn't Harper tell you? Marissa and Scott moved her down to Maryland finally. Finally, Tabitha thinks. However, this small piece of good news does little to assuage the sense of dread mounting inside her. "Tell me about the party, Megan." "The good news is that the party brought a lot of foot traffic into the store," Megan says. "Like, a lot of foot traffic. I rang up over $6,000 in sales before my water broke." "Your water broke at the party?" Tabitha says. "Your water broke in the store?" "On the carpet," Megan says. "I'm so sorry, Tabitha. Harper said she was calling the carpet cleaners today. Not only because my water broke, but also because of spillage." Spillage, Tabitha says. This is, quite possibly, her least favorite word in the English language. "There was punch," Megan says. "It was called the Foxy Roxy Punch. It had cranberry juice in it." "Cranberry juice," Tabitha says. She lowers her voice, remembering that Megan is in the hospital with an hours-old baby. She doesn't want to upset Megan and be responsible for souring the woman's breast milk. Tabitha staggers over to Billy's recliner. Despite being as ugly as a hairless rat, it's very comfortable. Tabitha would like the recliner to swallow her up. "And there was popcorn," Megan says. Her voice becomes livelier, and Tabitha can tell she's starting to relish her role as tattletale. Either that or the hormones are kicking in. Or possibly Megan has been waiting for the last 7 years to deliver this kind of devastating news to Tabitha as payback for any and all of the ways Tabitha and Eleanor might have mistreated her. And Harper made these avocado toasts with different toppings. They were delicious. And there was music, loud music. People were dancing to Beyoncé and Prince. Tabitha closes her eyes and imagines Ainsley's Snapchat. Harper and Ansley toasting with cranberry punch before spilling it all over the freakishly expensive carpet. Megan cramming pieces of avocado toast into her mouth until her water breaks all over the aforementioned carpet. Couples doing God knows what in the dressing rooms. Women dancing to Little Red Corvette and grinding popcorn into the now ruined carpet with their stiletto heels. Tabitha isn't sure why she's so shocked that Harper saw fit to throw a rave in the most hallowed, elegant retail space on Nantucket, among dresses that cost anywhere between $700 and $1,400 apiece. But she is. It demonstrates an appalling lack of judgment, even for Harper. Tabitha pushes herself up and out of Billy's recliner. She's so livid she's calm. She scares herself with how calm she is. Her next step is obvious. She needs to hop on the ferry back to Nantucket. She won't tell Megan this, however, because Megan might warn Harper, and Tabitha wants to catch Harper by surprise. She channels her inner Doris Day and feigns a que sera sera attitude. She says, "Well, the good news is we get to hire someone new to replace Mary Jo." "We already hired someone new," Megan says, and her voice falters. "We did?" Tabitha says. "Who?" "I think you'd better call Harper," Megan says. "Who is it, Megan?" Tabitha asks. Megan says, "They're bringing the baby in for me to feed. I'll send you pictures. Thanks for calling, Tabitha. Bye." She hangs up. Tabitha stares at her phone as Megan's name vanishes from her screen. Harper hired someone new, and from the sounds of it, Tabitha won't like who it is. Of course Tabitha won't like who it is. Tabitha needs to go home right this second and take control of the wheel. The weird thing, no, the truly bizarre and novel thing is, Tabitha doesn't want to. Let Harper ruin the store. Let her face Eleanor's inevitable wrath. Let her defile the entire ERF brand, which their mother started building decades ago, which she sacrificed her marriage to Billy for. Tabitha doesn't care. Tabitha isn't going to jump in and save the day again. Tabitha isn't going to take yet another slap meant for Harper. Tabitha is going to stay put. After all, she and Harper had a deal. Harper is in charge on Nantucket now. and Tabitha is in charge here on the Vineyard. Harper did what she wanted without consulting Tabitha, and now Tabitha is going to do likewise. She is going to renovate this house, Harper be damned. Tabitha looks around the living room, newly energized. She is going to turn this toad into a prince. Ansley. She feels like a traitor and a heel, but on Sunday morning, when Aunt Harper goes to the hospital to give Megan her baby present, after only 2 hours in labor, she delivered David Wayne Mitzak. Ansley claims a migraine. "I need to sleep," Ansley says. Harper gives her a skeptical look. "Please," Ansley says, "it's 8 o'clock on a Sunday." "You've known Megan a lot longer than I have," Harper says. "She's a bitch," Ansley says. "Kidding. Give her my love." But who names a baby Wayne anyway? It's like a name from one of those silent westerns. Harper shakes her head. "You're not getting out of going to the beach," she says. "Ramsey is coming at noon." "Fine," Ansley says. "I'll be ready. I just have to sleep now." "I'm leaving Fish here to keep an eye on you," Harper says. Ansley pulls the quilt up over her head. Ansley waits until Harper is out of the driveway. Then she waits an extra 7 minutes on the off chance that Harper forgot something. Then Ansley slips from bed, pulls on shorts, and shuffles into flip-flops. Fish is, in fact, standing right outside Ansley's door, but Fish is a dog, not a person. He can't tell on her. Ansley slips out the door. Fish barks. She hurries over to her grandmother's house. Philippa has gone to Boston to be with Grammy, so there is no one to avoid. Ansley checks the bar cart first. She took the Grey Goose, and it hasn't been replaced. She considers walking with the Mount Gay or the Johnny Walker Black, but she can't chance Aunt Harper smelling it on her. And so, to the basement Ansley goes. The clocks chime 1/4 the hour. Ansley inhales the fragrance of her grandmother's Evening in Paris, which is also the perfume her mother wears. It's the scent of her oppressors. The basement of Seamless is like the basement of a morgue, only instead of dead bodies, the space is populated by headless dressmaker dummies, which terrify Ansley and have done so since she was small. Tabitha keeps one as a conversation piece in their living room, despite Ainsley's protests. Ansley must have had a nightmare at some point about the dummies coming to life or calling out in agony about their missing heads and limbs, because she can't explain her fear away. She knows they are horsehair and styrofoam, but they remind her of deformed bodies. Ansley holds her breath the way she and her friends used to when they drove past one of Nantucket's many cemeteries, and she darts among the dummies to the far wall of the basement, against which Eleanor keeps stacked cases of booze. A bottle of Grey Goose. Just one bottle, although Ansley considers taking 2. She scurries back toward the stairs while the dummies stand in silent judgment. Ansley catches sight of Kaylee's tangerine-colored Jeep through the filmy white curtains of Eleanor's front window. Next, she sees Kaylee herself, wearing the Roxy in emerald green. The Roxy is a matronly dress, but somehow Kaylee totally rocks it. She's wearing nude patent leather heels, which make her legs look a mile long. Her hair is straight and shiny, and she's wearing cat's eye sunglasses. "Hey," Ansley says to Kaylee as she steps outside. Kaylee waves and trots through the gravel toward Ansley in her heels. "Hey, girl!" She sees the bottle of Grey Goose, and her expression darkens. "What are you doing, Ansley?" Ansley holds up the bottle. "Shots," she says. "Kidding. I was going to make a screwdriver. Do you want one? Are you on your way to brunch?" Ansley knows Kaylee has hundreds of friends, all of them fun, and when she's not working, her life is a whirlwind of drinks, dinners, concerts, beach parties, and brunches. Ansley can't wait to be older. "I just came from church," Kaylee says. She produces a bouquet of hydrangeas from behind her back. A woman on Main Street was selling these, and I thought of you. She drops the bouquet in what looks like defeat. I know it sucked for you to have your former friends come into the store like that, but Ansley, you shouldn't be drinking. You're only 16. Ainsley's mouth falls open. She can't believe Kaylee isn't being chill about this. I'm serious, Ansley, Kaylee says. Put that bottle back where you found it. It's mine, Ansley says. It's not yours, Kaylee says. You just came out of your grandmother's house. Obviously you stole it. I didn't steal anything, Ansley says. This is where I live. She swallows. It feels like there's a walnut caught in her throat. You should probably go. Leave. Get off my property. I'll happily go, Kaylee says, but I'm calling Harper to tell her. Tell her what? Ansley says. She raises the bottle in defiance. Honestly, she is so angry, so indignant, that she would like to smash it on the ground. This is mine! Ansley! I thought you were my friend, Ansley says. Tears pool in her eyes, although the last thing she wants to do is cry in front of Kaylee. Suddenly, Kaylee's arms are around her. Hey, she says, I am your friend, which is why I'm going to insist you put the vodka back. I'll go with you. Ansley takes a deep breath. She wants to inform Kaylee that she can't insist Ansley do anything. Kaylee isn't her boss. Kaylee isn't her mother, her aunt, or her sister. Kaylee shouldn't even be working at the boutique. All Ansley has to do is call her mother, and Kaylee will be fired. But when Ansley opens her mouth, she starts to sob. She is so upset and so heartbroken. Teddy breaking up with her was one thing, but then she got suspended from school. How was that going to look on her transcript? And her friends betrayed her. Emma and Candace egged her house. But even so, when the two of them walked into the ERF boutique, Ansley was pathetic enough to let her hopes rise. There was no doubt the party they had thrown at the boutique was cool. That it might have been cool enough to lure her friends back in wasn't something Ansley had considered until she saw them stroll through the door. But they had only come to shoot Ansley between the eyes with a poisoned dart about Teddy and Candace. Teddy was taking Candace to Ventuno for dinner, a place he had promised to take Ansley because his Uncle Graham's girlfriend, Marcella, waited tables there and would let them order wine. Or maybe that was just Teddy talking big. It probably was. But even if there was no wine, there would still be candlelight and beautiful Italian food and Teddy across the table, holding Candace's hand and admiring the flower in her hair. And on top of all that, Ainsley's mother left, her grandmother left, and her father won't return her calls. Whom is she left with? Aunt Harper and Ramsay, both of whom feel sorry for her, she's certain. She lets Kaylee lead her back up the stairs of her grandmother's house. Kaylee waits in the doorway while Ainsley places the gray goose on the bar cart. Kaylee pulls a tissue out of her clutch and hands it to Ainsley, who wipes her eyes. Can you come to Ram Pasture with us later? Ainsley asks. I'm going to Nobadir with my other friends today, Kaylee says. Besides, I don't think Ramsay would want me on your beach excursion. Why not? Ainsley says. I thought you guys were still friends. We are, Kaylee says, but I think he's interested in your aunt. My aunt? Ainsley says. That's the sense I get, Kaylee says. Oh, Ainsley says. She's not sure what to think about that. She misses Ramsay terribly and would like him back in her life, but it wouldn't be fair if Ramsay started dating Harper. Poor Tabitha. Well, thank you for these. She sniffs the flowers. And thanks for stopping by. How about we grab breakfast one morning next week? Kaylee says. I know a great little place. It's kind of a secret. Okay, Ainsley says. She's embarrassed by how much the invitation thrills her. But then she worries that Kaylee sees her as a charity case, an ostracized teenager without any friends. She could turn Kaylee down. She doesn't eat breakfast, but her loneliness gets the best of her. How about Wednesday? Harper. They decide to take Harper's Bronco to Ram pasture. It's the quintessential beach buggy, Ramsey says. I will finally be one of the cool kids. I wouldn't go that far, Ansley says. When they load up the Bronco, Harper feels like she's part of a family. Ramsey is the father figure, Harper the mother, Ansley the child, Fish the dog. It's a peculiar sensation. Harper is no one's mother, Ramsey is no one's father, and Ansley is no longer really a child. Fish is, at least, a dog. Maybe because the construct is artificial, it feels fun, like play acting. Ramsey loads up 3 chairs, half a dozen towels, the Sunday New York Times, a brand new Carl Hiaasen novel, and a Frisbee. Just seeing the Frisbee causes Fish to bark. Harper is in charge of food and drink. She has made grilled chicken BLTs, a classic picnic macaroni salad she threw together, sliced sugared peaches, and lime sugar cookies. She fills a cooler with lots of cold bottled water. And this, Ramsey says, handing her a bottle wrapped in a paper bag. It's a bottle of Rock Angel Rosé. Harper rolls her eyes. You too? I thought all chic women like to drink rosé at the beach. Your sister loves it. I'm not my sister, Harper says. Normally I drink beer, but my stomach has been funny lately. The truth was, she had nearly vomited up her breakfast that morning. She constantly feels dizzy and unsettled, like she's just stepped off a carnival ride. Let's just take it, Ramsey says. Please? Harper unsheathes the bottle and plunges it into the icy bath of the cooler. She won't make a big deal about it. Today will be pleasant. Today they will be like a family from a storybook, one without conflicts, one without vices, one without history. They drive the Bronco out Nantucket Road, and Ramsey shows Harper where to turn left. They turn onto the dirt and sand of Barrett Farm Road. It takes them on a winding, slightly bumpy journey over an open plain that reminds Harper of pictures she's seen of the African savanna. This is nothing like the Vineyard. The Vineyard has hills and trees, both pine forest and lush deciduous stands. Nantucket, by comparison, is flat, with low-lying vegetation that makes it easy to see the blue ribbon of the ocean in the distance. There's a pond on the left, and bushes of Rosa rugosa with their lovely pink blossoms. She sees a red-tailed hawk circling overhead. Has that hawk ever made the trip 11 miles west to the Vineyard, she wonders. She misses Reed. The pain is constant, a heartache, a gut ache. He has moved out and stopped working at the hospital. Nobody knows where he is. Is he thinking about Harper? Is he thinking about anything other than Harper? Does Sadie know where he is? Does she call him? Do they talk? Is his leave from the hospital permanent? Has he been fired? If he has been fired, will he work elsewhere? And if so, where will he go? Is he eating, drinking, smoking, reading, riding his bike? Did Harper ruin his life? Does he blame her? That's what she really wants to know. Their relationship, the affair, was a mutual decision, as much his as hers, but Reed may feel he has paid more dearly than she has for their indiscretion. Harper would like to tell him that she too has paid dearly. She lost her job. She shredded what was left of her reputation. But what hurts the most is that she lost him. She wonders if the relationship would have fallen apart on its own with Billy's death. The circumstances that knit them together would have changed. What would they have had in common? You're awfully quiet, Ramsey says, snapping Harper out of her reverie. She offers him a smile. Sorry, she says. Just thinking. About? He asks. Harper checks the rear view. Ansley has her face buried in Fish's neck. and she's humming along to the radio. "The usual," she says. The beach is stunning. A wide swath of sand that extends in both directions with only a few people visible in the distance. The waves pound the sand, and Fish runs to the water's edge and barks his happiness, his relief. He has missed the ocean. Ramsey puts up a striped umbrella and sets up the chairs, arranging Harper's out in the sun with 2 neatly folded towels and a cold bottle of water tucked in the cup holder of the armrest. Ansley arranges her towel in the sand, then charges in the water, shrieking with delight. Harper follows suit, diving into an oncoming wave. This is her first swim of the season, and the water is divine. She developed her preference for cold water during all those summers that she and Tabitha spent at Winnegonnet Camp, swimming in Moose Pond. Harper treads water while looking at the horizon. The day is so crystalline that she can just make out the vineyard in the distance. Chappie. What she's seeing is the coastline of Chappaquiddick. Brendan, Drew, and Reed. They're all over there. She turns back toward shore. Ansley climbs out of the water, splashing Ramsey as she goes. Ramsey has taken off his glasses. He looks younger, and Harper can easily imagine him in a Boy Scout uniform decorated with the most demanding badges: first aid, citizenship, life-saving. He squints and waves in her general direction. As the day goes by, Harper feels better, more centered, less lost. She and Ramsey settle on the blanket under the umbrella to eat lunch. Ansley has fallen asleep face down on her towel, and Harper, in her mother role, covers her back and shoulders with her sarong so she doesn't burn. The picnic is delicious, if Harper does say so herself. Ramsey says, "I can't believe what a great cook you are." Harper laughs. "It's a sandwich." "Well, your sister has a hard time with cold cereal," he says. "She is my mother reincarnated," Harper says. "I realized when you said you were thinking about the usual that I know almost nothing about you," Ramsey says. "Have you ever been married?" "Never married, no kids," Harper says. "That's unusual, right?" Ramsey says. "You and Tabitha are almost 40 and neither of you ever married?" "Let's assume it was our parents' fault," Harper says. "Do you have someone special on the vineyard?" Ramsey asks. Harper shrugs. It's too complicated to explain. It was the right time to get away. I actually can't believe Tabitha allowed me to stay, so she must have needed a break herself. "She did," Ramsey says. "Explain to me how she can be so uptight and you can be so laid back. Was it always that way?" Was it always that way? Tabitha had long been an approval seeker, whereas Harper figured if other people didn't like her, they could buzz off. Harper was, by nature, lazy and easily distracted. She had barely made it through Tulane. Bourbon Street was simply too alluring. As an adult, it seems, the traits that distinguished the twins from each other had only become exaggerated and solidified. Although what, really, did Harper know of Tabitha's life over the past 14 years? Harper hasn't spent any time with her sister since the week leading up to Julian's death. Those fraught, frantic days had been the time when Harper had felt closest to her sister. Isn't that true? The fault lines created when Billy and Eleanor divorced had knit themselves back together and nearly healed. Until the final night. After that final night, the relationship ended. "She lost a child," Harper says. "That changes a person. She lets that loss overshadow everything in her life that's good. She does it still. She doesn't open herself up to the possibility of future happiness, real happiness." "With you, you mean?" "I wanted to have a baby with her," Ramsey says. "No sooner did I say the words than Tabitha asked me to move out." Harper nods. She suddenly feels protective of her sister. She understands why Ramsay would want a child, but she also realizes that Tabitha would never have conceded. No way. The topic is too complex and painful to discuss any further, and Harper isn't going to let the day go up in flames. You know my sister far better than I do. I haven't known her in a long time. You never told me what happened between the two of you, Ramsay says. When I asked you about it at the brewery, you changed the subject. For good reason, Harper says. She gets to her feet. How about a glass of that rosé? The afternoon sun beats down as Harper sips at her glass of wine, and Ramsay does the Times crossword puzzle in his chair. Harper is lying across the blanket reading Valley of the Dolls, a book she found on Tabitha's shelves that has Eleanor's name written in pencil inside the front cover. Harper has never read it, but she knows it was splashy and scandalous in its day, and part of the joy of reading it is imagining Eleanor's shock, and possibly her delight, at the sex and the pills. So many pills. Ramsay looks up from his puzzle. Myanmar to JFK. 5 letters. Burma, Harper says without looking up. Look at you, Ramsay says. You'd never know it, but I had a very expensive education, Harper says. Windsor, then Tulane. Tulane? Ramsay says. Impressive. Not so impressive, Harper says. I barely graduated. I pretty much majored in shots at Pat O'Brien's. You've never told me what you do for a living, Ramsay says. Until recently, I delivered packages for a Mickey Mouse operation called Rooster Express, she says. Before that, I did it all. Ice cream scooper, cocktail waitress, landscaper, drug mule. Ramsay laughs, and Harper goes back to her book. When Ramsay fills his glass with the last of the rosé, he settles down on the towel next to Harper. Harper immediately checks on Ansley. She's still snoring away on her towel. Harper has forgotten how long and deeply teenagers can sleep. Fish is dozing in the shade behind Ramsay's chair. I've had enough sun, Ramsay says. He is too close to Harper. She sits up. I could actually use some sun, I think. You don't have to get up, Ramsay says. He reaches out for her blindly. His glasses are off, and he ends up grabbing her thigh. It takes her by surprise, and she responds by swatting at him. It's meant to be a get-your-hands-off-me swat, but it ends up being more playful than stern. The little bit of wine she's had has gone to her head, and the next thing she knows, she and Ramsay are tussling on the blanket. She tries to wrestle away but finds herself with her hands pinned over her head, Ramsay's face hovering above hers. Ramsay, she says, don't. She gets purposefully to her feet. Fish barks. Ramsay holds his hands up. Whoa, he says. Talk about mixed signals. Has she been sending mixed signals? If she has, it has been unintentional. She should never have agreed to come to the beach with Ramsay. Harper stares at him, at a loss for words. Ramsay is a lovely and authentic person. She loves the buttoned-up order of him, the preppy clothes, the horn-rimmed glasses, his soothing manner, and his earnest desire to help. He is Clark Kent and Superman. Or he has been until now. Now he's just a man on the move. There is no way Harper is going to let anyone else get close to her, least of all Tabitha's ex-boyfriend. You said earlier that you don't know anything about me. And you don't, really. I realize that I look just like Tabitha, and it must be disconcerting to discover that we're so different. Opposite, even. She maintains eye contact with Ramsay, though it's hard. His face is about to crumple with dejection. She looks at Ainsley's chest rising and falling with breaths of ocean air. Then she watches the encroaching and retreating of the waves. This is not her island. This is some place she is visiting, borrowing even. I need you to believe me when I say that the last thing I need is another boyfriend. Ramsey, to his credit, asks the right question. What do you need? Harper gives him a small, sad smile. A friend, she says. Fish barks. A human friend. I'm in, Ramsey says. Ansley. She meets Kaylee at the corner of Broad and Water Streets at 8:30 in the morning on Wednesday for breakfast. Kaylee greets her with an enthusiastic hug and a kiss on the cheek, as though she is a sorority sister or a soulmate, and Ansley stands up a little straighter. She worked with Kaylee on Monday, and although Kaylee had been civil, even pleasant with Ansley, there had been a distant reserve, or so Ansley thought. No chatter, no confidences shared. Ansley worried that Kaylee no longer found her worthy of her friendship or tutelage. Ansley had let her down. How had she so severely misread Kaylee? Kaylee was a good person in a cool body, whereas Emma Marlowe was a bad person in a cool body. Kaylee had just come from church and wanted to stop by with flowers for Ansley as a gesture of solidarity. She had been wearing the Roxy because it was appropriate for church and it was promoting the brand she worked for. Ansley shudders when she thinks of how disappointed Kaylee must have been to see Ansley holding the vodka, which she had, indeed, stolen from Eleanor's house. And then she had told Kaylee to get off her property, which is something you say when you're 5 years old. Ansley realizes she needs to clean up her act, or she's going to lose everyone close to her. Tuesday was Kaylee's day off, and Ansley worked with Aunt Harper. But on Tuesday night, Ansley sent Kaylee a text that said, "Are we still on for breakfast tomorrow?" Kaylee had responded immediately, "You bet." Being downtown, and yes, Ansley knows that 4 square blocks of Nantucket hardly qualify as a downtown, but it's what she's grown up with, used to be fun. Now it's a place filled with pitfalls. Ansley could bump into anyone from school at any moment, which is why she has kept her trajectory simple. Home, work, home. She hasn't been into Force 5 to try on bikinis. She hasn't shopped for earrings at Jessica Hicks. She hasn't gone to the juice bar for ice cream. But when Kaylee threads her arm through Ainsley's, it's like protection. Ansley lets Kaylee lead her across Broad Street and up the stairs of a Victorian house. Ansley? Ansley swivels her head around. Teddy is standing on the porch of the house, wearing a uniform of khaki pants and a white polo emblazoned with the name of the property, 21 Broad. What are you doing here? Wait, Ansley is discombobulated. Kaylee said they were going to some secret place for breakfast, and now they're standing on the front porch of the hotel where Teddy works. It's going to look like she's stalking him. Ansley takes half a step back, but Kaylee holds her fast. We've come for breakfast, Kaylee says. I've been invited by the owner. Teddy looks back and forth between Ansley and Kaylee, clearly confused, but maybe also impressed. Right this way, Teddy says. In back of the hotel is a charming porch, and set up on long wooden tables is what's called the small plates breakfast. Ansley hadn't been excited about actually eating, but she's never been anywhere that has a breakfast as enticing as this. There are locally roasted coffees and organic teas, glass pitchers of juice in jewel tones, and a platter of fresh fruit, fat berries and figs, and fresh sliced peaches and plums, wedges of watermelon and rings of juicy pineapple. There are 2 kinds of smoothie, kale and strawberry, and there are freshly made scones with clotted cream and guava jam. There is overnight oatmeal with raisins, nuts, and dried cherries, and there is an elaborate platter of cheeses and meats and smoked fish. Kaylee picks a table in the corner, then she leads Ansley over to the buffet, and together they start filling their plates. This is actually the prettiest breakfast I've ever seen, Ansley says. How did you find out about this place? The owner used to come into the Straight Wharf, Kaylee says. He told me about it and invited me to come try it." "You are so lucky," Ansley says. "There were a lot of perks in that job," Kaylee says. "I miss it." Ansley feels a pang of fear. "But you like the boutique, right?" "Right," Kaylee says. Ansley exhales. The worst thing that could happen now is for Kaylee to quit the shop and go back to bartending. "I'm so angry about how I lost my job," Kaylee says. "I have a revenge dream about the man who grabbed me. In the dream, I stick a corkscrew in his eye." "Nice," Ansley says. "Would you like coffee?" Kaylee asks. "I'd better not," Ansley says. Her heart feels like a rock that is skipping across the surface of the water. Teddy, Teddy, Teddy. Ansley thinks about him all the time, but seeing him has jarred her. She had hoped that she had built him up only in her mind and that in person he would seem diminished. The bad news is he's even more appealing in person, and now her longing for him is sharper, which she didn't even think was possible. "That was a friend of yours out there?" Kaylee asks, spearing half a strawberry. "My old boyfriend. He dates Candace now, the redhead who came into the shop during the party." "How long did you go out with him?" Kaylee asks. "All of last year," Ansley says. "He was new. I made friends with him on the first day of school, and by the end of the week he was my boyfriend." It seems like a lifetime ago, but Ansley can remember how jumped up they had all been by a new boy in their grade. Ansley, Emma, Maggie, probably even Candace. All of them had been excited, and who can blame them? They had all been swimming circles in the cloudy fishbowl that is the Nantucket public schools since kindergarten. Over the years, they had seen kids come and go, but mostly go. Danny Dalrymple and Charlotte Budd went to boarding school, and Saber Podwat's parents moved to Swampscott because they couldn't afford to live on Nantucket anymore. Emma had seen Teddy first because they had both driven to school and been assigned spots near each other in the parking lot. "Prepare to be disappointed," Emma had texted. "He looks like a refugee from the dipshit rodeo. Hashtag everything but the spurs." As luck would have it, Teddy had been assigned to Ainsley's first block English class, and before Mr. Duncombe had given them their permanent seats, Teddy had chosen the chair next to Ainsley's. He had been wearing Wrangler jeans, a flannel shirt over a plain white undershirt, cowboy boots, and a cross on a leather strap around his neck. Everything but the spurs, Ainsley thought. Dipshit rodeo. But Teddy wasn't ugly. Far from it. He had auburn hair, freckles across his nose, strong shoulders, long legs. The outfit was off-putting, but Ainsley knew better than anyone that new clothes were an easy fix. Put this kid in a Force 5 t-shirt and Madras shorts and a pair of reefs, and he would be hot. He had his jaw set, his green eyes focused forward on the whiteboard, which was blank except for Mr. Duncombe's name and email address. Ainsley remembered the stories she had heard. Father dead, mother suicidal, then hospitalized, kid shipped 2/3 of the way across the country, then 30 miles out to sea. He probably felt like a longhorn steer dropped into a tank of killer whales. Ainsley tapped the edge of his desk to get his attention. "Hi," she said. "I'm Ainsley Cruz. Welcome to Nantucket High School." He had given her a slow cowboy smile, filled with relief and gratitude. "Thank you," he said. That first week, Ainsley had made welcoming Teddy Elquat her personal mission. She showed him where the wood shop was. She invited him to sit with her in the cafeteria. She introduced him to BC and Max Cunningham and Khalik and D-Ray and the other jocks and insisted they be nice to him. Emma was as skeptical and crude as ever, joking that Ainsley was working off her mandatory community service hours by being nice to Sheriff Woody Pride. Either that or she was hoping to finally lose her virginity, and wasn't it common knowledge that ranch hands were well hung? Ainsley ignored Emma's comments. To defend him would only fuel Emma's fire, and she found that she really liked Teddy. The first days of school were still warm, and Teddy had use of his uncle's truck, so Ansley showed him a different beach each day. By Friday, out on Smith's Point, with the coastline of Tuckernuck close enough for Teddy to throw a baseball at, Ansley persuaded him to take off his boots and his Wrangler jeans and go for a swim. He had hooted with fear in the cold, although in early September the water was as warm as it got all year, and admitted it was his first time in the ocean. They sat on a beach towel together afterward, Teddy basking in the late afternoon sun, and he started telling Ansley things. His father was a hero, a first responder to a huge industrial fire. He had died instantly in a chemical blast. His mother hadn't been particularly stable before the accident, but afterward she lost her mind. "She locked herself in her bedroom for days," Teddy said. "She didn't cook, didn't shop, didn't shower. I finally called 911 myself. Once my mother had been committed, my father's younger brother reached out. Uncle Graham. He saved me from foster care." Uncle Graham was cool, but Teddy wasn't sure about Nantucket. "It's cold-hearted here," Teddy said. "Yankee." At home in Oklahoma, he said, there was plentiful sunshine, football, open space, long highways, 1,000-acre farms, 10,000-acre ranches, barbecue and good music. "What do you consider good music?" Ansley asked. He had played her a song called Head Over Boots by John Party, and as the song was ending and the sun setting, he'd kissed her. They became boyfriend and girlfriend. Ansley bought him a couple of sweaters from J. Crew and some long-sleeved t-shirts, a pair of new jeans. He traded in his boots for Nikes. Emma allowed him to sit at their lunch table, but she did not fully embrace him. She called him Woody to his face and imitated his accent. Ansley knew that Emma was jealous, but she couldn't figure out if Emma wanted Teddy for her own or if she didn't like losing Ainsley's time and attention. Ansley told Teddy things she had never been comfortable sharing with anyone else, about her parents, their split, her father moving off-island and starting a new family, effectively leaving Ansley to be ruled by a two-woman dictatorship. Ansley even told Teddy about her brother, Julian, who had been born premature and had, one night, simply stopped breathing, leaving Tabitha an emotional cripple. Ansley and Teddy didn't have sex until Thanksgiving. Ansley had enjoyed dinner with her mother and grandmother at Ramsey's house with Ramsey's family. Tabitha had been in one of her rare happy drunk moods, taking Ainsley's face into her hands and calling her honey bear and honey pear. She had been slurring her words, and Ansley was anxious to get to the driveway, where Teddy idled in Uncle Graham's truck. Teddy and Uncle Graham had gone to the fairgrounds for their Thanksgiving dinner. Full-plate turkey and all the trimmings for $19.95, with seconds and thirds included. But now Graham was drinking with his scalloping buddies at the bar, and Teddy had the truck and no curfew. They had gone to the carriage house and done it in Ainsley's bed. It had hurt a little, but the hurt paled to how wonderful it felt to be that close to Teddy. All these memories zip through Ainsley's mind as she stares at her fruit salad. She looks up at Kaylee, who is mixing dried cherries into her overnight oatmeal with the intensity of a chemist seeking the Nobel Prize. Kaylee, she has noticed, isn't afraid of food. She relishes eating, yet she remains slender. Such a thing is also possible, like being cool and going to church. "I have to go to the bathroom," Ainsley says. "I can't believe you're leaving your scone unprotected," Kaylee says. She grins. "Kidding. Go." Ainsley wanders out to the lobby of the inn, looking for Teddy. There is a stunning young woman with thick dark hair and olive skin and a beauty mark working at the front desk, and Ainsley feels a stab of jealousy. Maybe Teddy has left Candace. Maybe he's dating this young woman now, or maybe he's having an affair with one of the older, attractive divorcees staying at the hotel alone. For someone like Teddy, Ansley supposes, the possibilities are endless. Beauty Mark looks up from her computer terminal. "Can I help you?" she asks. At the same time, Ansley hears her name. Teddy is galloping down the stairs toward her. Beneath the white polo shirt of his uniform, Ansley sees the leather strap and, dangling from it, the cross. She knows now that Teddy has been raised Pentecostal. She had always meant to Google what that meant, but she never has. Candace probably knows. Maybe it's similar to being Catholic. "Hey," Ansley says. "Hey," Teddy says. He is tan under his freckles, and his hair is a shade lighter, golden glints in the red. He's been in the sun, at the beach, probably with Candace and Emma and BC and Anna and all Ainsley's former friends. The tan makes him look healthy and strong. It's a blessing summer has bestowed upon him. At least Ansley got to the beach on Sunday with Harper and Ramsey. Maybe she looks like she's glowing too, although she kind of doubts it. Most of her summer so far has been spent under the fluorescent lights of the boutique or in her bedroom, doing her summer reading. She's going back to school in the fall as one of the truly pathetic kids who actually found time to get it finished before Labor Day weekend. "I was looking for the ladies' room," she says. "Who's that woman you're here with?" Teddy asks. "My friend," Ansley says. "Kaylee." "Never seen her before," Teddy says. "Is she in college?" "Out of college," Ansley says. "She used to bartend at the Straight Wharf. Your uncle probably knows her." "Probably," Teddy says. "So, is she, like, your nanny or babysitter then?" "No," Ansley says with a patient smile. "She's just a friend." "How's your summer going?" He shrugs. "Fine, I guess." "How's Candace?" Ansley asks. She doesn't mean to ask this. She doesn't want to know. Yes, she does, but she doesn't want him to know that she wants to know. "I heard you took her for dinner at Ventuno." Teddy's forehead creases the way it used to when he didn't understand the math homework. "I didn't take Candace to Ventuno," he says. "Emma did." "What?" Ansley says. "I don't have the money to take Candace to Ventuno." "But you have a job." "I sign my checks over to Graham. He's saving them for my college tuition. But Dutch gives Emma however much money she wants. She took Candace to Ventuno, and they both got really drunk, I guess. Then Candace threw up in the street outside the juice bar, and I guess Mr. Duncombe was in line with his kids, and he called Candace's parents to come pick her up." "Oh," Ansley says. She is vibrating with suppressed glee. Emma, not Teddy, took Candace. The announcement in the boutique was a bluff. The detail about the flower in Candace's hair had been fabricated, and Candace, an altar girl at St. Mary's, had gotten sick in front of the juice bar, and Mr. Duncombe saw her. The only downside to this story is that Ansley hasn't heard it from anyone else. She is really and truly a social pariah if no one thought to share this news with her. Ansley warns herself against being too judgmental. If she had stayed on her self-destructive course, she could easily have been the girl puking on the street. But it wasn't her this time. "You and Candace are still a couple, though, right?" Ansley says. Teddy scuffs the toe of his plastic-looking topsider against the wooden floor. "Honestly, I'm not sure. She hangs out with Emma all the time now. They go to the beach together every day. Neither of them has to work. They go to parties with all the summer kids." "That's what I did last summer with Emma," Ansley says. "Yeah," Teddy says. "It's like Candace is you now. The new you." "If Candace is the new me, then who am I?" Teddy gives her the slow cowboy smile. Ansley basks in the warmth of his gaze. He's looking at her the way he used to, and she nearly falls into that golden pond. But no, she will not be such a pushover. "Ladies' room?" she asks. Teddy snaps back to his senses. "Behind you," he says. "Thanks," Ansley says. "See you around." When Ansley returns to the table, Kaylee says, "I was about to send a search party." Ansley spears a juicy chunk of pineapple. She thinks she handled Teddy pretty well, considering. She didn't tear up or beg him to take her back. She wasn't snotty or disdainful or sarcastic, even when he asked her the offensive question about Kaylee being her babysitter. She had been pleasant, calm, even-tempered. If Candace is the new Ansley, then maybe Ansley is now the old Ansley, the person she had been before meeting Emma. Ainsley's phone pings. Wonder who that could be," Kaylee says, but she sounds like she already knows. Ansley checks the display. It's Teddy. "I miss you," the text says. "Can I call you sometime?" Tabitha. Finding a contractor to work on Billy's house is going to be more challenging than Tabitha imagined. It's not like choosing a dry cleaner or a pizza delivery place. Billy's house doesn't have Wi-Fi. The house is resolutely stuck in 1993, so Tabitha resorts to using the good old Martha's Vineyard phone book, which she finds on the mantel next to the urn containing Billy's ashes. She turns to the back, the business listings, and looks under general contractors. There are dozens and dozens of them, and for a moment she is heartened. She doesn't know any of these builders from Adam, so she decides she'll start with AA Vineyard Builders and proceed alphabetically from there. Number 1. Waiting list of 3 years. 2. Sorry, we're booked solid for the foreseeable future. 3. Is the project inside? I may be able to sub out my New Bedford team in January. 4. What's the last name again? Frost, Tabitha says. Click. 5. No answer. 6. Voicemail. Tabitha leaves a message. 7. I'm sorry, we can't take on any new projects at the moment. 8. Frost? As in Harper Frost? That chick who ratted out Joey Bowen? Click. 9. I'll have my husband or his partner call you back by the end of the month at the very latest. 10. Sorry. 11. Sorry. 12. I wish I could say yes, I really do, but I'm just the mother-in-law. My daughter and son-in-law are in Vermont until Labor Day. A lot of builders take the summer off. You might want to call back in September. 13. This number has been disconnected. 14. I'm free, but is the house down island? I refuse to work on any house that's down island. I'm simply not dealing with that traffic every day. 15. I'm slammed, quite frankly, but I know for a fact that Franklin Phelps is finishing up a house in Katama and is looking for something small right now. He might be able to help you. You got his number? Tabitha freezes. Franklin Phelps, you say? You got his number? No, I'm using the phone book. She runs her fingers down the listings to P. She doesn't see the phone book. Lady, I can promise you, you will never find a builder using the phone book. You need to know someone. Call Franklin Phelps. Tell him TF sent you. Here's his number. Tabitha writes down the number, then hangs up the phone and stares at the notepad. Franklin is a builder in addition to being a musician. Okay. Franklin could be the answer to her prayers if she hadn't slept with him. But because she slept with him, because she has honestly not been able to stop thinking about him, she cannot possibly call him. She decides to abandon the cold calling for the time being and do something productive. She's off to the dump. She loads up the disgusting rag rugs, the old bath mats, and the mildewed shower curtains. She gets rid of the hideous lamps, stacks of magazines, chipped dishes, Tupperware without tops, the Jaws poster that hangs in the powder room, the broken microwave, the dollar store oil paintings, the plastic placemats and rickety TV trays, the cracked canisters for sugar and flour, both empty. She tosses old batteries and half-empty cans of paint, boxes and boxes of defunct light bulbs, frayed extension cords, a dented colander, and baking pans that contain the residue of 100 nights of burned nachos. It's all going. It's Sunday, and the dump is crowded. It must be mostly locals, because Tabitha immediately picks up a sense of community. People exude harried good cheer. It's summer, they're busy, there is money to be made, and if they do happen to have the weekend off, they want to get to the beach. But no one is too busy to lend a hand. An old gentleman with white hair and a long white beard, looking like a skinny Santa, sees Tabitha discarding the Jaws poster and offers to give her $10 for it. "Oh, please," Tabitha says, "just take it." Unloading all the crap out of the back of the car feels good, the same way that flossing her teeth feels good. As Tabitha is getting ready to leave, she notices a woman wearing a mannish crew cut and a pair of really ugly boots step out of a truck that says Garden Goddesses on the side. Local landscaper, Tabitha thinks. She remembers what TF told her on the phone. You have to know someone. Okay, Tabitha thinks. Here goes. "Excuse me," she says. "I'm looking for a general contractor to do a gut renovation on my father's house down island." She squints at the sky. She can't remember. Is Billy's house down island? She thinks down island is Oak Bluffs and Vineyard Haven, but actually that makes no sense because Chilmark and Aquina are south, so maybe that's down island? It's in Tisbury. The house. The woman stares at Tabitha with undisguised contempt, and Tabitha gets it. She hates nothing more on Nantucket than being asked questions by tourists, or even worse, brand new residents. Tabitha always counted her impatience as a personality flaw, but now she sees it's a trait that people on the Vineyard share. There's a certain way things are done here, and if you don't know what it is, then you don't belong. "A general contractor?" the woman says. "You've got to be kidding me. You'll never find anyone to work for you on this island." "I know, right?" Tabitha says. "I called 15 people this morning, and not one of them could do it. I had no idea it would be so difficult. I thought maybe if you had any suggestions." But the woman gets into her truck, slams the door, and through the open window gives Tabitha the finger. Tabitha thinks, wow, okay. Vineyarders aren't only impatient, they're also mean and vulgar. It's only after the truck drives off in a cloud of dust that it dawns on Tabitha that the woman must have thought Tabitha was Harper. She must have been one more person whom Harper pissed off. "You'll never find anyone to work for you on this island." "I'm not Harper!" Tabitha wants to shout. She's about to cry and thinks that Harper was probably right. They should tear down the house because they will never find anyone available and willing to fix it up. But it has such potential. She recognized that as she was clearing it out. There are wide plank heart pine floors under the crappy carpeting. It was such a find that Tabitha hooted with delight. But the process of pulling up the carpet and the pad and bringing those floors to life is a job that's beyond her modest DIY skills. She feels a hand on her shoulder and turns to see the skinny Santa who took the Jaws poster. "I happened to overhear your conversation," he says. "My wife and I used a company called Hammer and Claw for a guest house we built for our kids and grandkids to use. The principal guy's name is Phelps. Franklin Phelps." Tabitha nods, knowing she should be surprised, but she doesn't feel at all surprised. Franklin's company is called Hammer and Claw, and this is now the second time this morning he has been recommended. Tabitha still feels stung by the charming woman from Garden Goddesses, and Tabitha would like to point out that this woman is no one's idea of a goddess, but she gives Skinny Santa a smile for the kindness of his input, as unsettling as it is. "Thank you," she says. Back at home, Tabitha checks the phone book. She had made it through the alphabet to Haggerty Construction, and the very next listing is Hammer and Claw. Is it a sign? Third time's a charm? Or, now that she has been warned this is Franklin's company, should she skip down to Inkwell Beach Builders? She's dying to talk to Franklin, which is an argument only for not calling. If she calls, it could easily end badly for her. Her mother would, no doubt, advise Tabitha not to call. A woman should never pursue a man, in her opinion, although it's a well-documented fact that Eleanor ruthlessly stole Billy Frost from her cousin Rhonda. And what would Billy say? Tabitha wonders. She eyes the urn containing his ashes. Safe to assume Billy would give advice opposite to Eleanor's. Nothing's going to happen until you make it happen. She's in Billy's house. Perhaps that's why his argument is more compelling. Franklin answers on the first ring. Yo. Yo? Tabitha thinks. That's the way Ansley's friends answer the phone. It's probably not inappropriate, then, that she suddenly feels like a 16-year-old trying to pass for an adult. Oh, hello, she says, wondering if her acting skills are up to snuff or if she will be completely transparent. I'm looking for a contractor for my father's house on Daggett Avenue. My father recently passed away, and I want to do a gut renovation so I can put the house on the market. Uh-huh, Franklin says. How many square feet is the house? And when were you thinking of starting? It's a little over 1,700 square feet, Tabitha says, and I'd like to start as soon as we can. Tomorrow, if possible. Tomorrow, Franklin says. I can see you're a woman who knows what she wants. It just so happens I'm finishing a project in Katama, and I don't have anything else lined up until fall, so I may be able to squeeze this in if, and this is a big if, it's not too extensive. I'm going to have to come look at it before I give you an answer. Oh, Tabitha says. Okay. The address is 5549 Daggett Avenue. When were you thinking of coming over? I'm free right now, Franklin says. Okay, Tabitha says. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, Franklin says. She closes her eyes. Tabitha, she says. Tabitha Frost. Silence. He's going to hang up, she thinks. Then he says, Tabitha? Yes, she says. This is Franklin. Franklin Phelps, from the other night? What? Tabitha says. You're kidding. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. The phone book just said Hammer and Claw. Don't apologize, please, Franklin says. Listen, I'm coming over now, okay? Right this second. Don't go anywhere. I won't, she says. I'll be right. But Franklin has hung up. Tabitha runs to find a brush and lipstick. She doesn't know what to expect. She's sober, it's daytime, this is a business call. Will it be weird? Will the magic be gone? That's what she hopes for, of course. That the magic is gone. That Franklin Phelps is just another guy, less attractive and not at all appealing under this new set of circumstances. From the window, she watches him pull up in a big black Dodge pickup, then stride up the walk. He's wearing Carhartt pants and a black dog t-shirt that has a rip in the neck. He's the most gorgeous man she's ever seen. This is bad. Very bad. She wants to go crawl under one of the beds with the dust bunnies. When she opens the door, he stares at her. Then he shakes his head. I'm going to put my pride on the line here. This morning I looked at the ferry schedule to Nantucket. You... what? I wanted to go over and find you, Franklin says. I've been thinking of you, basically non-stop since Friday night. Tabitha grabs him by the dog on the front of his shirt and pulls him inside. They make love in the kitchen and nearly pull the countertop free of the wall in the process. Franklin is behind Tabitha, kissing the back of her neck. Yeah, he says. This house needs some work." She shows him the pine floors under the carpet, the powder room, the 3 underwhelming bedrooms upstairs. "I'm not going to lie to you," Franklin says. "This project is exactly the right size for me to take on. I can get this done in 6 weeks." 6 weeks? Tabitha says. She can't believe her reversal of fortune. This morning she had neither Franklin nor a contractor, and now she has both. "But," Franklin says, or not both, she thinks. He runs his hands through his dark hair. "There are extenuating circumstances," he says. "What are they?" Tabitha says. Girlfriend, she thinks. Or he doesn't want to commit to Tabitha, because what if he doesn't like her as much as he thinks he does? "I don't want to get into it," he says. "Just let me think about it, okay?" "Okay," she says. "What are you doing right now?" he asks. "Other than trying to find a contractor, you mean?" "Put your swimsuit on," he says, "and a pair of sneakers. We're going to the beach." Franklin drives her to a place called Cedar Tree Neck, a nature preserve on a spit of land known as the Fish Hook in Vineyard Haven. They walk through a thickly wooded area that offers luxurious shade on a hot day. Through the canopy of trees, bits of brilliant blue sky are visible, and Tabitha hears birdsong. When was the last time Tabitha enjoyed nature? Probably when she was 15 years old at Camp Winnegonnick. They hike along in silence for a while, holding hands. Then they crest a hill and Franklin stops. He takes her face in his hands and kisses her. His face has a day's worth of growth on it, which is so sexy against her face that her knees nearly buckle. The kissing intensifies. Franklin backs her up against a tree. "Are we?" she whispers into his mouth. "Here?" He nods, reaching a hand into the bottom of her bathing suit. The trail ends at a sandy, boulder-studded beach that cradles a small bay. Franklin lays out 2 towels, then he shucks off his shorts and races into the water, buck naked. Tabitha shrieks. She looks both ways down the beach. Nobody is around. She hesitates for a moment, wondering if she can go through with it. Swimming naked in a public place isn't something Tabitha Frost does. Tabitha Frost is dignified, her behavior unimpeachable. Tabitha Frost is uptight, she thinks. She unties her bikini and goes racing into the water. The feeling is novel and delicious. The water is soft as it envelops her, all of her. She feels coddled, like a baby in embryonic fluid. And she enjoys the daring of it. For the moments when she is in the water, she is free. Franklin scoops her up. When he kisses her, he tastes like salt water. She is weightless in his arms. Back on her towel on the warm beach, she raises her face bravely to the sun. Her shoulder blades melt into the sand, and she falls asleep. When she wakes up, the sun is lower in the sky, dappling the surface of the water. Tabitha turns her head to see Franklin on his side, his head propped on his arm, staring at her. "You are so beautiful," he says. Her stomach swoops. This is happening. Franklin has chosen a place called the Outermost Inn for dinner. "It's in Aquina," he says. "You'll see all of Up Island on the way." Tabitha puts on an orange Alexander Wang sundress with skinny straps that crisscross her now tanned back. It's the sexiest thing she owns, and she congratulates herself for deciding to bring it. Franklin whistles. "Or we can just stay here and I'll eat you for dinner." As they drive out South Road through Chilmark, Franklin plays the dutiful tour guide and shows Tabitha Beetle Bung Corner. A beetle, he explains, is a mallet used to bang bungs, or stoppers, into barrels. Tabitha laughs. Thank you for telling me that. It sounds like something that infests your attic. She loves all the low stone walls and the family farms. And the cute street signs. Look at that one. She points to a small wooden sign that says, Sheep Xing. Good old sheep crossing, Franklin says. The tone of his voice is suddenly arch. The first cottage after the turn is where my brother-in-law is hiding out. Your brother-in-law? Tabitha says. She tries to remember what Franklin has told her about his family. She isn't good with this kind of thing. The parents, she has lost their names. The father was the high school principal. The mother, she can't remember. Did Franklin mention a brother-in-law? The husband of his sister? His sister's name is Charlotte? Nope, that's Ramsey's sister. She waits for him to say more, but he merely shakes his head. Never mind, he says. Any awkwardness vanishes as they approach the outermost inn. It's set way up over the cliffs of Aquina. Even from the parking lot, the views over the water are dramatic. Franklin is a perfect gentleman, ushering Tabitha inside, his hand resting lightly on the small of her back. Tabitha thinks briefly of Ramsey. His manners were impeccable, bordering on stuffy, but he never electrified Tabitha with his touch, as Franklin does. The hostess at the intimate restaurant is roughly Tabitha's age. She has curly blonde hair and wears a silk broomstick skirt that reaches to her ankles. Franklin, she says, baby doll. Annalisa, Franklin says. He kisses her on the lips, Tabitha notices. Okay, she's jealous. She feels a tightening across her shoulders and tries to fight it. She loves the decor of the inn, the candlelight, the smell of garlic, herbs, roasting meat, butter, good wine. She has known Franklin for a few days. He has lived here for 40 years. Tabitha smiles at Annalisa, hoping she will not be mistaken for her sister. Hello, she says. I'm Tabitha Frost. I live on Nantucket. Oh, yes, I know, Annalisa says. The folks at the Steamship Authority send out an alert when someone from the other island broaches our shores. Franklin squeezes Tabitha's shoulder, and Tabitha manages a smile. Annalisa sits Franklin and Tabitha at the best table in the house, out on the wide, gracious porch in the corner closest to the water. Franklin selects a bottle of Sancerre and a bottle of Malbec, and he pours Tabitha a glass of each. They touch glasses, and Franklin shakes his head. I can't tell you how happy I am that you called me, he says, even if it was by accident. If you wanted me to call you not by accident, you should have left your number in the note, Tabitha says. I figured you never wanted to see me again. Franklin sips his wine and looks off at the horizon, where the sun is sinking into the water. A streak of glorious orange light illuminates his face. I wasn't sure of the protocol, I guess. You can't tell me you don't bring women home all the time, Tabitha says. I don't, Franklin says. He gives her an earnest look. Could he possibly be telling the truth? And then he changes the subject. Tell me about you. I can't believe you're single. A gorgeous woman like you on an island with all those millionaires on their yachts? Tabitha laughs. Oh, I'm single. I was in a relationship for 4 years, but we broke up in February. Have you ever been married? Franklin asks. No, Tabitha says, but my first serious boyfriend and I have a child together. A daughter, Ansley. She's 16. 16, Franklin says. Is that even possible? Possible, Tabitha says. I had her when I was 23. She was a surprise then. Now she's just a handful. A few weeks ago, she threw a party at the house while I was out, and I came home to find the kids playing beer pong on my dining room table. Franklin throws his head back and laughs. Oh, come on. You have to admit that's funny. he says. Is it funny? Tabitha lets herself smile. It's a lot funnier now than it was at the time, that's for certain. We're enjoying a much-needed break from each other right now. Harper's over there watching her. Ah, I see, Franklin says. You pulled the old switcheroo. Tabitha wonders how Harper and Ansley are doing. Maybe they've rolled all the ERF inventory outside for a sidewalk sale. Maybe they've hosted a dog show or are posting their political opinions on a Twitter account under Eleanor's name. Tabitha is so blissed out that she doesn't care. Their food starts arriving from the kitchen, all dishes meant to share. A velvety lobster bisque, a lightly dressed salad of microgreens and brightly colored discs that turn out to be crisp sweet radish, pan-seared lobster with a grapefruit beurre blanc served over savory soft polenta, sirloin au poivre that comes with dauphine potatoes, walnut-sized croquettes filled with buttery heaven. Franklin stops between bites and kisses Tabitha lightly on the lips, which incites desire more than a deep kiss might. They don't take any photos, they don't check in or post. This date is like something from another age. Tabitha tries to memorize every detail so she can relive it later. Dessert is an assortment of treats served on a wooden Lazy Susan, a passion fruit panna cotta, miniature cannoli filled with pistachio cream, lemon blueberry tarts with an almond ginger crust, toffee blondies topped with coconut fluff. Tabitha takes a bite of each, then groans because she is so full. She excuses herself for the ladies' room. When she emerges, Annalisa is standing in the vestibule, seemingly waiting for her. I hope you didn't mind my wisecrack about Nantucket, she says. I was just having fun with you. Tabitha, loosened by the wine, laughs. Not a worry. I think it's great that Franklin wanted to bring you out here for dinner. He sounded so excited when he called to make the reservation. And he was very clear that he was bringing Tabitha Frost, not Harper Frost. Because I think we can all agree, if he took your sister out here for dinner, that would be really weird. Weird, Tabitha repeats. Weird because... Annalisa swats Tabitha's arm. Because of everything that just happened. But I'm glad you aren't letting that stand in your way. You two are a regular couple of lovebirds. On the way home, Tabitha realizes that she didn't tell Franklin about Julian. She skipped right over him, as if he didn't exist. But if she wants Franklin to know her, then she has to remedy that. She's just not sure how to bring it up. When Ansley was 18 months old, I got pregnant again. But things didn't go as planned. I went into labor at 28 weeks. Tabitha leans her head back against the car seat and closes her eyes. She'll tell Franklin about Julian another time, she decides. She doesn't want to ruin the magic of their time together. There's something I need to talk to you about, Franklin says. He reaches across the console and touches her thigh. Tabitha? Tabitha opens her eyes. His voice sounds serious, but only seconds ago she decided she didn't want to talk about anything heavy, deep, or real. She thinks back to the peculiar interaction with Annalisa. Weird, because of everything that just happened. Annalisa must have been referring to Harper's affair with Dr. Zimmer. It would indeed be weird if Harper then went on a romantic date with someone else. Maybe we should save talking for tomorrow, Tabitha says. I've had a lot of wine. This concerns tomorrow, Franklin says. I just decided that I'm going to help you with Billy's house. You are? Tabitha says. I am, Franklin says. We can talk about a plan of attack in the morning. Are you sure? Tabitha says. You seemed hesitant before. You said there were extenuating circumstances. There were. There are. But I've been mulling it over, and I cannot. Here he squeezes her leg. And I mean I cannot let anyone else on this island work that closely with you. It has to be me. I'm your guy. She nods, thinking, I'm completely in love with this person. Intellectually, she knows this isn't possible. You do not fall in love with someone you've known for, well, basically, a matter of hours. It's called something else. Infatuation, which evaporates like dew in the sunshine. But it feels just like love. Harper. Billy Frost had been fond of the phrase halcyon days, which was how he liked to describe their vineyard summers. "These are the halcyon days," he would say as he steered his Boston whaler out of the harbor. "All hail the halcyon days of summer," he would cry out from the wall in Menemsha, where he and Harper would watch the sun extinguish itself in the ocean as they waited for their fried clams from Larson's fish market to be ready. Billy had used the phrase so often that Harper had finally looked it up. It originated in Greek mythology. Alcyone, the daughter of Aeolus, lost her husband Ceyx in a shipwreck. She drowned herself in the sea, and they were both transformed into halcyon birds, or kingfishers. When Alcyone made a nest on the beach, the waves threatened to sweep it away, so her father, Aeolus, suspended the winds for 7 days, known as the halcyon days, the days when storms do not occur. Days when storms do not occur. Harper enjoys her own string of halcyon days on Nantucket. At first, she doesn't notice anything out of the ordinary, but then it dawns on her. She's happy. Business at the store is booming. Harper, Ansley, and Kaylee have divided up the schedule so that 2 of them are always working together at any given time, and they have incorporated the strategies that worked effectively at the party. Fish is stationed outside the store for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon. The rest of the day, he snoozes in the back office or waits for Harper to take him on his walk through town. This daily constitutional always ends at Ramsey's office with a dog treat. Good music plays in the store now at all times, a carefully curated playlist, 90% women, 10% Prince. And every morning, Kaylee posts a photo of herself on social media wearing the outfit of the day, dress, skirt or pants, and top and sandals. It never fails. By day's end, they have sold out of the outfit in all sizes. Megan comes to the store every day with baby David Wayne in his carriage. Harper never holds the baby. She has been afraid of babies since Julian died. But Ansley and Kaylee dance him around the store while Megan marvels at the previous day's receipts. "I can't believe how well the store is doing," she says. "We are up 500% so far from last summer." Ansley is happier each day. She hasn't made up with any of her friends, but she seems content spending her free time with Harper and with Kaylee. She asks for their advice about Teddy. After she and Kaylee bumped into him at breakfast, Teddy texted Ansley saying, "I miss you. Can I call you sometime?" Ansley hasn't responded to the text, which has led Teddy to send more texts, all of them saying he misses her. "It's like the only way to get him back is to ignore him," Ansley says. "The conundrum of human relationships," Kaylee says. On days when Harper isn't working, she explores the island. She loads fish into the car and drives up to hike the scenic loop at Squam Swamp. She drives through the moors and swims in the clear green water of Jewel Pond. She packs a picnic and goes to Great Point for the day and climbs to the top of Great Point Light, which even Ansley and Ramsey, 2 Nantucket natives, admit they've never done. In the evenings, Harper cooks dinner for Ansley, and once a week they invite Ramsey over. Harper makes huge composed salads with fresh veggies from Bartlett's farm and grilled shrimp or scallops from 167. She serves the salads with her famous frosted garlic bread, famous to her and Billy anyway. She makes a chilled Thai cucumber coconut soup. She makes peach and blueberry hand pies, which leak fruit and sugar everywhere but are delicious nonetheless. At the end of each day, Harper is more tired than she can remember being in her entire life. She sleeps like a heavy stone resting at the bottom of a pond. Despite her exhaustion and the fact that alcohol turns her stomach now, she lets Ramsay talk her into having an adult evening at the Pearl. She makes it clear to Ansley, Kaylee, and especially to Ramsay that this is not a date. It's dinner with a friend. At a very sexy bar, Kaylee says, "Be careful. The tuna martini sometimes has strange effects on people." "I need help picking out something to wear," Harper says. "Why do you care?" Ansley asks, "if it's not a date?" This is a good question. Harper knows what Ramsay will wear: khakis, a Vineyard Vines tie, a navy blazer. His hair will be parted to the side and hold comb marks. He will be clean-shaven and will have polished the lenses of his glasses. Harper could get away with a Lily Pulitzer or even with the least suggestive dress ever designed, the Roxy, in petal pink or Barbara Bush blue. But now that she has spent the last few weeks dressing people, she realizes that she has wasted almost 40 years wearing what? Her father's old golf shirts, cut-off shorts, t-shirt dresses from J. Crew, and, to dress up, things off the sale rack at Banana Republic and Ann Taylor Loft. And everything she owns is 3 sizes too big. It's a revelation to finally own beautiful clothes, feminine clothes, clothes that fit. She wants something fun and distinctive for this dinner. It's her first time going out on Nantucket. She's a different person here. She wants to dress like it. She loves the Parker brand, but she can't pull off sequins or feathers, and their knit dresses are too casual. She tries on dresses by Nanette Lepore and Rebecca Taylor, but the winner, according to both Kaylee and Ansley, is a white silk Alice and Olivia slip dress with 3 black lace diamond-shaped inserts running down each side. Because of her dark hair and her summer tan, the black and white combo really pops. Ansley picks out a black suede choker, and Kaylee selects a pair of black patent leather slides with kitten heels, which is as much heel as Harper can handle. Once dressed, she stands for a moment in front of Tabitha's full-length mirror. She looks good, she thinks, and it has little to do with the dress or the shoes. She is relaxed. She is smiling. The Pearl is a sexy place, swank and stylish. Ramsay has reserved them 2 corner seats at the white onyx bar. The bar is lit from underneath. It emits an otherworldly glow. 2 passion fruit martinis, Ramsay says. Harper nearly protests, but a passion fruit martini does sound delicious, and she hopes her stomach issue has finally resolved itself. Harper raises her glass and touches it to Ramsay's. The night is off and running. Ramsay orders for both of them: duck confit dumplings, the tuna martini with creme fraiche and wasabi tobiko, the 60-second steak topped with a fried quail egg, the stir-fried salt and pepper lobster. "And another round of martinis," Ramsay says. The bartender, a pert and pretty blonde with a posh English accent, gives Ramsay and Harper a smile. "I'm glad to see you 2 back in here," she says. "I've missed you." "Oh," Harper says, "I'm not." "Thank you, Joe," Ramsay says. "We've missed you too." With the 3rd martini, and 3 will be it, Harper decides. Then she'll switch to water. She can finally talk to Ramsay about the things she's afraid to talk to him about during the daylight hours. "Do you miss my sister?" Harper asks. "I do and I don't," Ramsay says. "I'm a fixer by nature. I tried and tried with Tabitha, but I couldn't help her. She wouldn't let me." Harper nods. "She was born 90 seconds before me. She has always been independent and self-sufficient, whereas I always needed help." "So, who is your support?" Ramsay asks. How is Harper to answer that question? "In recent years, my love life has been complicated," Harper says, and she shakes her head at the understatement. "I had a lover, A married lover. Ah, Ramsey says. His name is Reed Zimmer, Harper says. It feels so wonderful to say his name out loud that tears stand in her eyes. He's a fixer, too. A doctor. He was my father's doctor, so he took care of my father, and by association he took care of me. He has a quiet authority that made me feel safe when I was with him, which of course was foolish because I was the opposite of safe. He belonged to someone else, his wife, Sadie, and I fell into the trap that all mistresses fall into. I believed Sadie didn't matter. I believed he would leave her for me eventually. But he didn't, Ramsey says. Sadie found out about us, Harper says. She caught us together on the night my father died, and then a few days later she made a scene at Billy's funeral. Reed sent me a text message asking me not to contact him for a while. Harper stares into the bottom of her martini glass. Truth serum. She never talks this much. But then again, whom does she have to confide in? Only Ramsey, here and now. I heard from other sources that he moved out. I heard he took a leave of absence from the hospital. I don't know where he is or what he's doing. I don't know if he's still on the Vineyard or if he's walking around out in the real world. I don't know if he's looking for me or looking for himself. I feel guilty about what I did to Sadie, but I feel more guilty about what I did to Reed. Because I believe he's a good, true person, and yet somehow I led him astray. I stained his character, shredded his integrity. The night Sadie caught us, I asked him to meet me. He didn't want to, but I begged him. Well, your father had just died, Ramsey says. Right? Harper spins her martini glass. I mess up whatever I do, she says. It's like a curse. When our parents divorced and I got to go with Billy, I thought I'd won some kind of contest. But it turns out I'm a loser through and through. You don't believe that, Ramsey says. I do. Tabitha does, and I think even my mother does. And my father, right before he died, turned to me and said, I'm sorry, kiddo. At first I wasn't sure what he meant, but I figured it out. He was sorry I was the way I was. He was sorry he couldn't help me. Harper, come on, Ramsey says. You are a beautiful, intelligent woman. Every bit as intriguing as your sister, but, if I may say so, way more fun. So much fun that I barely graduated from Tulane, Harper says. So much fun that while I was cocktail waitressing at this place in Edgartown called Dahlia's, I agreed to deliver a package for a guy everyone knew was a drug dealer. I got arrested, ratted him out, brought down the whole operation. Ramsey's eyes grew wide behind his glasses. You're kidding. But that's not the worst thing I've ever done, Harper says. And sleeping with Dr. Zimmer isn't the worst thing either. Do I dare ask? Ramsey says. Harper studied him. Tabitha never told you why we don't speak? She never hinted? Never, Ramsey says. His face is earnest, but Harper can't believe that Tabitha lived with someone for so long and didn't tell him about the night Julian died. Well, Harper says. She's not sure what to say. She almost wishes Tabitha had given her version of the story so that Harper could confirm or deny. She drains the last sip of her martini. What she really wants is a shot of Jaeger. Tabitha blames me for Julian's death. Ramsey shakes his head like he's trying to clear water from his ears. What? He says. Why? Why would she do that? But this is beyond Harper's ability to answer. She slides off her bar stool and stares at him, willing him to understand that she did not smother Julian with a blanket or drown him in the bathtub or shake him because he wouldn't stop crying. Harper should explain the events of that day, that night, but even now, 14 years later, it's too painful to revisit. Thank you for dinner, she says. and she leaves the restaurant. She turns back once to look at Ramsey. He is sitting, stunned, and makes no move to follow her. She walks all the way home in her bare feet, kitten heels be damned, and thinks to herself, the halcyon days, days when no storms occur, are over. She can't last a second longer. She pulls out her phone and stares at the screen. It shows a long-ago photo of her and Billy on the boat, with Billy holding up a striped bass, willing herself to let reason rule here. But no, sorry. She calls Reed and is shuttled to his voicemail. She has something to tell him. It's only a hunch, but she can't leave it in a message. She hangs up. But then, almost immediately, Harper's phone rings. Reed? Or is it Ramsey, just now recovering from his shock? Harper waits for the ringing to stop and the chime to sound indicating a voicemail, then she checks her display. It's an unfamiliar Vineyard number, exchange 693. She stops in her tracks on the side of Cliff Road. Maybe it's Reed, calling from a landline. It's a moment or two before Harper can bring herself to listen to the message. Harper, hello. This is Edie Donegal, Brendan's mother. I understand you might still be away, but I felt the need to call you. Brendan isn't doing well. I know you care about him, and as much as I don't want to impose, I can't help but ask if you might be able to visit him sometime soon. It's the only thing I can think of that might help. Thank you, Harper. Good night. Harper's head suddenly feels too heavy to hold up. Brendan. Poor Brendan. And yet in her current state of mind, Harper doesn't believe she can help Brendan. She will only make things worse. She deletes the message. She can't take another step. Her stomach roils, and green waves of nausea wash over her. She vomits into the grass on the side of the road. More than a hunch, she thinks. She knows. She's pregnant. Nantucket. A stretch of days arrives when the weather is so brutal that it's the only thing people want to talk about. It's 87 degrees at noon, unheard of since the heat wave of 1936. The brick sidewalks of town bake in the sun. The beaches are unbearable. There is no breeze, no clouds, not a second's respite from the punishing heat. It's too hot to gossip. Nobody can sit still long enough to listen. But the insurance offices of Stryker and McLean are mightily air-conditioned, so much so that every client who walks in sighs with the deliciousness of it. Purcell Ott sinks into the armchair next to the desk of the receptionist, Bonnie Atkinson. Purcell tells Bonnie he needs to see Ramsey Stryker about a windshield replacement. "But no hurry," Purcell says to Bonnie. "I could sit here all day." Bonnie rolls her eyes. Purcell is a retiree who likes the sound of his own voice. She isn't about to get sucked into his vortex. "I'll let Ramsey know you're here," Bonnie says. Ramsey works back in the corner of the office, and Bonnie notices his privacy walls are up, which is unusual. Bonnie has worked at Stryker and McLean for 21 years, and she can't remember this ever happening before. Intellectually, she realizes that privacy panels mean that Ramsey would like privacy, but Bonnie suffers from an acute case of natural curiosity. She peeks through the crack and sees Ramsey intently studying his computer screen. Bonnie's hand flies to her chest. Pornography? She never pegged Ramsey for the pornography type. He's handsome enough to have any woman he wants. Look at the 22-year-old bartender he dated for nearly 3 months. But then Bonnie squares her expectations with reality. Everyone watches porn. Everyone except Bonnie and her husband, Norm Atkinson. Norm watches reruns of The Andy Griffith Show. "Excuse me, Ramsey," Bonnie says. "Purcell Ott is here to see you." Ramsey startles as if he has indeed been caught at some illicit activity. Over his shoulder, however, Bonnie catches a glimpse of the screen. It's an old article from the Inquirer and Mirror. Ramsey stands and moves aside one of the privacy panels. "Thanks, Bonnie," Ramsey says. "I know Mr. Ott isn't your favorite. I'll handle him." He strides down the hall, leaving Bonnie to stand at the opening of his office. Most of us may claim that we would never do what Bonnie Atkinson then did, but most of us would be lying. Bonnie steps quickly over to Ramsey's computer and scans the contents of the screen. It's an obituary, she realizes. An obituary for an infant boy, Julian Wyatt Cruz, born May 28, 2003, died August 15, 2003. Bonnie inhales sharply. Not even 3 months old. The cause of death is stated as respiratory failure. Why would Ramsey be interested in this? Bonnie wonders. Then she sees the names of the surviving family. Father, Wyatt Cruz. Mother, Tabitha Frost. The other place that is lavishly air-conditioned during the hideous heat wave is the ERF boutique. We understand the rationale. Nobody wants to try on clothes when she's sweating, and in weather such as this, all air-conditioned venues are seeing an increase in foot traffic. At 11 o'clock on the 5th day of unbearable hellfire heat, Kaylee Keohane is experiencing a lull in her workday. The store has been empty just long enough for her to wonder, is this heat wave a result of global warming? And is the new president planning on doing anything about it? Kaylee is bored. It's Ansley's day off. She said she was going to stay home, eat ice chips, and binge on girls, and Harper arrived at work in such a foul mood that Kaylee suggested she take a long lunch, maybe drive her Bronco out to 40th Pole and go for a swim. Initially, Kaylee had thought Harper's mood was attributable to the heat, but when she thinks back, she realizes that Harper has been irritable since her non-date date with Ramsey. Did something happen? Did Ramsey make moves on Harper against her wishes, or did he not make moves when she wanted him to? Kaylee can't ask Harper these questions because she and Harper haven't developed the closeness that Kaylee and Ansley have. Harper is always friendly, always congenial, but she holds personal information in reserve. As Kaylee is cogitating on what might be up with Harper, the door opens, and a dark-haired girl wanders in, holding an iced coffee. The girl looks familiar, but before Kaylee can suss out who she is, she has to deal with business. "I'm sorry," Kaylee says, trying to sound genuinely sorry and not merely annoyed, although really, there is a sign on the door that says, "No food, no drink, no exceptions. You'll have to leave your coffee outside." The girl tilts her head and hitches up the strap of what Kaylee thinks is a Chloe hobo bag in saddle-tone leather. "When I was here before, there was food and drink. What's up with that?" Then Kaylee realizes, this girl with the $2,500 bag is Ainsley's friend, or former friend, Emma. Unlike Harper, Ansley has confided everything about her personal life to Kaylee. She told Kaylee that she stole gin from her grandmother's house and that Emma planted it in Candace's locker. But then somehow the situation flipped on its head and Emma and Candace ganged up on Ansley, and Ansley ended up serving a 3-day in-school suspension. Then the girls egged her house. It's enough to take Kaylee back to the heartache of her own high school days. Kids are cruel because they are jealous or confused or simply badly parented. Ansley has told Kaylee that Emma lives with her father, Dutch, who owns the restaurant at the Nantucket airport. The mother lives somewhere in Florida. Apparently Emma never sees her. Kaylee feels for any child who has lost a parent to either death or desertion. Kaylee's own mother died of breast cancer 3 years ago, and Kaylee misses her every second of every day. But she also suspects that in Emma's case, a lack of a mother has curdled her soul until it's as sour as a glass of expired milk. "That was a special occasion," Kaylee says. "We don't allow food or drink during regular business hours. I'm sorry. You're welcome to finish your coffee outside." Emma places the cup on the front step. Kaylee will bet $50 that she forgets all about it and leaves it for Kaylee to throw away. "Thanks," Kaylee says. "Now, can I help you find something?" "Actually," Emma says, "I'm looking for Ansley. Is she here?" "She's not," Kaylee says, though certainly that's apparent. The store is deserted. "It's her day off." "Oh," Emma says, "lucky her." She takes an ERF dress off the rack, long-sleeved with a floppy bow at the neck, reminiscent of what Dustin Hoffman wore in Tootsie, and holds it up against her body. "This is hideous." Kaylee happens to agree, but she isn't about to bond with Emma over taste, nor is she going to let Emma insult the signature brand. "I'll tell Ansley you stopped in," she says. Emma sniffs and heads to the part of the boutique that features the other, younger lines. She fingers a black beaded Parker top. "I have this in white," Emma says. Kaylee smiles blandly. Emma moves to the table where the littles are kept. Rope belts, scarves, sunglasses, and the jar of lacy thongs. She fingers the scarves, inspects the belts, tries on the sunglasses. Kaylee stifles a yawn. Nora Jones sings "Come Away With Me." Then suddenly, Kaylee gets an idea. "I have to use the ladies' room," she says. "I'll be back in a minute." "Whatevs," Emma says. Kaylee steps into the back office and closes the door firmly with a click. She brings up the store surveillance camera on her phone as she strides with heavy wedge-heeled footsteps down the hallway. Sure enough, Emma Marlowe's head is on a swivel, checking the store for cameras, but the camera Eleanor had installed is designed to look like a sprinkler head. Emma reaches into the glass jar and grabs 2 lace thongs. She drops the $36 worth of merchandise into her $2,500 bag. If it were anyone else, Kaylee would have handled the shoplifting herself. But for Emma, Kaylee calls the police. Gotcha, she thinks. Nobody is surprised to hear that Emma Marlowe has gotten caught stealing. Even the officer who responds, Sergeant Royal DeLeo, is unsurprised. He has busted up every teenage beer party this summer, and Emma, with her snarky, entitled attitude, has been present at them all. People are surprised to hear that Dutch Marlowe actually leaves the airport restaurant in order to come to the store and lobby on his daughter's behalf. Little does he know that this unprecedented bit of parental support will backfire. For the second he walks into the ERF boutique and sees that it's Kaylee Keohane who has caught his daughter, he is sorry indeed. Kaylee's eyes shoot streams of green fire at Dutch. "What are you doing here?" she asks. "That's my dad," Emma says. You're, Kaylee says. Dutch runs a hand over his shaved head and silently begs the young woman not to disclose how she knows him. It was Dutch Marlowe who grabbed Kaylee's perfect peach of an ass, causing her to unload a Jack and Coke in his lap. She had then been fired by Shorty, the manager at the Strait Wharf. Shorty hadn't wanted to fire Kaylee. She was a tireless worker with a great personality, a winning combination in the service industry, where so often you get either one or the other. And he was 100% sure that Dutch had grabbed Kaylee's ass, but unfortunately, Shorty had no choice. He was a regular at the Wednesday night poker game at Dutch's house, and he was into Dutch for $4,500. Dutch, as we all know, is a person with absolutely no conscience, but he had felt guilty about getting Kaylee fired. He hadn't meant to pinch her ass, meaning it hadn't been premeditated, but she had been out from behind the bar a lot that night, waving her tush around in those white jeans like a matador waving a red flag in front of a bull. What could Dutch say? He was a man, horny all the time, and lonely besides. But still, He doesn't love the idea of Emma hearing that her father is a lecherous jerk. Kaylee snarls. "Your dad?" she says. She takes a deep breath and prepares to tell Emma the truth about her father, but in the end she just shakes her head. Why am I not surprised? Martha's Vineyard. The island is so crowded in July that we fear it might tip over. Down Island will nosedive, upending Chilmark and Aquina. The population hits 90,000, then 91,000. The steamships sit so low in the water, weighted down with Jeeps, Land Rovers, Hummers, that it reminds us of a pregnant woman after the baby drops. State Beach is parked out by 9 in the morning. The Port Hunter has a 2-hour wait for a table. The line at the Bight has 111 people in it at 5:30, which increases to 147 people at 6:30. There is an average of 15 car accidents a day. 6 of these involve taxis. And yet, who among us hasn't longed for these summer days? Indians and IODs tack and jibe in Edgartown Harbor. Tennis balls hit the foul line at the field club, eliciting our best John McEnroe imitations. That ball was in. Chalk flew up all over the place. Daughters of the scions of industry tan their breasts on the shores of Lucy Vincent. Authors come nightly to read at Bunch of Grapes. Charles Bach, Jane Green, Richard Russo. Skip Gates rides his tricycle out to Katama. Keith Richards takes his grandchildren to pick blueberries at the patch off of Middle Road. Noah Mayhew, the reservationist at the Covington, becomes so overwhelmed by calls from demanding and entitled people that he quits and moves to an ashram in Oregon. Upon hearing this news about her great-nephew, Noah, Indira Mayhew, who has worked as the Chappie ferrymaster for nearly 40 years aboard the On Time 2, thinks seriously about following suit, although she has never practiced yoga. With all this happening, how does anyone have time to figure out what's going on at Billy Frost's house? Daggett Avenue is an average year-round part of Tisbury that falls beneath most people's notice. And from the curb, the house looks the same. If someone had been staking out the street, selling lemonade on the corner or casing the neighborhood with criminal intent, he might have noticed Franklin Phelps's truck driving around the neighborhood, and further snooping would have revealed Franklin's truck parked in Billy's backyard. But no one is staking out the street. Franklin has been careful to hire subcontractors from off-island. The electrician hails from Falmouth, the plumber from Mashpee. These guys don't know who from what as far as Vineyard gossip is concerned. They just come in and do the work. The only person Franklin trusts, and for this project needs, is Tad Morrissey. Tad is Franklin's right-hand man. He can do anything. Tile, plaster, cabinetry, and he does so without complaining. Also, despite being Irish, he's a man of few words, a human vault. Franklin doesn't have to explain the fine print to Tad, but he does it anyway. My sister cannot find out that we are renovating Billy Frost's house. Do you understand? Tad nods with his mouth full of nails. Franklin worries that someone saw him with Tabitha that first night at the Ritz and reported back to Sadie, thinking Tabitha was Harper. But by the following day, when he hadn't heard about it, he figured he was safe. He had been clear with Annalisa at the outermost inn. I'm bringing in Tabitha Frost, Harper's twin sister, and nobody can know. Franklin has known Annalisa since elementary school. He told her he trusted her with his life, hoping that would be enough to ensure her silence. A few days after Franklin starts seeing Tabitha and working full-time on her house, he is summoned to his parents' home in Katama for dinner. His mother doesn't use a cell phone or a computer, so she tapes an index card to the front door of his cottage on Grovedale Road in Oak Bluffs that says, "Dinner Monday 6 p.m. Franklin is lucky he even sees this minimalist invitation. He has spent every night with Tabitha at Billy's house. He stops at home only to get clothes and, finally, to grab his electric razor. He sighs. He can't, obviously, take Tabitha to his parents' house for dinner. All hell will break loose. All hell is going to break loose anyway, he realizes, but he can stave it off a little while longer. And in fact, things at the Phelpses that evening start out fine. Tabitha accepts the news that Franklin is eating with his parents with equanimity. She says she's going to stay home and paint the powder room a shade of silvery gray called Paul Revere's Ride. Franklin approves. Tabitha's taste is impeccable, which is to say, it matches his own. The elder Phelpses are in good spirits, as ever. Al Phelps is a favorite with nearly all of us because he was such a dedicated and benevolent principal during his tenure at the high school, and now, in retirement, he runs errands to Shirley's and Mocha Mott's, seemingly just so he can spread goodwill. He is famous for buying his former students a cup of coffee. Meanwhile, Lydia is an active member of the Excellent Point book group, and she volunteers each week at the island food pantry. Both the elder Phelpses embrace their son. Lydia runs a hand over Franklin's now smooth face. "I'm glad you shaved," she says. "Christine Velman told me she saw you stopped at the Barnes Road intersection and that you were growing a beard." "No," Franklin says. He shakes his head. If Christine Velman reported back to his mother about the state of his facial hair, how long will it be before someone tells Lydia that Franklin is dating the twin sister of the woman who betrayed Sadie, and worse, is working on their father's house? Al Phelps claps his son on the back. "Can I buy you a beer?" "Please," Franklin says. Sadie arrives in short order, which is good, Franklin thinks, because it doesn't leave Lydia any time to talk about her. One look at his sister, however, tells Franklin what his mother would have said if she'd had the chance. Sadie has lost at least 10 pounds, and she wasn't a very big person to begin with. Her cheeks are sunken. Her face, for lack of a better word, looks cadaverous. She keeps her hair very short, but now it looks as if she's taken kitchen shears to it in a fit of grief. There are purplish-red circles under her eyes, and she is shaking. Franklin's heart sinks. He knows that Sadie has closed the pie shop until further notice, but he had hoped she would have taken the hiatus to rest and recoup. He had hoped she would rise above her circumstances and maybe even revel in her newfound independence. Reed betrayed her. Yes, he did. He cheated on her with the daughter of one of his patients, a woman whose morals were already held in question by most of the island because of her involvement with Joey Bowen. Franklin has refrained from sharing his opinion with his sister, which is that he doesn't think Harper is a bad person. He has always liked her. She has been a fan of his music. She came to see him every time he played and was the first person to buy his ill-fated CD of original songs. Harper has never been anything but sweet and lovely to him, and he had witnessed firsthand the crap she had to put up with as a cocktail waitress at Dahlia's. Those girls were teased and manhandled and harassed. A chance to quit slinging drinks and do something far easier, if illegal and dangerous, for Joey Bowen must have seemed like an answer of sorts. Franklin also believes that no affair is ever one partner's fault. It signifies the collapse of the union. This past winter, Franklin stopped by Reed and Sadie's house to get a prescription for a Z-Pack. Franklin had a nasty case of bronchitis that was wreaking havoc with his carpentry and singing. It was a Sunday afternoon. Sadie was at the pie shop, and Reed was home alone, drinking an 18-year-old Aberlour, watching the Patriots in the playoffs. He invited Franklin to stay. He held up his glass. "Aberlour has its own medicinal properties, you know." After they had each had 2 glasses, Franklin's with water, Reed's straight, Reed muted the television. The Pats were winning in a blowout. Reed said, "Does your sister ever say if she's happy being married to me?" The question was as welcome as a bowling ball to the groin. Franklin sucked in a breath and opened his mouth to reassure his brother that yes, his sister was happy. Of course she was happy. Why wouldn't she be happy? It was island-wide opinion that Dr. Reed Zimmer was a great guy. Reliable, trustworthy, dedicated. A Martha's Vineyard treasure, a hero even. But Franklin had, in fact, accidentally overheard Sadie talking to their mother, Lydia, during one of the family dinners Reed hadn't been able to attend because he'd been called into the hospital. Sadie had been venting to Lydia because Reed had suddenly decided he wanted children. "But I won't do it," Sadie had said, "and I will punish him until he takes the words back." Franklin had stopped listening at that point. He had sought refuge with his father, who was loath to talk about anything more controversial than local politics. "I don't know," Franklin said to his brother-in-law. He and Reed had never had a heart-to-heart chat before. He didn't know Reed was capable of it. But of course Reed needed a confidant. Everyone did. "We haven't slept together in over a year," Reed said. He had slugged back his scotch and poured another 2 fingers. "And I'm talking sex, but I'm also telling you we now keep different bedrooms. She won't touch me at all, Franklin." Franklin had been muted by discomfort. The next to last thing he wanted to hear about was his sister's sex life. The last thing he wanted to hear about was his parents' sex life. But he put 2 and 2 together and deduced that cutting Reed off was Sadie's way of exacting her punishment. Now, Franklin is not saying Reed was justified in having an affair, but he isn't sure how Sadie saw that strategy working out to her advantage, other than that it would ensure she wouldn't have a child. At this point, neither does she have a husband. They sit down to dinner promptly at 6. Franklin's mother doesn't believe in a cocktail hour. She claims hors d'oeuvres ruin the appetite. She also has no use for seasonality. It's mid-July, and she has made a pot roast with potatoes and carrots and onions, snowflake rolls from scratch, and an iceberg salad with bottled blue cheese dressing. Franklin has warned his mother that one day the Martha's Vineyard Farmers Market police are going to arrest her simply for serving iceberg lettuce. But Lydia feels no shame. Franklin sweats his way through the meal in more ways than one. All he can do is hope that his mother made pie for dessert, peach or triple berry. He pictures Tabitha rolling Paul Revere's ride onto the powder room walls, a few specks of paint dotting her nose. She had told him right before he left that Wyatt, her children's father, was a professional house painter and had long ago taught her how to tape off a room. The thunderbolt of jealousy Franklin experienced nearly caused him to pass out. It was only on the way to his parents' house that he thought, children? He has only heard about the daughter, Ansley. "So," Sadie says, contributing to conversation for the first time, "where are you working these days, Frankie?" The childhood nickname is a playful touch. Maybe she's not as damaged as she looks. But even so, Franklin can't own up to the truth. He harbors the naive belief that if he just lets some more time pass, Sadie's mindset will improve, and she won't care when he tells her he's seeing Tabitha Frost. And the word seeing doesn't begin to convey how he feels. He's gobsmacked. He's neck-deep in emotion for the woman. "Cutty hunk?" he says nonchalantly. "Really?" she says. Her tone is indecipherable. Is she calling his bluff or merely impressed? "Really?" he says. "So you're using the boat then?" she asks. "You should take me over there sometime." "We can all go," Lydia says. Now, honey," Al says. "Franklin is working." "I am working," Franklin says. "Believe me, there's nothing I'd rather do than have the 3 of you join me for a leisurely day on Cuttyhunk. But it isn't really feasible with the project I'm involved in." "Of course not," Al says. Sadie stares at him. Franklin leaves his parents' house that evening with his secret intact. But how much longer can he hope to keep it that way? Not much longer, we all suspect. because who has ever successfully kept a secret on this island? It's 3 days later when Tad Morrissey is backing up in the parking lot of Cottle's Lumberyard in Edgartown and gets T-boned from the right by Roger Dorr, who had parked in the Cottle's lot but spent nearly an hour over at Coop's Bait and Tackle talking about where the stripers are running, and apparently nipping from the flask of Bushmills he takes with him everywhere. Tad recognizes Roger Dorr but doesn't properly know him, and the accident has brought out Tad's infrequently seen Irish temper. "What the hell?" he shouts. "You just rammed right into me!" Roger Dorr tucks the flask under the passenger seat and climbs out of his truck to inspect the damage he did to the vehicle of the angry young man. His wife, Cecily, is going to clobber him. Roger has retired as a general contractor and now works solely as an odd jobs man, but he is selective with his clients and therefore spends most of his time either fishing in his 13-foot whaler or golfing with Smitty at Farm Neck. And drinking, of course, but only during the day. Roger Dorr is routinely in bed by 8:30. Tad also gets out to inspect the damage and finds a dent the size of Quitza Pond in the side panel of his F-250. He feels heat rising from the soles of his feet, and his hands start to itch. He wants to punch the old man right in the face, break his nose, bust open his lip. Tad feels about his truck the way most people feel about their children. "Sorry about that," Roger says. He steps closer to Tad and lowers his voice. "Think we can work something out without getting insurance involved?" "Like hell," Tad says. He has lived on the island for 7 years and has seen the likes of Roger Dorr way too often. Old salts who think they can say anything and do anything because one of their ancestors was banging the original Martha who owned the Vineyard. "I'm calling the police." Roger Dorr's shoulders slump. Cecily will have his head on a platter. A little while later, Sergeant Drew Truman is on the scene, filing an accident report. He knows Roger Dorr from the Rotary Club, which is a point in Roger's favor, although it seems like Roger might be at fault. "Give him a breathalyzer," Tad says. "He's been drinking." "I beg your pardon, young man," Roger says. "I have to get back to work," Tad says, pointing to the back of his pickup, which is filled with 2x4s and sheets of plywood. "I'm on a deadline." Is it possible that Roger Dorr has been drinking? Drew wonders. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning. The younger gentleman is calling for a breathalyzer, but it comes across as though he's telling Drew how to do his job, at which Drew takes umbrage. He decides just to give Roger Dorr a moving violation and puts him at fault for the accident. Their insurance companies can battle it out. In an attempt to make nice with the hot-headed Irish guy, Drew realizes he's met him once before, at the bar at Sharky's, where he was watching soccer and screaming at the TV. He says, "Where are you working?" "Daggett Avenue," Tad says. He pulls his phone out of his back pocket and checks the time. "This bleeder cost me 45 minutes I don't have, and now I'm looking at trying to get back to Tisbury in lunchtime traffic." Drew nods sympathetically. Traffic is every Vineyarder's favorite thing to complain about, followed closely by mopeds and taxi drivers, which are really just subcategories of traffic. "Daggett Avenue?" Roger Dorr says. Despite enjoying half a flask, at least, of Bushmills, he experiences a moment of lucidity. "Are you the one working on Billy Frost's house?" Tad stares at the old man. "Billy Frost's house?" Just hearing the name Frost causes Sergeant Drew Truman to suffer chest pain. He had fallen for Harper Frost, but what a fool he had been. Just last week, Drew had pulled over a Rooster Express truck for making an illegal U-turn on Meeting House Road. Drew had entertained the faintest hope that he would find Harper driving, but it had been Rooster himself. He told Drew that he had fired Harper and that she had left island. Drew studies Tad. "Are you working on Billy Frost's house?" Tad shrugs. "Does it matter? Or can I go?" "Just answer the question, please, sir," Drew says, though he knows the question is out of bounds. "Are you working on Billy Frost's house?" Tad has promised Franklin that he will keep his mouth shut about the job, but he isn't about to lie to an officer of the law. And this guy, he knows, is a hometown hero and a member of one of the most prominent families in Oak Bluffs. He probably has the power to make Tad's life miserable in ways Tad can't even imagine. Besides, he needs to get out of there. His poor truck. "Yeah," Tad says. "And who is it you work for?" Drew asks, though suddenly he knows the answer because they talked about it at the bar at Sharky's. He works for... Tad knows this is it. The end of Franklin's fantasy that he could work on Billy Frost's house and have a wild-ass love affair with Harper Frost's twin sister, Tabitha, without anyone finding out about it. Oh well, Tad thinks. "Franklin Phelps," Tad says. Since Drew broke up with Harper, he has only one confidant, Chief Oberg. The chief has been very patient and nurturing with his sergeant because Drew Truman is a straight arrow with unimpeachable character and integrity, and with the current troubling atmosphere surrounding law enforcement, Chief Oberg has devoted himself to focusing on the cops he considers his shining stars. When Drew gets back to the station, he finds Chief Oberg in the break room eating kale salad out of a Tupperware container. He tells the chief about the accident. Then he reveals that Franklin Phelps is working on Billy Frost's house. That's weird, right? Because Harper was having an affair with Dr. Zimmer, and Dr. Zimmer is married to Sadie, who is Franklin Phelps's sister. That's a conflict of interest, right? Chief Oberg stabs a piece of kale. His wife Joanne is on a diet, and when Joanne is on a diet, the whole house is on a diet. After his shift, he's going to stop at Shiretown Meats for an Italian sub with extra hot peppers. "It's the Vineyard, Drew," the chief says. "Everything here is a conflict of interest." He says this to placate his young colleague, and Drew thanks him dutifully and wanders away. But the person who does agree with Drew that it's a conflict of interest is Shirley Sparks, Chief Oberg's administrative assistant, whose desk is right outside the break room. Shirley is in the Excellent Point book group with Franklin's and Sadie's mother, Lydia Phelps, and she finds it interesting, indeed startling, that Franklin is working on the house of the father of the woman who betrayed his sister. She wonders if Lydia knows about this. If she does know about it, she must need someone to talk to. And if she doesn't know about it, she should. Shirley calls Lydia. Ansley. What started out as the worst summer of her life has gotten better. First, Ansley succeeded in recapturing Teddy's interest. Since bumping into him at 21 Broad, he has texted her every day, asking when he can see her, when they can hang out. Both Kaylee and Harper counsel Ansley to be slow and measured in her responses. Ansley does love Teddy, but he hurt her. Emotionally for certain, but also physically that afternoon in the cubby. And Ansley isn't sure that getting back together with Teddy is what she wants. It's nice to have him in pursuit, however. A lot nicer than pining away for him. Kaylee catches Emma shoplifting 2 pairs of hanky-panky low-rise thongs from the store, and she calls the police. Dutch shows up to get Emma off the hook, but his appearance only makes things worse because it turns out that Dutch Marlowe was the one who got Kaylee fired from the Straight Wharf. Ainsley's head spins at this news. On the one hand, she thinks, of course it was dirty, disgusting Dutch Marlowe who grabbed Kaylee's ass. And then somehow Dutch managed to turn the tables so that Kaylee was the one who got fired. On the other hand, Ansley is grateful to Dutch because if Kaylee hadn't gotten fired, she wouldn't be working at the ERF boutique, and they wouldn't now be friends. Kaylee has taught Ansley so much about grace and kindness and the power of pure intentions. She leads by example. After breaking up with Ramsey, She has chosen not to date anyone else for a while. She wants to spend time with herself, she says. Ansley loves this idea. She decides that she may get back together with Teddy down the road, but for the rest of the summer and the beginning of her junior year, she is going to spend time with herself. She has gone beyond her summer reading assignments and is devouring all of Edith Wharton, book by book. She has started getting up earlier so she can jog down the Cliff Road bike path to the water tower and back, 2 miles round trip before work. She has signed up for a class at the corner table called Cooking Basics because one of the things she loves about Aunt Harper is her home-cooked meals. Ansley imagines her mother returning to find her daughter well-read, in shape, and accomplished in the kitchen. A text arrives from Teddy a few days after Ansley told him about the shoplifting that says, "Did you hear the latest about Emma?" Ainsley's insides turn cold. Has Emma been hurt? Has Emma been in an accident? Has Emma died? The thought is, frankly, horrifying, which also shows how much Ansley has evolved. A few weeks earlier, Emma's untimely demise seemed like the only answer to ending Ainsley's agony. "What?" she texts back. "Dutch is sending her to boarding school," Teddy says, "in Pennsylvania. The George School." Ansley shrieks. Emma is going to boarding school in Pennsylvania. Ansley can't believe how ecstatic this news makes her. The prospect of finishing high school without having to deal with either Emma the enemy or even Emma the friend is like a golden sunrise. Ansley can start fresh. She can reinvent herself. She can be good. "I wish her well," she texts. It's a Tuesday, and Ansley is working with Kaylee when Candace Beasley walks into the boutique. Ansley gasps. Candace has cut off her hair. Her long, shiny strawberry blonde locks have been hacked into a blunt bob that barely clears the back of her neck. She still wears the grosgrain headband, however. Today's is black with tiny white polka dots, and it matches her simple outfit of white Current Elliott boyfriend shorts and a scoop-neck black t-shirt. Once Ansley recovers from the surprise of Candace's haircut, she grows wary about why Candace is here. Maybe she has come to finish what Emma started. Maybe there's a snub-nosed revolver in Candace's straw clutch. Kaylee reaches out to touch Ainsley's shoulder. She must recognize Candace. "Can I help you?" Kaylee says. "Oh," Candace says, "I came to talk to Ansley." There are 3 other women browsing. One is a woman named Lisa Hawkwater, who has spent more than $5,000 in the boutique so far this summer. She religiously follows Kaylee's Facebook posts and nearly always comes in to try on and then buy the outfit of the day. She also bought a vintage men's watch because she loves the way Harper wears Billy's watch. Ansley, Kaylee, and Harper all fawn over Lisa, not just because she's their best customer, but also because she's irreverent and funny. She's a reading specialist in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and she has a Rottweiler Black Lab mix named Potter, who has become best friends with Fish. Ansley says, "You can help Lisa. I'm okay." "You sure?" Kaylee says. Ansley steps out from behind the register to help Candace. "Your hair!" "My mother forced me to donate 14 inches to Locks of Love," Candace says. "Forced you?" Ansley says. "I had to make amends," Candace says. "I've gone way off the rails this summer, according to my parents." Ansley shrugs. "You hang out with Emma. Emma invented off the rails." "Did you hear she's going to boarding school?" "I did," Ansley says. "Teddy told me." She says this is a jab, but Candace remains unfazed. "Teddy and I broke up," Candace says. "It was never that serious." "Well," Ansley says, "it seriously hurt my feelings." "I know," Candace says. She wanders over to a rack holding several Roxy dresses in a rainbow of colors and fingers the obi of the one in peach. "I came in to apologize to you." I should never have gotten mixed up with Teddy or with Emma. I guess... Her voice trails off, and Ansley sees her eyes shining with tears. I was hurt back when we stopped being friends. I didn't understand it. You dropped me because I wasn't cool enough, and now I understand that I wasn't cool enough. I matured more slowly than you did. I couldn't have kept up with you and Emma. Ansley blinks. I was cruel to you. I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, Candace says. She shakes her head, and her short hair shimmies. Let me finish. I wanted to be friends with Emma, and I wanted to date Teddy. Not because they were suited for me, but because you had them. It's okay, Candace. I egged your house with Emma. I know. I get sick when I think about it, Candace says. Ansley gives her a sad smile. Me too. Part of me believes that with Emma leaving, you and I can be friends again. Ansley thinks about this. Maybe we can, she says. But I'm holding off on having a boyfriend for a while, and I'm also holding off on having a best friend. Fair enough, Candace says. She stuffs her hands into the front pockets of her shorts and tilts her head. Is it true that your mother left for a while and her twin sister came to take her place? Yeah, Ansley says, but that's not as crazy as it sounds. Or maybe it is as crazy as it sounds, Ansley thinks later. When she's finished at work, she checks her phone. She has been so absorbed in her own drama that she's lost track of her mother. The last time Tabitha called was 5 days earlier. Is that possible? Ansley sits on a bench on Main Street near the place where she has chained her bike and does the unthinkable. She voluntarily calls her mother. Darling, Tabitha says. She sounds happy, giddy even, and Ansley reels for a second. Xanax, maybe? Hi, Mama, she says. I was just thinking about you, Tabitha says. You should see what we're doing to Gramps' house. It was a total disaster area, but we're redoing everything, and it's going to be gorgeous, like one of the houses in Domino. Who is we? Ansley wonders. She says, I thought you and Aunt Harper had agreed to tear it down. Harper wanted to tear it down. She didn't see the potential. Do you know what we found under the wall-to-wall carpeting? Ansley tries to guess what would be exciting to someone like her mother. Savings bonds? She says. Basically, Tabitha says, there are random with heart pine floors under the carpet. Sick, Ansley says. Then she remembers that her mother dislikes this response. So tell me, Tabitha says, how's the store? The store is good, Ansley says. She isn't sure what Harper has told Tabitha about the changes they've made at the boutique. It's really busy all the time. Megan says sales are way up. Tabitha says. I heard you had a party. Ansley is caught off guard by this. A party? Megan told me, Tabitha says. I heard all about the punch and the popcorn. I didn't drink any of the punch, Ansley says. And the avocado toasts? And the music? The thing is, Mama, since the party, the reputation of the store has totally changed. Oh, I'm sure it has, Tabitha says. No, for the better. It's become a place where people want to shop. It's hip now. It's cool. Your grandmother doesn't want a hip shop or a cool shop, Tabitha says. Your grandmother wants a dignified shop, a classic, timeless shop. That has always been the idea. That has always been the guiding principle. But her designs aren't timeless, Ansley says. That's why her Newbury Street store closed, isn't it? The only people who want to buy the ERF label are like 100 years old. Your aunt is cheapening the brand, Tabitha says. She has always sullied everything she touches, and this is no different. Mama, Ansley says. But I've washed my hands of it for the summer, Tabitha says. And I haven't said a word to your grandmother because she's trying to heal, but I assure you she will be very unhappy, and it's entirely Harper's fault. Why do you hate Aunt Harper so much? Ansley asks. Tabitha ignores the question. I am curious about one thing, she says. Megan says you hired a new sales associate. Yes, Ansley says. She wonders how bad it would be if she hung up right now and later claimed the call dropped. Who is it? I meant to call the boutique and find out, but I've been consumed with this renovation. Ansley? Ansley considers lying and making up a name. Carrie Bradshaw, or no, that won't work, so something else. But she will be found out. And what is her new pledge? To be a good person. To tell the truth. Kaylee Keohane, she says. There is silence. Ansley cringes. Then Tabitha says, Kaylee? The little girl Ramsey dates? Dated, Ansley squeaks. They broke up. They broke up before we hired her. Ansley wants to speak up in Kaylee's defense and explain the Facebook posts and the outfit of the day and how successful this campaign has been, and why Kaylee is such a good person and a team player, and what a kind, supportive friend she's been to Ansley. And she's not a little girl. She's 22 years old, an adult. But Ansley is afraid that if she defends Kaylee, her mother will only get angrier. So she says nothing. Huh, Tabitha says, and she hangs up. Ansley rides her bike home as fast as she can. When she reaches the carriage house, she runs upstairs. For the first time all summer, the central air is on, and Aunt Harper is wrapped in the mohair blanket from Nantucket looms, which cost as much as a new car. Tabitha doesn't like Ansley to use it. The blinds have been pulled, and the upstairs is as dark as a cave. Ansley stares at her aunt. Is she sick? Hey, Ansley says. She nudges her aunt. Are you okay, Aunt Harper? It's not like her aunt to sleep in the middle of the day. On her other days off, she is a regular Vasco da Gama, out exploring parts of the island Ansley didn't even know existed. Harper's eyes flutter open. Yes, she says. I'm just really tired. I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry, Ansley says, but I need to tell you something. Harper sits up, gingerly it seems, with her arm bracing her midsection as though her stomach hurts, and she brings her feet to the floor. What is it? I talked to Tabitha, Ansley says. My mother, I mean. Okay. She found out about the party. She says we're sullying the ERF brand, making it less distinctive or distinguished or whatever. Harper scoffs. Of course she said that. She must not care about actual money. But that's not what I'm worried about, Ansley says. What are you worried about? She asked who we hired to work in the boutique, and I told her it was Kaylee, and she hung up on me. She'll get over it, Harper says. Kaylee is a stellar employee. Tabitha is just bitter. But what if she comes back here and fires Kaylee? Ansley says. What if she shows up and undoes all the changes we've made? Harper stands up to give Ansley a hug. You don't have to worry about this. This is old stuff between me and your mom coming to the surface. We disagree on, well, just about everything. I don't want you getting caught in the middle. I just want things to stay like they are right now, Ansley says. If my mother comes home, everything will go back to the way it was. But I think maybe she's too busy renovating Gramps' house to come back here. We're tearing Gramps' house down, Harper says. No, Ansley says. Mama is renovating it, she said. I guess she found some kind of special wood under the carpet. What? Harper says. Her voice is suddenly loud and sharp, and Ansley takes a step backwards. She congratulates herself for somehow managing to make things worse. Does she not understand I need money? I can't wait 6 months or a year to see the sale proceeds. I can't spend $150,000 on a chair rail and Berber rugs and a clawfoot tub and whatever else she thinks that house needs. I need money. I need security. I need a nest egg. Harper grabs her phone. "I'm putting an end to this." No, Ansley thinks. Harper goes down to her bedroom. Ansley hears her shout, "Tabitha, what have you done? We agreed to tear the house down, put the land on the market, and sell it." Ansley collapses on the sofa and holds her head in her hands. She had thought the experiment of her mother and aunt switching places was working. "You don't know what the Vineyard Haven real estate market is like," Harper screams. "It could be a year or longer until we see any money." She pauses, and Ansley assumes her mother is talking. "It's not tit for tat. I threw that party because I was trying to help the store. I was trying to improve sales and make some money to pay the rent, and I did. You're renovating Billy's house because you want a vanity project. I should file a cease and desist order." "Well, fine. Maybe I will. We'll see how little you care when the sheriff comes to visit." Ansley groans. The experiment is not working. The following afternoon, when Ansley enters the carriage house, she hears fish barking, and she knows there's trouble. Her mother is here, she thinks, and her stomach drops to her feet. The FJ40 wasn't in the driveway, but that doesn't mean anything. It's high summer. Maybe she couldn't get it across on the ferry. Maybe it's parked over in front of Seamless. Ansley didn't think to look. Ansley takes the stairs 2 at a time and finds Aunt Harper kneeling on the living room floor, her phone in one hand, her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth open but no sound coming out. "Aunt Harper," Ansley says. "What is it? What happened?" She immediately thinks this is her mother's fault, or her grandmother's. Maybe they're the ones who have called the sheriff or filed legal action. Her aunt rocks back on her heels and lets out a strangled cry. Ansley instinctively knows that something big has happened. Something bigger than a disagreement about store policy or vineyard real estate. Someone is dead. But who? Who? It takes a few minutes for Ansley to get Harper calmed down enough to piece together the story. It's not her mother, and it's not Eleanor. It's a friend of Aunt Harper's, a close friend, a boyfriend maybe, a man named Brendan. He killed himself, overdosed intentionally on pills. Ainsley's stomach sours. Suicide combines the awful shock of an unexpected death with something even more sinister. To kill yourself means to experience the ultimate blackness. It means inhabiting a room with no air, no light, no hope. It terrifies Ansley. "His mother told me he wasn't doing well," Harper says through her tears. "But I didn't go back. I thought if I went back I would make things worse. And look, I've made things worse. He's gone, and it's my fault." "No," Ansley says. She doesn't know anything about this person, Brendan, or his relationship with her aunt, but calling his suicide her fault feels wrong. Her aunt is a loving soul, kind all the way to her core. She has confessed to Ansley that she has made a bunch of poor choices in her life. She didn't make the most of her potential. She got mixed up with some bad people, and she knowingly betrayed some good people. She hasn't gone into much detail about any of this, nor has she explained why Tabitha hates her so much. She has been too busy tending to Ansley and the store and Ramsey and Kaylee and Megan and Fish. But now Harper is the one who needs tending to. "No, not your fault. Don't say that again." Ansley tries to think what Harper needs most right that second. Ice water, arms around her, then action, a plan. They will go to the vineyard. Harper, Ansley, and Fish. Ansley will book the ferry. She will ask Megan to cover their shifts at work. She will help Harper get back home. Tabitha. When Franklin gets home from his parents' house, it's late, and he's drunk. "How was it?" Tabitha asks carefully. She expected him hours ago. She finished the first coat of paint in the powder room by 7:30, then decided to see what all the hype was about, so she drove to Menemsha and waited 40 minutes for a lobster roll from Larson's Fish Market. She couldn't get over how mobbed Menemsha was with people waiting for the sunset. It was like a day plucked from the 1970s. Happy people with sandy feet lining the wall overlooking the water, drinking wine from waxy paper cups. A guy with a guitar played Hotel California, then segued into I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing, then transitioned into Beth by Kiss while people sang along. Nantucket didn't have a nightly community gathering like this. The best place to watch the sunset on Nantucket was at Galley Beach Restaurant. When the sun set, the patrons clapped. Then they got back to their vintage Veuve Clicquot and $43 Dover sole. And that, Tabitha supposed, was the difference between the two islands. Well, one of the differences. The lobster roll was delicious, although Tabitha was so hungry by the time she finally got it that she stuffed it unceremoniously into her face, then wished she'd gotten 2 of them. She expected Franklin to be home by the time she got back, but he wasn't. She tamped down the anger and resentment that arose. They had been together such a short time, she hardly owned him. Now here he is, smelling like he dove into a swimming pool filled with Jameson. It was, Franklin says. It was... Tabitha waits. I stopped by the wharf on my way home, he says. Wharf pub. Okay, Tabitha says. She tries to keep her voice neutral. Something is bothering him. Or maybe he just needed to blow off steam. Maybe he had friends to see. Maybe going to the wharf pub is something he always does after having dinner at his parents' house. You said something earlier that made me wonder, he says. You said Wyatt was your children's father. But I've only heard you talk about Ansley. Do you have a child I don't know about? Tabitha grows rigid. Here it is then. It's her chance. And yet she doesn't like having it forced upon her. Her first instinct is to deflect the question, or even lie. Then she can backpedal later. She doesn't want to lie to Franklin. She takes a deep breath. It's dark and late, and Franklin is drunk. Somehow this all serves to make saying the words easier. Had, she says. I had a son named Julian. Tabitha. He died, Tabitha says. Incredibly, she remains dry-eyed. She speaks like she's reading words off a page. He was born at 28 weeks. That's very premature. His lungs? Well, it's always the lungs with preemies. He stayed in the NICU for 10 weeks, up in Boston, and I stayed with him. And then, finally, they let him come home. He still wasn't completely healthy, we knew that, so we rented a cottage across the street from the hospital here. Tabitha swallows. It was hell. I didn't sleep. It's probably fair to say I didn't sleep the entire time he was alive. That must have been so. But his voice trails off, as if he doesn't know what word to choose, as if he doesn't know what it must have been like. And he's right. He doesn't know. I was half out of my mind, Tabitha says. That's an expression, but in my case it was true. I was certifiably insane. All that mattered was my baby. I wanted him back in the hospital, but our insurance had run out, and Wyatt refused to let me take money from Eleanor. Plus, the baby was fine. Not thriving, maybe. Not fat or bouncing. But he was fine. The tears start as Tabitha remembers Julian focusing his eyes and holding up his head. He had grabbed her finger. He never cried, not in the robust way of a newborn anyway, and that had bothered Tabitha. He made a weak bleating noise when he was hungry or wet. That was all his little lungs, the size of eggs, could produce. But the doctors had said he was out of the woods. How many times had that phrase been uttered? Out of the woods, like a child in a fairy tale, safe from bears, snakes, evil witches living in crooked houses. The doctors had also made it clear that there were no guarantees. Every premature baby was at risk. And Julian had been slow to gain weight. At times he had been listless and difficult to feed. Tabitha had pumped breast milk night and day, believing that would keep him alive, even though Wyatt pointed out that he ate more when they gave him formula. Wyatt had tried. Tabitha had to admit that. He had wanted to help both Julian and Tabitha. That was why, in the second week of August, when Julian seemed better and Tabitha was most definitely showing signs of a frayed psyche, crying all the time, dropping dishes, pulling her hair out in clumps, Wyatt had called Harper on the Vineyard, finally taking her up on her offer to help. Wildflowers, champagne on the edge of the dock, their feet skimming the top of the water, dancing at the chicken box. I can't live, with or without you. Tabitha can't go any further. He died, she says, August 15th, 2003. He was 2 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days old. Franklin lies down next to Tabitha, but promptly passes out on top of the covers. For the first time, he snores, and she can't fall asleep. They don't speak of it again. Tabitha wonders if Franklin remembers the conversation, but it isn't anything she wants to revisit, especially not in the bright sunlight while they're trying to renovate Billy's house. Even hungover, Franklin installs the new kitchen cabinets the next day and sets in the porcelain farmhouse sink. There are 2 Portuguese guys from Fall River, both named Paolo, sanding down the floors in the living and dining rooms, and a plumbing crew from Mashpee is upstairs redoing the master and second bathrooms. Tad is going to tile the master bath, but for right now he's tearing out the carpet upstairs. As soon as the carpet is out, Tabitha will paint. She also goes out to get sandwiches for everyone from Lucky Hank's, which costs her $110 and takes 90 minutes because of traffic. But still, everything is good, she tells herself. Everything is fine. That afternoon, Ansley calls, and Tabitha is heartened. This is the first unsolicited phone call from her daughter since she's left. Tabitha has no intention of bringing up the party at the store, but somehow the topic pops out of her, and once Tabitha gets started, she can't stop. It's almost as if she's trying to sabotage her own happiness, because she makes Ansley tell her whom Harper hired to replace Mary Jo. Kaylee. Harper hired Kaylee. No sooner has Tabitha had time to digest this fact, and yes, a part of her is incensed, but part of her is thinking Kaylee would be an asset to the store. Even Eleanor might agree with that. Then Harper calls, screaming like her head is on fire. She has found out that Tabitha is renovating instead of tearing the house down. She's upset that Tabitha is turning Billy's house into a civilized place where some family might live a life of happy refinement. "Who's working on it for you?" Harper asks after she's gone on her rampage. "Who are you using as a contractor?" Tabitha will not tell her. There is no way she's going to let Harper interfere with what's going on here. She hangs up. Tomorrow, a landscaping crew from Billerica is coming. They are going to mow the lawn and tear out all the overgrowth, the ugly bushes, the crooked pines, the vines, the weeds, and the sad little vegetable garden. They will sod and mulch, cut beds, plant hydrangeas and perennials. It will be Tabitha's job to water, water, water. The landscaper grew up on the vineyard and is a good friend of Franklin's. His name is Richie Grennan, and he will be staying at Franklin's house for the 2 days it will take to do the work. Richie and I played football together. He's like a brother to me. I trust him with my life, Franklin says. Tabitha expects to like Richie, and she expects Richie to like her back. After all, they both love Franklin. Or if Richie doesn't believe that Tabitha loves Franklin, their relationship being too new, she at least expects him to like her because she's paying $15,000 for him to do the work on the yard. Richie is short and fair with a sunburn that ends at the collar and sleeves of his grass-stained t-shirt. He has bright blue eyes and no lips. He nods at Tabitha and says, "How are ya?" His hands remain on his hips. He's wearing khaki cargo shorts with a leather belt and work boots. Tabitha smiles. "How are you?" she says with a touch of flirtatiousness. "I really appreciate your coming to do this." She is interrupted by Franklin, who bounds past her and picks Richie up clear off the ground. Richie finally smiles. Then Franklin asks if he wants to see the yard, and the three of them head back, with Tabitha trailing behind. Maybe Richie doesn't relate well to women, Tabitha thinks. Fine, she won't get offended. She listens to Franklin explain to Richie exactly what they want. She doesn't interject because Franklin is on point. He mentions everything they talked about in a logical order. He is her general contractor, so that's his job. He is also her lover, but what does that matter to Richie? Richie and his crew get to work. Tabitha goes to Skinny's for sandwiches because Franklin mentioned that it used to be Richie's favorite place. He likes the chicken Philly. Tabitha gets him 2 of them. After lunch, Tabitha paints the small 3rd bedroom a placid color called St. Giles Green. Tad is tiling the master bath in honey-colored marble. Franklin is working with the stone guy in the kitchen. The countertops are oiled soapstone except for one section, which is butcher block. The plumbers from Mashpee have hooked up the Sub-Zero fridge and the standalone ice machine, and they have installed the fixtures over the farmhouse sink. The gas guy is due that afternoon to hook up the Wolf range, 6 burners and a griddle. Out back, Richie is driving a front-end loader and directing his crew of 5. He already has half the yard cleared. Tabitha can't get over how much better it looks. She is thrilled at the transformation of the house, but something feels off. Maybe it's Richie, she thinks. Franklin and Richie ate their sandwiches out back, sitting side by side on the bumper of Franklin's truck. Tabitha decided to let them have time alone to catch up, and Franklin either noticed and didn't say anything or didn't notice. His attitude toward her is 1 degree cooler than usual, she thinks. She worries that the story about Julian has changed things. Franklin sees her differently, and not for the better. He must see her now as a person who failed at the most basic task that we, as humans, are given, to keep our children alive. Tabitha closes herself in the powder room, which, at the moment, is the only functioning bathroom, and splashes water on her face. She needs to get a grip. There is no way someone as evolved as Franklin would think less of her because she lost a child. He went through so much with his girlfriend Patty. Surely, of all the men Tabitha knows, Franklin is the most equipped to handle the story of Julian. So then what's wrong? Probably he's just tired. And Tabitha is tired and upset about Harper. And it's hot. She needs to stop imagining things. That night, Franklin announces that he and Richie are going to dinner at Offshore Ale, and then, most likely, they're going night fishing. Oh, Tabitha says, okay. She feels stung but tries not to let it show. Franklin kisses her goodbye on the nose. The nose, as though she's 5 years old. Richie is already outside climbing into Franklin's truck, so Tabitha grabs Franklin by the shirt buttons and says, Hey. Hey what? Is something wrong? No, Franklin says. Then kiss me like you mean it, please. Franklin looks at her a second. Then he places his hands on either side of her face and delivers the sexiest kiss she has ever received. It's not too much. If anything, it's just shy of enough. She wants, needs, deeper, longer, harder. Her legs have turned to sawdust, dandelion fluff, something that can be blown away. "Was that what you wanted?" he asks. She can't speak. "Okay then," he says. He turns and walks out the door. Tabitha puts a second coat of Paul Revere's Ride on the powder room walls. Then, since she's on a roll, she starts on the lavender room with an oil-based primer called Kills. She bids the lavender adieu. There is zen in painting, she finds, but her mind keeps turning over the slight changes in Franklin's behavior. They went from a full-on sex and love binge to, well, they'd had sex early that morning before Tad and Richie arrived, but sex isn't exactly what Tabitha is craving. She misses tenderness, hand-holding, Franklin's finger running along her cheekbone, his mouth on the back of her neck. Tabitha imagines Franklin and Richie out at Offshore Ale, flirting with the young waitresses in tight t-shirts and short shorts. Franklin probably knows them all by name. As the walls of the lavender bedroom become white, Tabitha writes a story across them. Franklin follows one of the young waitresses into the kitchen. They find a dark corner, a pantry maybe, or the room where the kegs are stored. And Franklin kisses the waitress the way he has just kissed Tabitha. The waitress slides her hand down the front of Franklin's jeans. Tabitha wonders what he meant by night fishing. Will they actually go fishing at night? Or is it a euphemism for something else? "Stop," she tells herself. The door to the bedroom is closed. Possibly the fumes are getting to her. She has no reason to doubt Franklin. But he is a single man out with one of his single friends. They are drinking. And who's to say this relationship is exclusive? They haven't defined it. They haven't set any boundaries or parameters. They've basically been living together for 2 weeks, but Franklin hasn't called her his girlfriend. He didn't take her to meet his parents. She hasn't been back to his house since that first night. She never learned the address. And she isn't confident she could find it again, although she's pretty sure it's somewhere in Oak Bluffs. What does Tabitha know about him, really? He picked her up at a bar. Who's to say he won't pick up someone else tonight? She should go somewhere, to dinner or the movies. She overheard someone at Skinny's today talking about eating at Alchemy. Tabitha could easily take a shower, put on a dress, and go find trouble of her own. Instead, she pulls a beer out of the cooler that Franklin keeps on the back deck. Then she fishes one of the Ambien she stole from Eleanor's stash out of her purse. She is so agitated that she takes a second Ambien and wanders up to the master bedroom because it's now the only place to sleep. She lies face down on her father's bed and thinks that she would like to cry, except that she's suddenly too tired to summon the effort. She hears footsteps on the stairs and opens her eyes to see Tad and his Carhartts carrying his tiling trowel. He walks past her into the master bathroom. Tabitha's mouth is cottony. She wants to sit up, but she can't. She succumbs. She opens her eyes. Where is she? It takes her a minute. Nantucket, she thinks. No. The Vineyard. Billy's house. Billy's room. She turns her head. Her neck is stiff. There's an old-fashioned clock radio on the nightstand. The glowing blue numbers say it's 1:13. Billy's clock is wrong, which is not surprising. Everything about this house is wrong. Tabitha reaches her arms out to her sides so that her body is in the shape of a cross. No Franklin. She eyes the door to the master bathroom. It's closed tight, and there doesn't seem to be any activity on the other side. But wasn't Tad just there? Or did she dream that? When she checks her phone, she sees that it is 1:15, in the afternoon. She is appalled at herself. The Ambien knocked her out for 15 hours, and she still feels woozy. There are no texts and no missed calls from Franklin, which is a good thing. He must be downstairs working. She can't imagine how she'll explain sleeping the morning away. She slinks downstairs and is met with the powerful smell of polyurethane. The Portuguese Paulos are varnishing the floors. They look gorgeous, honey-toned and silky. And they were there all along, smothered underneath the hideous carpeting. "Franklin?" she calls out. "No here," one of the Paulos says. "No?" Tabitha says. She tries to remember what was on the docket for today. Kitchen, she thought. Getting to the kitchen can only be done by walking the far perimeter of the living room, past the powder room and into the dining area. Through the skinny dining room windows, Tabitha sees Richie on a spade digging a hole for the mature hydrangeas, whose roots are wrapped in burlap. Richie is here. That's good, she supposes. He and Franklin didn't get lost down the rabbit hole. Tabitha finds Tad in the kitchen, tiling the backsplash behind the range. "Hey," she says. "Sorry I slept for so long." Tad barely looks up. "You're not on my payroll." "No, I know," she says. "It's just, well, I like to get up and at 'em." She watches Tad place the smoky glass tile row by row. This kitchen is going to be spectacular. She can't believe the difference. She clears her throat. She could use a glass of ice water, some Motrin, some strong coffee. "Do you know where Franklin is?" "No," Tad says. He doesn't offer anything else, and Tabitha listens to the rasping noise of the trowel against the wall. Tabitha grabs her bag and heads to her car, which has been baking in the midday sun and is now an oven, the seats too hot to sit on. She puts down the windows and waits a few seconds before climbing in. She cranks the AC and backs out of the driveway. Did Franklin even come home? Were her paranoid scenarios not so paranoid after all? Has he taken some little chickie up to Cedar Tree Neck to skinny dip in the bay? Would he do that? Tabitha's gut says no. Is she being naive? She doesn't think so. She wonders if Harper somehow found out that Franklin was doing the work on the house. Does she still have connections here? Someone willing to swing by and check on the house? Did Harper call Franklin? Did she threaten him? Or did one of her drug buddies threaten him? Is that why he's staying away? She can't decide if this theory is spot on or completely ridiculous. Tabitha tries to go to Mocha Mott's, but there's no parking. Then she gets stuck in traffic at Five Corners. She calls Franklin's cell. It rings 6 times, then goes to his voicemail. "Hey," she says. She's at a loss. Where is he? And what right does she have to know? It feels like the whole world has changed, and she's the last to find out. "It's me." She hangs up. Franklin isn't back at the house when she finally returns. She had to go all the way to Tony's Market in OB to get coffee, water, and painkillers, and now she's starting to panic. Something is wrong. She charges up the porch stairs into the kitchen, where Tad is still working. "Have you heard from Franklin?" she asks. "No, ma'am," he says. "What the hell?" she says. She is angry now, angry and worried. She wants to take it out on whoever is available, but Tad is having none of it. He ignores her. "You know him far better than I," Tabitha says. "Does he pull these little disappearing acts often?" "No," Tad says. "He doesn't." He sets the trowel down in the tray and faces her. "Have you called him?" "Yes," she says. "Voicemail." Tad nods. "I'm sure he'll turn up." Tabitha doesn't like anything about that statement, so she storms out to the yard. She approaches Richie from behind and gives him a vicious poke on the shoulder. He's behind this change in Franklin somehow. She just knows it. "Where's Franklin?" she asks. "Whoa," Richie says. He turns on her with a venom that Tabitha doesn't understand. What has she ever done to him? Why couldn't he be nicer? Why couldn't he be happy that Franklin has found someone? I don't appreciate being touched like that. Sorry, Tabitha says. But she's not sorry. She is so frustrated and so confused that she would like to take Richie's shovel and hit him over the head with it. Do you know where Franklin is? I haven't seen him since last night, Richie says. He got a phone call and left in the middle of dinner. What? Tabitha says. This isn't what she expected to hear. Phone call from whom? From Harper? Or someone else? Is everything okay? You're asking the wrong guy the wrong questions, Richie says. He checks his watch. We're finishing up now and heading back to America on the 5 o'clock boat. I'd really like that check. Tabitha glares at him for a second. He wants his check, and Tabitha wants answers. Who called Franklin? What happened? Where is he? You're asking the wrong guy the wrong questions. She would like to take Richie's spade and use it to bury him alive. She should be counting her blessings, however. Richie is leaving. The check will be on the counter, she says. Richie leaves, the Paulos leave, and finally Tad packs up to leave. Tabitha forced herself to put a coat of Made in the Suede on the walls of the formerly lavender room, but after that she is wiped out. So she sits on the back steps and watches the sprinkler water Billy's newly landscaped backyard. There has been no word from Franklin. He's gone. Tabitha thinks about sending an angry text or leaving an infuriated voicemail. He is, after all, her general contractor, and he simply skipped a day of work without notice. Tabitha doesn't care about him as her contractor. She cares about Franklin, her lover. She wants to blame Richie for this mess, but she knows, somehow, that it's her own fault. She should never have told him about Julian. Their new relationship was too fragile to hold the heavy weight of that story. I'm going, Tad says. He gets to the bottom step, then turns around. Will you be okay? Tabitha laughs, although nothing is funny. Will I be okay? I noticed you didn't eat today, Tad says. I'm going to the Wolf's Den for pizza. Why don't you come with me? It's nice of him to offer, but Tabitha is in no shape to socialize or venture out in public. Her stomach is in knots. She can't imagine eating ever again. Where is he? She asks Tad. Richie said he got a phone call last night and just up and left, and no one has seen him since. Tad nods. If I had to guess, he lets out a stream of air. What? Tabitha says. She doesn't know Franklin well enough to even venture a guess. What would she guess? That Franklin is married, his wife has been away, and she returned earlier than expected, possibly with their 4 children in tow? I would say it's a family matter, Tad says. Tabitha gasps, even as her suspicions are confirmed. Is it my sister? No, Tad says. I'm talking about Franklin's family. His parents, his sister. His parents? Tabitha asks. His sister? Tad raises a hand. I've said more than I should have already, he says. Have a good night. Tabitha sits on the steps until dark. Then she wanders inside. Will Franklin stay away another night? Apparently he will. She takes another Ambien. Only one. She wakes up at 1:35 in the morning with an idea. The phone book is back on the mantel next to the urn containing Billy's ashes. The Vineyard and Nantucket are probably the only communities left in America where phone books are indispensable. Boat schedules, restaurant menus, addresses. Addresses? A check of Phelps offers the following. Phelps, Albert and Lydia, 35 Edgartown Bay Road, E.T. Phelps, Franklin, 10 Grovedale Road, O.B. Phelps, Sadie, The Upper Crust, 9111 Edgartown West Tisbury Road, VH. Sadie is the sister, Tabitha realizes. Sadie, not Charlotte. But what is the upper crust? She feels like she should know, but she's drawing a blank. She really only cares about Franklin. She plugs 10 Grovedale Road into her phone. A blue dot appears in Maps, and she climbs into her car. There is no traffic in the middle of the night, so Tabitha finds herself sitting in front of Franklin's house 10 minutes later. The windows are dark, but Franklin's truck is in the driveway, and seeing his truck makes Tabitha thrum with nervous energy. He's here. Isn't it enough just to know where he is finally? No. Tabitha gets out of her car and strides up the walk. She rings the doorbell. She hears him stirring inside, and her nerves shriek. She wants to run. The door opens. Franklin sees her. Immediately, his mouth is on hers, and he's pulling her inside, slamming the door shut. He picks her up and carries her over to the moss-green velvet sofa where he had been sleeping. He lays Tabitha down on the sofa, then tears her $90 t-shirt in half, cups her breast, and feeds it to himself as though it's food and he's starving. Afterward, Tabitha cries. She bleats and howls, no holding back. Every bad thought, every worry, every jealousy, every insecurity comes pouring out. Franklin wipes her tears away with his hands first, then with the napkins that are next to the uneaten takeout dinner from Sharky's on the coffee table. "Why?" she says. "Did my sister call you and tell you to stop? Did Harper call?" "No," he says. "The problem is my sister, Sadie." Franklin's sister, Sadie, is the wife of Dr. Reed Zimmer. Franklin's sister, Sadie, is the woman who slapped Tabitha and threw champagne in her face. These are the extenuating circumstances. Franklin sits on the edge of the sofa, holding his head in his hands. "I can't work for you anymore," he says. "And I can't see you." "What?" Tabitha says. "She's my sister," Franklin says. "And Harper is your sister. Your twin sister." "Exactly," Tabitha says. "Harper is my sister. She's not me. We aren't the same, Franklin. You know this. I'm not Harper." "I do know that," Franklin says. "And I like Harper, regardless of what she's done. But my sister is a mess. She can't handle this development. She and my parents. "You're a grown man," Tabitha says. "Surely you don't still cater to what your parents think." As soon as the words are out of her mouth, Tabitha pictures Eleanor. Eleanor has ruled Tabitha's every thought and deed for the past 39 years, short of the last few weeks. "I'm sorry, Tabitha," Franklin says. "It's just bad luck. And I wasn't honest. I should have explained who I was the night I met you at the Ritz. But back then, I didn't think it would matter." "You thought I was a one-night stand," Tabitha says. "A throwaway." "Isn't that what you thought?" Franklin says. "Be honest. I barely knew you. It was for fun." "A drunken fling," Tabitha says. Isn't that what she thought? She certainly hadn't intended to end up this emotionally vested. "I didn't know I was going to fall in love with you," Franklin says. "Are you?" Tabitha says. "In love with me?" Franklin nods into his hands. "I think I am," he whispers. Then he raises his head and gazes into her eyes to deliver the parting blow. "But it doesn't matter. Sadie is my family." Harper. They take the inter-island ferry. Harper, Ansley, and Fish. Kaylee and Megan will mind the shop. This is going to be a short trip, one night, which they will spend in Harper's duplex. Harper says to Ansley, "I'm sure you're anxious to see your mother, but I don't think I'll be able to control my temper around her." Ansley says, "That's okay. I'll see Tabitha, my mother, when she comes back to Nantucket, whenever that is." "Thank you," Harper says. She places a protective hand on her abdomen. She is verklempt about Tabitha renovating the house. She understands exactly what happened. Tabitha heard about the party at the store from Megan, and she figured that then gave her the right to do whatever she wanted. There was no way the opportunity to avenge was going to get past Tabitha. She has never let an affront go unanswered. Never. In many ways, Harper and Tabitha are like the Haley Mills characters in The Parent Trap. One cuts the other's dress during the dance. The other sets an elaborate trap of honey and string. But what Tabitha did is more than a prank. It concerns Harper's livelihood, her survival. Harper needs the money from the proceeds of the sale. Tabitha has no idea how badly Harper needs it. It's disorienting to visit the Vineyard in the manner of the lowliest of tourists, the day tripper. The ferry pulls into Oak Bluffs, and Harper is presented with a vista that is as familiar to her as her own kneecaps, yet she sees it with new eyes, the green expanse of Ocean Park, the jaunty colors of the gingerbread houses in the Methodist campground. Harper could take Ansley on the Flying Horses carousel right now. They could have dinner at the Red Cat. But those things wouldn't make the Vineyard feel like home. What makes the Vineyard feel like home for Harper are the people. First of all, obviously, Billy. But Billy is dead. From there it gets even more difficult. Drew, Reed, Brendan. 5 of the gingerbread cottages in front of them are owned by the Truman Snyder family, Drew's mother and his aunties, who made Harper the pot of lobster stew. Right now, Drew will be in his cruiser, maybe on Main Street in Edgartown, maybe issuing a parking ticket out in Katama, maybe sitting with his radar gun in the elementary school parking lot. He is so handsome, so well-built, so well-intentioned. He must hate Harper's guts, and for good reason. She used him as a distraction from Reed. Reed is, well, if he's on the Vineyard, he's doing a good job of hiding. Harper might be able to ask people she knows, Rooster, Franklin Phelps, Greenie, if they've seen him or heard from him, if they know where he is. "I need to talk to him," Harper would say. "It's important." But she will leave it at that. Brendan Donegal. Brendan should be sitting by the koi pond at My Toy or walking on East Beach skipping stones. But now Brendan, too, is dead. Harper takes a deep breath, then winds Fish's leash around her wrist as she disembarks from the ferry. Fish pulls her along. He knows they're home. Ansley is right behind them. Ansley has aged about 15 years in the last 24 hours, Harper figures. That's what handling a tragedy does to a person. They are renting a car from AA Island Auto Rental on the wharf. It's a short trip, but Harper can't be dependent on cab drivers who may or may not know their way around by now. They pile into a generic gunmetal gray Jeep. Nobody will recognize her. "Are you hungry?" Harper asks Ansley. "No," Ansley says. "Me either," she says. She hasn't been able to eat since Edie's call. "Let's go do this, then." Ansley nods. She gazes out the window. "It's so pretty here," she says. "That it is," Harper says. It's one of those clear blue days that seem to have been made for the Vineyard. The heat and humidity are gone. Everything has a crisp edge. How many days like this has Harper taken for granted? Someday she, too, will die. Fish will die. Ansley will die. The baby inside Harper will die. It's a grim train of thought, but it's not nearly as daunting as what lies ahead. Harper has to see Edie and, in her own way, say goodbye to Brendan. In Edgartown, Harper obeys every traffic law and speed limit. She lets a driver from Tisbury Taxi go in front of her at the Triangle. There is, she thinks, a first time for everything. She can't have Drew or anyone else from the Edgartown police pulling her over. She drives down Main Street, Ansley oohing and awing over the old whaling church and Preservation Hall. Then Harper pulls in line for the on-time 3, even though the line is longer by 2 cars than the one for the on-time 2. But Harper is avoiding everyone she knows, including Indira Mayhew, the ferrymaster on the on-time 2. She puts down the window to buy a ticket. "Long time no see, my friend." Harper turns. Indira is here, working on the 3. "Hi," Harper says. "Yes, I've been away." "Anywhere good?" Indira asks. "Nantucket," Harper says. "You poor child," Indira says. Then she smiles. "I'm kidding. My father used to love taking our boat over to Tuckernuck. And on rare occasions we went to the Big Island. I remember Cokes and oyster crackers at the Anglers Club." "It's good to see you," Harper says. When the light turns green, she drives onto the ferry. "Are you okay?" Ansley asks. "No," Harper says. Chappaquiddick has changed. It used to bring Harper a sense of peace and love. Now she feels sadness and regret. "Brendan," she cries out in her mind. She feels it's her fault. When she passes the entrance to My Toy, her heart keens. She continues down Chappaquiddick Road until she reaches the Donegal residence. Edie is expecting her. She is sitting on the old-fashioned bench swing on her front porch, and when Harper pulls in, she stands. Harper gets out of the car. Ansley follows, bringing fish on a leash. "Edie," Harper says, "I'm so sorry." She embraces the tiny woman at the top of the porch stairs. Then she turns to introduce Ansley. "My niece, Ansley," she says, "and this is Fish." "Fish," Edie says, and she bends down to stroke Fish under the chin. "Brendan used to talk about Fish all the time. I admit it took me a while to figure out that Fish was a dog." Edie smiles sadly at Ansley. "My son got things mixed up at times." "I'm sorry for your loss," Ansley says. Edie nods, lips pressed together so tightly they look bloodless. "Would you like to take Fish for a walk on our beach?" she asks her. "I'd love to spend a few minutes with your aunt alone." "Absolutely," Ansley says. "You can just follow the path around the house," Edie says. Ansley leads Fish down the porch steps and around a robust pink hydrangea bush, the strawberry sundae variety, Harper notes, because she still has a landscaper's sensibility. "Shall we walk to My Toy?" Edie asks. Harper nods, then holds Edie's arm as they descend the stairs. "This is no one's fault," Edie says. "Not mine, and certainly not yours. So if you're harboring any guilt, I want you to let it go." "I should have been here," Harper says. "I should have come when you called." "It wouldn't have made a difference," Edie says. "Brendan's accident left him damaged, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that he was still intact enough to realize how damaged he was. He knew he was limited, and he hated it. He said it was like his mind was in a straitjacket. He would look at his feet and know what movements he needed to make to tie his shoes, but he couldn't get his hands to cooperate. We were lucky he lasted as long as he did." "Where did he get the pills?" Harper asks. "One of his friends," Edie says, "or former friends. They all did drugs, those surf boys." Harper nods. "True enough. I didn't know that Brendan still talked to any of those guys. Every once in a while, one of them would check in," Edie says. "Spider and Doobie mostly. They would call after I'd bumped into them at Kronig's. Seeing me made them feel guilty." "They loved Brendan," Harper says. "We all loved Brendan, worshipped him back in the day. He was so much better than anyone else. He was a demigod. I remember being so flattered that he even knew my name years and years ago, back when I worked at Mad Martha's. And then..." Here Harper censors herself. She wants to be honest with Edie, but not so honest that she ruins the moment. And then after his accident, I knew he wasn't the same, but I was still, I don't know. I guess you'd say starstruck at first. Here was Brendan Donegal, who had won so many titles and traveled to so many countries, who had surfed with Kelly Slater and John Florence, and he was suddenly accessible to me. Harper swallows. Does this sound awful? Does it sound like she was somehow happy that Brendan had his accident because it gave her a chance to be close to him? I soon came to love and appreciate the person Brendan had become. After a while, I forgot that Brendan the surfer even existed. His past didn't matter. My past didn't matter. That was the gift of being with Brendan. He kept you in the moment. Harper closes her eyes. It's hot. The pond is still. The coffee is strong. Your eyes are sad. Every Wednesday afternoon and every Sunday morning were theirs, together. Come back, please. They are at the entrance to My Toy now, and both of them hesitate. I donated money here in his name, Edie says. There will be a bench or a sculpture. I haven't decided what exactly. But I wanted something here on Chappie that would honor him, that I can visit, that you can visit. That's a beautiful idea, Harper says. Have you changed your mind about a service? No, Edie says. I had the body cremated. I'll bury the ashes in the family plot next to his father. The priest will come, but no service. Harper nods. They have entered the garden, and they automatically fall quiet. It's the blessing of My Toy, the possibility of silence, of stillness, of contemplation. They cross the footbridge. Harper gazes down at the koi swimming. Then she and Edie sit down side by side on the red bench. Harper's pain will never be greater than it is right now. She had never imagined coming to My Toy without Brendan. The place and the man and their relationship were three strands, braided together. She knows she should feel grateful. After all, what if she had never found him? His friendship was such a gift. He appeared to her when everyone else on the island had forsaken her, when she felt wicked and cheap. He arrived to make her feel valued and worthwhile. Suddenly the tears fall. She is crying, and there is no stopping her. She wishes she had the stiff upper lip of Edie and Eleanor's generation. But, oh well. Possibly Edie isn't too reserved to cry, simply too sad, her grief so deep and embedded that it won't break loose. Edie pulls a handkerchief out of the pocket of her pants and hands it to Harper, who accepts it gratefully and blows her nose. I'm pregnant, Harper says. Edie, who is already sitting ramrod straight, seems to grow an inch. Is the child Brendan's? No, Harper says. It's not. Brendan and I never... Oh, Edie says. I wasn't sure. I wish it were his, Harper says, then realizes this is the utter truth. But of course the baby is Reed's, conceived that fateful night at Lucy Vincent, when Reed recklessly made love to her without protection. More than anything, I wish it were. Edie stands on the porch and waves as Harper backs out of the driveway. Was it as bad as you thought? Ansley asks, once they are back on Chappie Road, headed for the ferry. No, Harper says. Walking back from My Toy, Edie had said, if you need a place to stay, before or after the baby is born, I don't want to assume anything. But if you need a place, the cottage, Brendan's cottage, is yours free of charge for as long as you want it. Edie, thank you, Harper said. Tears had threatened again, tears of fear and confusion, because Harper wasn't at all sure what her future held. Would she be with Reed or go it alone? Would she be able to find a job? Or would she have to rely on the eventual proceeds from the sale of Billy's house? She tries to picture living on Chappie through the fall and winter. Would that be the worst thing? I'm not sure what my plans include, but that offer means a lot. And who knows? I might take you up on it. I hope you do, Edie said. She had squeezed Harper's hand. Imagine, a baby. Harper drives to Tisbury to her duplex, which is stuffy and hot. Harper runs around, opening windows, apologizing to Ansley. Compared to the carriage house, her duplex is as underwhelming and anonymous as a suite at the Residence Inn. It's fine, Ansley says. I really just want to walk around, shop a little, see Vineyard Haven. Can I walk to town from here? You can, Harper says, but it's far. I'll drop you off, then you can call me when you're ready to come home. How does that sound? Great, Ansley says. Thank you. Harper lets Ansley out at 5 Corners. One thing she has not missed is the traffic. It's insane, worse than Harper remembers, and it's not even August. While she's sitting in an endless line of cars waiting to turn, Fish asleep across the back seat, Harper eyes the road that will take her past Billy's house. Should she do a drive-by? See what the place looks like and figure out exactly whom Tabitha found to do the work? Harper is freshly incredulous that Tabitha made such an enormous unilateral decision. Harper needs money, and she needs it soon. She has a baby on the way. But Tabitha, of course, doesn't know that. Harper fights the urge to drive past Billy's. In her fragile emotional state, she wants to avoid an in-person confrontation, because that is undoubtedly what it will become. This trip had one purpose. That purpose has been served. Harper will pick Ansley up at 7:30, take her to the Red Cat for dinner, and afterward go home to bed. Then maybe, in the morning, Harper will swing by Morning Glory Farm for a couple of muffins, just so Ansley can experience one. Then back to Nantucket on the noon boat. Harper pulls up in front of the duplex. There is nothing to do inside. Coming back to the Vineyard like this was a mistake. Temptation is everywhere. Harper thinks about trying to find Drew so she can apologize. Will he appreciate that or find it patronizing? And then there's Reed. Reed. Harper visualizes herself driving past the hospital, past his house, past Sadie's pie shop. She can drive out to Aquina on State Road and come back on South Road in the hope that maybe he's riding his bike. Does he have a favorite beach? Lobsterville? Great Rock Bite? Harper has never asked him. He's a doctor. Maybe he doesn't go to the beach. She will drive past Billy's house, she decides. It's the safest thing she can do. She loops in the back way, hoping and praying that Tabitha is out so she can sneak in and get a better look. As she approaches, she sees a green truck pulling out of the backyard. It's Tad, the Irish carpenter. Harper knows him from around. He used to date one of the other landscapers who worked for Jude, a girl named Corey, but Harper is pretty sure they broke up. She has seen Tad out at the Ritz and the tram post, but always alone. Is he working on the house? How did Tabitha find him? Tad is friends with Franklin Phelps, but maybe that connection didn't come up or didn't matter. Maybe in the weeks since Harper has been away, everyone has forgotten about Harper and Reed Zimmer. Maybe it wasn't that big a deal to begin with. Now that Harper has been away, it seems possible. After all, summer is in full swing. There are 90,000 people on this island. 90,000. And surely there are more exciting things to talk about. Harper waits across the street until Tad's truck turns the corner. Then she creeps along until she has a clear line of vision into the backyard. Oh my, she thinks. The backyard has been completely transformed. The lawn is now carpeted with green grass. There are beds of perennials and hydrangeas. All the scrub has been removed, and the vegetable garden is gone. How did Tabitha find anyone willing to do this? Harper didn't think there was a landscaper on the island who was willing to work on a Frost house. The house seems quiet. Curiosity overwhelms Harper. This is Billy's house, and for her first 10 years on the Vineyard, it was also her house. It's her house once again, half of it willed to her. She doesn't have to feel like a prowler or an intruder. She has every right to go inside. More than every right. She marches up the back steps. The door into the kitchen is unlocked. Astonished doesn't begin to explain how Harper feels when she walks inside. She cannot believe the transformation. Her mouth drops open as she runs her hand over the stone countertops and as she opens the cabinets, which are the color of burned honey. The hinges are like butter. The wood feels solid and true. The floor is still plywood, but the appliances are in. Sub-Zero fridge, Wolf range, Bosch dishwasher. There's a separate ice maker and a wine fridge. She blinks and turns in a circle. This is Billy's kitchen, right? This is his house? Harper steps into the living and dining area. The walls have been painted the color of custard, and the floors are random width heart pine. Was this what was hiding under the carpeting all these years? The floors are sumptuous, and the overall effect of the room is bright, clean, elegant. Harper peeks in the powder room. Gone is the Jaws poster and the unspeakably smelly toilet. The walls are pewter, and there is a sleek white glass column for a sink. Harper didn't even realize sinks like this existed except in the pages of magazines. She did it, Harper thinks. Instead of tearing down Billy's house and turning it into a pile of rubble, Tabitha saved it. Harper feels simultaneously proud of her sister and ashamed of herself for being so short-sighted. Harper tries not to guess how much money Tabitha spent to make this happen. It's not like she plunked the money down on a craps table in Vegas, though. They will sell this house. Harper can see that now. They will see a sizable payday. Harper isn't sure why she's surprised that Tabitha was right about this. Tabitha is always right. Harper approaches the stairs. The crappy mustard yellow Aztec print carpet has been removed. The wooden treads are exposed and now feature a navy blue wool runner with a white diamond pattern. Classic. Harper looks up. The world's ugliest chandelier has been replaced by a simple blown glass globe surrounding an Edison bulb. Gorgeous. A staircase that used to be merely a means to an end is now a work of art in and of itself. As Harper climbs the stairs, she hears a noise. "Tabitha?" she says. Harper peers in the lavender room, which used to be her room. It has been painted a creamy beige. The little bedroom is now sage green. The bathroom between the two has a new pedestal sink and a glass shower stall. It's in the process of being retiled. The noise is coming from Billy's room. It sounds like crying, but that can't be right. Harper fears walking in on something. "Tabitha?" she says a little louder. The noise becomes clearer. Crying. It's her sister. Crying. Harper pokes her head in the room. The floors are now a deep, rich cherry. Unlike all the other rooms, in which the furniture had been removed, Billy's king-size bed remains, along with the stacked milk crates that he saw fit to use as a nightstand. Maybe Tabitha is crying because it's so ugly, Harper thinks, and this makes her smile, although obviously something serious is going on, and Harper mentally prepares herself for the news that Eleanor's condition has worsened. "Tabitha?" Harper says, too loudly to be ignored now. "It's Harper. I'm here. What's wrong?" Tabitha lifts her head out of the nest of pillows. Her face is contorted in anguish. Her eyes are swollen. Her face splotched, her hair tangled. She's wearing a man's Hot Tin Roof t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts. The shorts are current Elliott and retail for $150 at the ERF boutique. Harper congratulates herself for recognizing this, and it reassures her that this is, in fact, her sister before her. Tabitha in a Hot Tin Roof t-shirt, though. Wow. There's a first time for everything. "What's wrong?" Tabitha says. She plucks a tissue from a box on the milk crates and wipes at her face. "What's wrong is that you ruined my life. Again." "I did. What?" Harper says. "How did I ruin your life this time?" She takes a deep breath and tries to think what she might possibly have done. "I've been following your instructions. I take care of Ansley. She hasn't had a drink all summer, hasn't gone to a single party, hasn't gotten in any trouble. And the store... Okay, maybe things at the store aren't exactly the way that you and Mommy want them, but sales are up 500%. "I don't care about the store," Tabitha says. "I could care less about the store or Mommy. I care about me. For the first time ever in my life, practically, I care about myself." "What?" Harper says. "I'm lost." "I fell in love," Tabitha says. "Whoa," Harper says. "With whom?" Try as she might, she can't imagine Tabitha falling in love with anyone on the Vineyard, except for maybe Kendall. Has Tabitha fallen in love with Kendall? "Franklin Phelps," Tabitha says. With Franklin Phelps, Harper thinks. It takes her a moment to connect the dots. Then she sucks in her breath. Tabitha has fallen in love with Franklin Phelps, Sadie's brother. "I met him at the Ritz," Tabitha says. "He was singing. And while he was singing, some jackass started hitting on me at the bar." "Jackass?" Harper says. She knows many, many people who fit this description. "Franklin saved me. He brought me home." "When was this?" Harper asks. "My first night here," Tabitha says. "And then Franklin took on this job. He's the general contractor." "He is?" Harper says. "I saw Tad leaving, but I didn't think... I mean, forgive my asking, but you knew he was Sadie's brother, right?" "How would I know that?" Tabitha says. "I had no idea, and he didn't tell me. But then, when I found out he was a contractor and I asked him to work on the house, he said he couldn't. He said there were extenuating circumstances, but he wouldn't tell me what they were. Then he changed his mind and agreed to work on the house. I mean, have you even seen this place? It's incredible." "Incredible," Harper says. Her heart is constricting. The house is incredible, and the idea of Tabitha and Franklin working together to make it so is crazy and wonderful. Two people Harper would never have put together in her mind, but she can see it now. "Then he had dinner with his parents, and Sadie was there, and I guess she isn't doing well, but it was still okay, sort of, until Sadie found out that Franklin is working here and dating me. She can't handle it. She asked him to stay away from me." "And he listened to her?" Harper says. "He's a grown man, first of all, and second of all, you're not me." "You don't get it," Tabitha says. She manages to rise from the bed, but she seems smaller, waif-like. Heartbreak has diminished her. "Sadie is his sister, and you are my sister." "And I ruin everything," Harper says. "You ruin everything," Tabitha says. "I've basically lived in fear of people spitting on me since I've been here. Random strangers are bad enough, Harper, but this? You should have told me you were seeing Franklin," Harper says. "I would have warned you." "Warned me you were screwing his sister's husband?" "Yes," Harper says. "You are incredibly selfish," Tabitha says, "and you always have been. You went with Billy. You left me and never looked back." Harper stares. Tabitha is hurting, she reminds herself. She is venomous like this because she hurts. But now that Tabitha has brought it up, Harper is being given something she has never had before, a chance to defend herself. That's not true. What we did was fair. We shot for it. I even gave you best out of 3 pony, and you still lost. And no one was more surprised than I was. Getting to go with Billy was the only time I ever beat you at anything. And you've made me feel awful about it for my entire adult life. After Julian died, I promised myself, what happened with Julian wasn't my fault, Harper says, and it wasn't your fault. It was nobody's fault, Tabitha. It feels wonderful to state her case after all these years of silence. Julian was sick. He died. It was tragic, Tabitha, and I can't pretend to know what it feels like to lose a child, but I assume it's the worst pain I've ever felt times 1,000, or times 100,000. I never understood why you blamed me, why you ordered me out of the house, forbade me from coming to the funeral, and banished me from your life. But you are always right, and I am always wrong, so I didn't even question it. I accepted the blame. For 14 years, Tabitha, I thought I was evil. That's probably why I got messed up with Joey Bowen. I thought so little of myself. What did it matter if I delivered a package for him? What did it matter if I went to jail? What did it matter if I ended up floating face down in Edgartown Harbor? You had already made me feel despicable. And come to think of it, maybe that's why I've had such trouble with men, because I was waiting for one of them to assure me I had value. Reed Zimmer was the person who finally did that. He loved me, which made me feel like I was better than I had believed myself to be since Julian died. I knew he was married, and I knew what I was doing was wrong. But I was powerless in the face of how much I loved him and how much I needed him to love me. Maybe now that you're in love with Franklin, you can understand that. Forgive me if I don't equate destroying someone's marriage with love, Tabitha says. You are selfish and reckless and I'm always wrong, Harper says. You were wrong in stealing another woman's husband, Tabitha says. And you were wrong the night that Julian died. Admit it. If it helps to hear me say it, I'll say it. I'll scream it. I was wrong. The night that Julian died, I was wrong. I made a decision for both of us. I was pushy. But even if I hadn't been pushy, even if I had never come to Nantucket at all, he would still be dead. You know that. In your heart, I believe you know that. Get out, Tabitha says. Tabitha. Get out, Tabitha says. Back at her duplex, Harper throws her bag and Ainsley's bag into the rented Jeep. She is still shaking when she goes to pick Ansley up at 5 Corners. Change of plans, she says with false cheer. We're taking the ferry home tonight. Aw, Ansley says. How come we can't stay? Because, Harper says, we can't. Tabitha. She watches Harper screech out of the driveway. After feeling a vengeful sense of triumph, she collapses on the bed and cries fresh tears. She goes all the way back to the original hurt. It's not fair that Tabitha got paired up with Eleanor and has spent her adult life being held to impossible standards, while Harper got to go with Billy and do whatever the hell she felt like doing. Running drugs, sleeping with Billy's married doctor. What happened the night Julian died was Harper's fault. Who else's fault would it have been? And yet, with Harper gone, Tabitha feels an absence way down in her core. Harper is, for better or worse, her twin. They aren't the same person, not at all, but Tabitha knows Harper, knows her down to her bone marrow, her tiniest cells. Does she love her sister? Yes. She acknowledges this, but the anger is all-consuming. Tabitha needs to even the score. She needs to exact revenge so that she and Harper are on equal footing. Tonight is her chance. Right now. She gets into the FJ40 and drives to our market in Oak Bluffs, where she buys a very cold bottle of Domaine Haute Rosé and a basic corkscrew, and, while she's at it, a couple of nips of Jägermeister. The cashier looks at her strangely and says, "Harper? I thought you left island." Tabitha smiles brightly. "I'm back," she says. She drives up island on South Road. She turns off on a dirt road because she needs a quiet place to drink and think. The road dead ends at some trees, but beyond the trees, Tabitha sees water. She carries her purchases out to a small beach, where she is instantly attacked by mosquitoes and no-see-ums. She doesn't care. This place has what she needs: solitude. She has forgotten to bring a cup. She will have to drink the cold rosé from the bottle, like a Provençal hobo. Oh well. Since she is pretending to be Harper, she might as well start acting like Harper. She takes long draughts of the wine, then sucks back both nips. Her head spins. She hasn't eaten in days. Since lunch the day that Franklin first vanished. The wine loosens Tabitha up. She's able, finally, to breathe all the way in and all the way out, to loll her head on her neck, to stretch out her arms. Another few sips, and she will be on her way. Back in the car, she regroups. She collects her hair in a ponytail and smiles into the rearview mirror. In her own mind, she looks as different from Harper as anyone could, but the rest of the world sees them as identicals. Even Eleanor and Billy used to have trouble telling them apart. One year, Eleanor mislabeled the twins in the photo she sent with the Christmas card, and she never noticed. Tabitha and Harper had debated pointing it out, but they ultimately decided it wasn't worth the uproar. Eleanor would either have thrown the batch of cards away and made them sit for the photographer again, or worse, she would have stated that no one would know the difference, and so what does it matter? In Tabitha's memory, Harper had been more upset about the mistake than Tabitha was. She had lobbied to tell Eleanor, but Tabitha silenced her. Tabitha remembers feeling indignant about Harper's discontent. Why wouldn't Harper feel grateful about being mistaken for Tabitha? Why did she so vehemently want to establish her own identity? Back in the days of growing up, Tabitha had loved Harper more than Harper loved her. Is that possible? The year Tabitha had become a pony, Harper was the only person allowed to ride on her back, although friends and younger neighborhood children had asked. And throughout the entirety of their childhoods, Harper was the only person Tabitha would let brush her hair or scratch her back or apply her suntan lotion. Harper had been born with a thicker skin. She didn't care how she looked. She didn't care about grades or activities in school. She put in just enough effort to meet Eleanor's impossibly high standards, although she didn't much care about Eleanor's or Billy's approval. That indifference, of course, would catch up with her later. Tabitha drives out South Road toward Aquina, keeping her eyes peeled for the simple wooden sign. She can't remember where it is exactly, but she's sure she'll recognize it when she sees it. Maybe she was distracted and missed it, or maybe it was closer to Chilmark than she thought. When she crosses the bridge, she knows she's gone too far, so she turns around and heads back. She will find it. She has to. But she hopes it will be soon, because she's losing daylight. Good old Sheep Crossing. The first cottage after the turn is where my brother-in-law is hiding out. Did he say the first cottage after the turn? Left or right? That night at the outermost inn seems like a long time ago. Then, just as Tabitha begins to wonder if she and Franklin even took South Road, maybe it was State Road, she sees the sign. Sheep Xing. Yes, this is it. She hits the brakes. Doubts gather in her mind like gawkers hovering around the site of an impending disaster. What is she doing? What does she hope to achieve? Tabitha drives past the first driveway on the left very slowly so that she can get a good look at the house. It's a simple salt box with gray shutters and white trim. It looks like any one of 100 homes on Nantucket. There's a black Lexus in the driveway and a racing bike leaning up against the porch railing. Black Lexus equals doctor car? Does Reed Zimmer ride a racing bike? Tabitha knows nothing about the man. She doesn't even recall what he looks like. She barely glimpsed him after being slapped and doused by his wife. All Tabitha registered was a male presence on the other side of Sadie, trying to control her. Tabitha drives past. The road becomes a dead end, but there is enough privacy for Tabitha to feel like she can pull over and rest a second. She swigs from the bottle of wine, and that, as it turns out, is the swallow that unlocks the vault in her mind. It's mid-August of 2003. Julian is not yet 3 months old. Tabitha looks like a woman who has been lost in the wilderness and given up for dead. She hasn't eaten a full meal or slept more than a few hours at a time since Julian was born. She and Julian are at home with Wyatt and Ansley now. They have been permitted to leave the hospital, which makes things both better and worse. Better because who wants to live in a hospital? Worse because in the hospital, Julian was monitored all day, every day. Now that they're home, Wyatt has gone back to work, and Tabitha has been left with both Ansley and Julian. Tabitha is frazzled, but that word is too cute to describe how on edge she is. At the end of their first full week at home, she snaps at Ansley. When Ansley cries, Tabitha shakes her, hard. Not hard enough to hurt her, but hard enough to scare herself. Tabitha calls Wyatt at work, sobbing. She can't do it, she says. She can't do it alone. He needs to come home and help her. And then we'll do what for money? He asks. He flat out refuses to accept financial help from Eleanor. It's almost like he's daring Tabitha to suggest it so he can leave her. Never mind, Tabitha says. The next day, Harper walks in the door. I'm here, she announces triumphantly, as though she is the answer to all Tabitha's problems. I took 4 days off work. I don't have to go back until Sunday. From her bag, she produces a bottle of Bilcar Saumon Brut Rose champagne, which, she says, is ambrosial. She lifted this bottle from the restaurant where she waitresses, Dahlia's. But you paid for it, right? Tabitha says. Right, Harper says with a wink. With my hard work and exemplary attitude. Tabitha can't bring herself to care that Harper stole a bottle of champagne from her workplace. What does it matter? We won't get a chance to drink it anyway, Tabitha says. I'm nursing. So pump and dump, Harper says. I'm sure you have enough breast milk stored in the freezer to feed the Gosselin kids. This bottle has our names on it. Whatever, Harper, Tabitha says. She feels teary again for no reason. Maybe because she desperately wants to drink champagne, but she just can't. Julian starts to cry, and Harper says, There's my baby. She points at Tabitha. You sit. Or, better still, go take a nap. I'll handle the kids, then get started on dinner. You look like Flat Stanley. Tabitha wants to protest. She wants to remind Harper that she has no idea how to take care of a toddler or a sick infant. It's not something she can bluff her way through. But Tabitha is too tired to state her objections. The idea of a nap, an uninterrupted nap, followed by a home-cooked meal is too seductive to turn down. As it turns out, Harper is a competent nursemaid and an excellent cook. She makes a bouillabaisse filled with scallops, mussels, and chunks of lobster. Tabitha eats 3 bowls with salad and crusty bread to sop up the juices, and then, amazingly, she feels like a human again. Harper's arrival on Nantucket is, in fact, an answer of sorts. Ansley is 2 years old and newly verbal. She asks questions non-stop, the most frequent of which is why, to which Harper chooses among 3 answers. Because there is pie in the sky, because there's a sty in my eye, because the guy makes me sigh. Ansley accepts all three responses with a solemn nod, as though she is being handed valuable pieces of wisdom. Harper is also terrific with Julian. She doesn't mention how pallid he looks. She doesn't compare his feeble crying to the sound of a wind-up toy that is running out of wind-up. She treats him as though he were a normal baby. She calls him stud and stallion, and when he's inconsolable and won't settle or nurse, Harper dances him around the room singing "If I Had $1 Million" by the Bare Naked Ladies, which puts him instantly to sleep. Wyatt is impressed. She's good with him. Tabitha nods. Half of her is resentful that Harper has proved so skillful with the children, but half of her is relieved. She has slept more since Harper has been here than she has in the 3 months prior. On her last full day, Harper gets up early and rides Tabitha's bike into town. She comes home with a bouquet of wildflowers that she bought from one of the farm trucks on Main Street. "Something to remember me by," she says, putting the flowers in water and leaving them on the kitchen counter. "And by the way, we're going out tonight." "No, we're not," Tabitha says. "Yes, we are," Harper says. "Wyatt okayed it. He'll stay home with the kids. He thinks it's a good idea." "He does not think it's a good idea," Tabitha says. Wyatt is terrified of being left alone with the children, which is one reason for Tabitha's exhaustion. "Well, I talked him into it," Harper says. "We are going to drink the champagne I brought, we are going out to dinner, and we are going to dance at the chicken box." At this, Tabitha laughs. There is no way they're dancing at the chicken box. Tabitha hasn't been to the chicken box since her first summer on Nantucket. "I don't think you get it," she says, "because you live a life free of responsibility. But I have 2 children, Harper. I'm a mother. I can't just go out on a wild bender." "Who's talking about a wild bender?" Harper says. "We'll put the kids down, then go out. We have an 8:30 reservation at 21 Federal. Then to the box for the first set. Home by midnight. It's all arranged. You're not allowed to back out. You need this, Tabitha. I'm afraid if you don't let some steam off, I'll be back here next month to commit you to Sapphire Farms." Only now that so much time has passed can Tabitha effectively analyze why she let Harper talk her into going out. Was it the mention of Sapphire Farms, the mental institution for genteel Boston ladies who suffer mental breakdowns? Eleanor had several friends who had gone to Sapphire Farms, ostensibly because they needed a break from the city, though the twins knew a trip to Sapphire Farms meant that these ladies were either batshit crazy or at least unable to cope with daily survival. Was it that Tabitha was afraid of Harper, unable to stand up for herself and say no? Was it that being set free from her life, even for a matter of 4 or 5 hours, was too tempting to resist? Yes, Harper had presented an irresistible opportunity. She was the serpent offering an apple from the forbidden tree, and Tabitha, being a vulnerable and weak mortal, had taken a big, juicy bite. Tabitha doesn't remember being nervous or worried. She doesn't remember asking Wyatt whether he was really okay with letting her go out. She doesn't remember going back to give Ansley and then Julian one more kiss. She does remember putting on a gauzy white sundress. She remembers letting Harper braid her hair. She remembers plucking a marguerite daisy from the bouquet of wildflowers and sticking it behind her ear. They decide to carry the bottle of Billecart Salmon down to the end of Old South Wharf, where Harper pops the cork off into the harbor, and they sit on the edge of the dock with their feet skimming the surface of the water as they pass the bottle back and forth between them, swigging and swilling and delighting in the lawlessness of it. Or at least Tabitha is delighting in it. She feels like a new person, or rather like an old person, the person she was before she became a mother at 22. They put on their sandals and walk to 21 Federal, Tabitha's favorite restaurant. Tabitha thinks about calling to check in with Wyatt, but she doesn't. If she hears the baby crying, her night will be ruined. They are seated at a two-top in the front room of the restaurant. They split a starter of portobello mushroom over Parmesan pudding, then they split the pan-roasted halibut and a bottle of very cold Sancerre. They split a creme brulee. Everyone in the restaurant is looking at them, doing double takes. Twins. Identicals. There are men at the bar who offer to buy them an after-dinner drink. The men are well-dressed, older. They look wealthy. They look married. Ignore them, Harper says. They're just into the twin thing. But Tabitha doesn't want to ignore them. She never imagined she would feel desirable again. And these men seem so self-assured, so worldly. This was the kind of man Eleanor meant her to marry, she is certain. Eleanor did not mean for her to spend her life with a house painter who doesn't even have halfway decent health insurance. Tabitha winks at the men, then flutters her fingers in a wave. No, Harper says, pulling Tabitha up by the arm. We are not going down that road tonight, Pony. Outside, Harper flags down a taxi, and they proceed to the chicken box. Harper buys them 2 beers apiece, then they wend and weave their way up to the front row, where they can see the band. They dance with abandon, hands in the air. The band plays With or Without You by U2, and Harper throws her arm around Tabitha's neck, and the two of them belt out the truest words ever written in a song. For them, at least. I can't live with or without you. They stumble home sometime after 1 in the morning. The hem of Tabitha's dress has been trampled. The braid is falling out of her hair. But she is happy. For the first time in months, she is happy. The house is quiet, and Tabitha shushes Harper, who is giggling and rummaging through the fridge for something to eat. Can I make popcorn? Harper asks. Too loud, Tabitha says. She tiptoes into the baby's room, and immediately her milk comes in. She groans at the prospect of pumping and dumping and heating up a bottle. She bends over to kiss her son. Because she is so drunk, so delirious with wine, music, and freedom, it takes her a moment to realize that something is wrong. Tabitha doesn't want to go any further in her memories, but the door to the vault is heavy, and now that it is hanging open, she can't slam it shut. Tabitha picks up Julian and presses his chest to her ear. Suddenly she is screaming, screaming, screaming. Harper appears first, holding a spoon smeared thick with peanut butter. Tabitha hands the baby to Harper, who drops the spoon. Save him, Tabitha cries, as if Harper might be able to do this. They run across the street to the hospital and burst into the emergency room. Harper is crying now, too, which scares Tabitha. Harper thrusts Julian into the arms of a nurse. Save him, she shrieks. The doctor on call performs CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but Julian doesn't respond. The doctor doesn't announce a time of death because the baby was dead on arrival. Sometime during the night, he simply stopped breathing. Where was Wyatt in all this? Tabitha wonders now. He was at the hospital. He must have been. Or did he stay home with Ansley? Yes, that was it. Wyatt was at home, asleep in Ainsley's twin bed. A copy of Curious George Goes to the Zoo open on his chest. Ansley fast asleep next to him. It would have made sense for Tabitha to blame Wyatt. The one and only night he was left home to care for the children ends in tragedy. But Tabitha had never blamed Wyatt for what happened. He was, at the time, as heartbroken and sick as Tabitha was, if not more so. No, the person Tabitha blamed was Harper. Harper had brought a bouquet of wildflowers into the house. Quite possibly it was the pollen from the Queen Anne's lace or the foxglove that overtook Julian's delicate lungs. Harper was the one who had insisted Tabitha go out. She led Tabitha astray. If Tabitha had stayed home, this wouldn't have happened. Harper's fault. Harper's fault. Harper's fault. Tabitha turns the car around and drives back to the cottage where the Lexus and the racing bike are. This is where Dr. Zimmer is living. Tabitha feels sure of it now. She swings into the driveway and kills the ignition. She strides up the walk and knocks on the front door, then waits. Her eyes burn. Her tongue thickens. What is she doing here? What is she going to say? She's not sure, but she can't seem to stop herself. The door opens. It's the doctor. She recognizes him instantly, from just that one glimpse of him at the reception. It's more than that, though. It's that Dr. Reed Zimmer recognizes her. His eyes fill with, well, the only word that comes to mind is wonder and love. "Harper," he whispers. There is a catch in his voice. He can barely speak. This, Tabitha thinks, is how she wants Franklin to look at her. This, she realizes, is how Franklin does look at her. But that doesn't matter anymore. "Hi," Tabitha says, and she steps inside. Nantucket. The High-Line ferry accommodates wheelchairs, and so this is how Eleanor Roxy Frost travels back to Nantucket, accompanied by her sister Flossie and her longtime housekeeper, Felipa Ramirez. Eleanor doesn't love everyone on the boat treating her like an invalid, but although she can now take several steps by herself, she isn't able to make it up the ramp unassisted, so a wheelchair is a necessary evil. Her consternation about her disability is overshadowed by her relief at getting home to Nantucket. Boston has been her home all her life, but in the summertime, there is no place like this island. How many of us remember the summer of 1968, when Eleanor first set foot on Nantucket? She was on her honeymoon with Billy Frost. The two of them were cruising Nantucket Sound in a 50-foot Hatteras, captained by a retired Cape Verdean fisherman named Barker. Barker had taken them to the Vineyard for 3 days, where Eleanor and Billy had stayed at the Katama Shores Motor Inn. Billy had rented a CJ7 and driven them out to the nude beach. He had gone into the water without his trunks, but Eleanor kept her suit on, despite the other beachgoers looking at her like she was the odd duck. They had danced until the wee hours at the dunes a-go-go, and it was quite fun. But Eleanor had felt altogether more at home once they got to Nantucket, where things were a bit more staid. They had a suite at Robert's house, amid the cobblestone streets. They walked 2 blocks each night to dine at the Opera House. They rented bicycles and rode to Sconset, where they lunched on oysters and vichyssoise at the Chanticleer. As they were leaving that lunch, they spied Paul Newman playing tennis across the street at the casino. "Shall we go introduce ourselves?" Eleanor had asked. "Absolutely not, darling," Billy had said. Eleanor had been keen to buy property on Nantucket, but Billy favored the Vineyard, where, admittedly, prices were more reasonable. They quarreled about it for 20 years until they divorced, and then they both got what they wanted, Eleanor supposed, although she had certainly had moments when she'd wished she'd been more flexible. Eleanor has heard from Tabitha a handful of times, and from Harper twice, although conversations with both twins have been decidedly one-sided. Eleanor talks about how she's doing, how she's feeling, her progress with physical therapy, and her struggle to get off the painkillers. One morning she realizes that neither twin has said a word about herself, but then Eleanor realizes that if she asks how they're doing, they'll candy-coat the truth. To figure out what's going on, Eleanor will have to get home and see for herself. She is met at the ferry by her usual cab driver, Chet Holland. Chet's sister is a transgender woman in Toronto named Desiree, and Desiree Holland loves to wear the ERF label, a fact that secretly thrills Eleanor. Eleanor beams at Chet and introduces him to Flossie. "My baby sister, Flossie." "Oh, yeah?" Chet says. The sister is a younger, perkier version of Eleanor with platinum blonde instead of silver hair. And fake breasts, if Chet had to guess. "You happy to be back on the rock?" Flossie rolls her eyes. "You can keep your Boston baked beans and foggy gray islands. I'm a Florida girl." Hell yeah, Chet thinks. He fills his own idle time daydreaming about Florida himself. He checks out the left hand of Eleanor's baby sister, Flossie, thinking he might like to take her out and show her what Nantucket has to offer. But Flossie sports a rock the size of the Titanic iceberg on her ring finger. Never mind. Chet pulls into Eleanor's driveway, off Cliff Road. "Wait a minute," Eleanor says. "Is this the right house?" "Sure is," Chet says. True, he hasn't driven Eleanor anywhere all summer, but this is her house, of that he is certain. He hits the brakes and waits for Eleanor to orient herself. She's getting older, plus she's a creative genius, at least according to his brother, sister, Dave, Desiree, so maybe her brain is too crammed with new designs to recall what her house looks like. Einstein had a problem like that. He didn't know his own phone number. "I haven't been here since Slick Willie was president," Flossie says. "But it's just as I remember it, Ellie. Prettier, even." The housekeeper says something in Spanish that sounds urgent. She's pointing to the house. "Wait a minute," Eleanor says. She's confused. It is her house, but something is off. She curses herself for taking the extra oxycodone that morning. She felt she needed it to get through the ordeal of traveling, but it has left her addled. She snaps her fingers. "I know what threw me," she says. "I do not recognize that car." Here she points to the navy blue Bronco in the driveway of the carriage house. Whose car is that? It looks like something a spoiled teenage boy would drive, or a man going through a certain kind of midlife crisis. Maybe it belongs to a boyfriend of Ansley's, or possibly a boyfriend of Tabitha's. Someone new? Eleanor does not at all understand why Tabitha broke things off with Ramsay Stryker. Eleanor didn't convey to Tabitha how heartbroken she was about the split. She dealt with it the same way she handled all unpleasant topics, by ignoring it. Eleanor studies the car another second. She has seen that car before, she realizes. She has ridden in it. But when? Then she remembers. She rode in it on the way to Billy's memorial reception. It's Harper's car. But why is Harper's car here on Nantucket? Eleanor rummages around in her mind. She can't think of any reason. "Of course this is my house," Eleanor says. "I don't know what's wrong with me." To Chet, she says, "Carry on." Philippa and Flossie make up the bedroom on the first floor, while Eleanor rests in an armchair on the glassed-in porch that overlooks Nantucket Sound. From the house phone, she tries Tabitha's number, but she gets no answer, and Eleanor doesn't believe in leaving messages. Eleanor is too exhausted to call the store. Honestly, that store is the bane of her existence. Tabitha has done a terrible job managing it in recent years, and the thing has become a financial albatross. Eleanor has given serious thought to closing it, but if she does that, what will Tabitha do for work? And this summer, Ansley is working at the store as well, although Eleanor hasn't heard one word about how she likes it. Probably she sits around and plays on her blasted phone. Phones have become the scourge of modern society, if you ask Eleanor. Possibly the best thing about Boston was how out of touch she was. Still, she has missed her water views, her Simon Pierce candlesticks displayed on the table in front of her, the smell of this house, and the chiming of these clocks. There are certain culinary delights particular to Nantucket that Eleanor has missed as well. The lobster bisque from the Sea Grill, the cheeseburger from Le Languedoc, the truffle Asiago frite from 56 Union. Would it be cruel of Eleanor to send Flossie out on a gastronomic scavenger hunt so that they might have all 3 items for dinner tonight? Eleanor can arrange for Chet to drive Flossie. He had seemed to take a shine to her. Yes, Eleanor will do exactly that. Flossie is headed back to Palm Beach the day after tomorrow. Eleanor needs to enjoy Flossie's companionship while she still has it. And she needs to find Tabitha. When Flossie comes out onto the porch carrying 2 giant Mount Gay and tonics, it must be 5 o'clock, Eleanor thinks. Flossie is always right on the nose with happy hour, and the drinks are always ice cold and very strong. Eleanor gives her the instructions for dinner. Flossie rolls her eyes. Can't we just get everything at the same restaurant? No, Eleanor says. We can't. Chet will chauffeur you around. You'll like that. He'll like that, Flossie says, and she trills her musical laughter. Also, Eleanor says, would you mind terribly going over to the carriage house to fetch Tabitha? Happy to, Flossie says. She raises her glass in a cheers. I'm not going to lie. I can't wait to get home. But I'm really going to miss you, Ellie. Eleanor feels color rising to her cheeks. It's true. The silver lining in the cloud of breaking her damn hip has been spending the past few weeks with Flossie. Sisters, she thinks. There's nothing like them. Flossie comes back a scant 10 minutes later. There's no one at the carriage house, she says. No one? No one, Flossie says. I left a note on the counter, telling them we were home. Good, Eleanor says. I'm sure Tabitha and Ansley are at the store. But by 8 o'clock that night, after the bisque, burger, and truffled fries are consumed and cleared away, there is still no word from Tabitha. Eleanor tries Tabitha's cell phone. Voicemail. She sends Flossie back over to the carriage house. Nobody home, Flossie says. Eleanor purses her lips. What is going on here exactly? She wonders. In the morning, Eleanor is awakened by the doorbell. She's disoriented at first, and the Ambien she takes each night to get to sleep leaves her voice as dry as crackers. She hears Flossie's light, quick steps on the stairs, then she hears voices. There is a tap on Eleanor's door. Come in, Eleanor croaks. The door opens and Tabitha steps in. Eleanor blinks. Where in God's name have you been? Mommy, Tabitha says. I'm Harper. What? Eleanor says. This is Harper? Well, it's first thing in the morning. The way Eleanor always used to tell the twins apart was that Tabitha's eyes were more almond-shaped and Harper's were rounder, as though she were in a constant state of amazement. But that distinction is only useful when the twins are standing side by side, and how long has it been since that's happened? I'm Harper, Tabitha says again. You're Harper, Eleanor says. She decides to be thrilled with this development. She has missed Harper. Harper went to live with Billy. But now Billy is dead. Billy is dead, and Eleanor is broken. It's a distressing state of affairs. They had been such a striking couple in their day. Eleanor notices something in Harper's face, something she hasn't seen in years and years, but that she recognizes nonetheless. Her daughter is upset. Her daughter needs her. Somehow Eleanor knows exactly what to do. She holds out her arms. Come, she says. Come to Mommy. The story tumbles out. Harper and Tabitha have switched places, just like the little minxes in that movie they used to love. Harper has been here on Nantucket taking care of Ansley and minding the store, and Tabitha has been on the Vineyard renovating Billy's house so the girls can sell it and realize a profit. Speaking of profit, Harper, with the help of some poor soul named Kaylee, that can't be her real name, can it? Eleanor wonders, has made some deeply unorthodox changes at the store. involving social media, Eleanor thinks with a shudder. But sales are up by 500% over last year. Eleanor accepts news of these changes with equanimity, surprising even herself. Probably she is not fully awake. But then Harper starts to weep. Eleanor hears about Tabitha's love affair with the builder and that the builder's sister is the woman Harper betrayed with Billy's doctor. The builder can't see Tabitha anymore, and Tabitha is heartbroken. Tabitha blames Harper. "She hates me, Mommy," Harper says. Eleanor loves that Harper still calls her Mommy, whereas Tabitha switched to Mother when she was 10 years old. "She hated me for so long. Then after Billy died, we patched things up, at least to the point where we were speaking. But now it's over for good." "Nonsense," Eleanor says. She dispatches Philippa to fetch the house phone, and not only does Eleanor call Tabitha, she also leaves a message. "Tabitha, this is your mother. I want you back on Nantucket immediately. No excuses. I expect to see you in a matter of hours, at the most." She disconnects the call and brushes the hair off Harper's shoulders. "You've gotten sun on your face," she says. She nearly launches into a lecture about wrinkles and premature aging, but because this morning seems to be unusual in its every aspect, she refrains. "A little color suits you." Martha's Vineyard. It's common knowledge that Dr. Reed Zimmer has taken a leave of absence from the hospital because of personal reasons. Most of us know that Dr. Zimmer admitted to having an affair with a patient's daughter. This was not cause enough to fire Dr. Zimmer, but it was cause enough for the hospital board president, Adam Greenfield, aka Greenie, to suggest he take a break until the brouhaha blew over. "We have the reputation of the hospital to consider," Greenie said. Dr. Zimmer reportedly accepted the censure without argument. He then moved out of the house he shared with his wife, Sadie. Sadie placed a sign in the door of her pie shop that read, "Closed UFN." This was a huge disappointment to the hundreds of summer visitors who counted Sadie's pies as a seminal part of their summertime experience. Some of us wondered whether Reed and Sadie had left the island together in an attempt to mend their marriage. Perhaps they headed to a place where nobody knows them. Their house, right next to the field gallery, would have rented for a pretty penny. At least that's what realtor Polly Childs thought when she drove by in her LR3. She was curious enough to pull up in front of the house and bold enough to knock on the front door. Polly was no stranger to island scandal and rumors, having once been ensnared in their vicious tentacles herself. Sadie Zimmer had answered the door. She knew who Polly Childs was, of course, though they had never officially met. "Yes?" "Just wondering," Polly said, "if you're planning on renting your home this summer. I have clients who would pay $10,000 a week for it in August." Sadie had given Polly a tired, barely tolerant smile. "Not renting," she said, and she closed the door in Polly's face. Later, people reported sightings of Sadie Zimmer at Allie's General Store and the Up Island Kronigs. Christine Vellman saw Sadie driving out to her parents' house in Katama, and in conversation a few days later during the meeting of the Excellent Point book group. Lydia Phelps confirmed that Sadie was remaining on the Vineyard for the summer, although she was taking a break from the pie business. Reed had moved out, Lydia told Christine, although whether he was off-island or still on the Vineyard was unknown. Most of us guessed he was off-island, and, as we know, off-island is a very big place. But then, late on the evening of the 4th of July, Ken Doll nearly ran over a bicyclist on South Road. Thankfully, Ken Doll caught a flash of reflective gear and swerved out of the way. But the incident flustered Ken Doll. Who goes biking at 11 o'clock at night? He wondered. He was only on the road himself because he had to retrieve his teenage daughter, Justine, from a party at Lucy Vincent. He put the window down to shout a warning at the biker, But when he saw it was Dr. Reed Zimmer, he was so surprised that he hit the gas instead. He had heard that Dr. Zimmer had left the island for good. But no, Reed Zimmer was still on the Vineyard, living in nearly hermetic seclusion at Sheep Crossing in a house owned by his medical school roommate's elderly Aunt Dot, who let the house sit vacant except on the rare occasions when the medical school roommate used it himself. The medical school roommate, Dr. Carter Main, worked as the head of the infectious diseases department at the Cleveland Clinic, a demanding job that left him precious little vacation time. So when Reed called saying he had marital problems and asking whether he could use the house for the summer, Carter said, "Of course, man, it's yours. The key is under the mat. I'll let the caretaker know." Carter refused Reed's offer of fair market rent, because if anyone understood marital problems, it was Dr. Carter Main. He was on wife number 3, and he was about to leave her for a nurse in the burn unit. Carter's aunt's cottage is nothing special, but Reed doesn't want, nor does he deserve, anything special. Every minute of every day since Sadie caught him at Lucy Vincent with Harper has been excruciating. Reed fell out of love with Sadie all at once, a year and a half earlier. It was as if someone had thrown a switch from in love to not in love. This had happened in the dark days of January during a blizzard. Reed and Sadie had been trapped at home as the snow piled up outside. Sadie had built a fire and put a short rib and onion pot pie in the oven. She had opened a bottle of red wine and turned up Perry Connick Jr. on the stereo. She patted the seat next to her on the sofa and said, "Come sit with me." Reed dutifully sat, and she handed him a wine glass, which he accepted, despite the fact that he rarely drank, and when he did, that is, if there was no chance he would be called into work, he preferred beer or a scotch. They had clinked glasses, and Sadie said, "Kiss me." Reed could remember feeling repulsed. He had not wanted to kiss his wife. He had not been charmed or lulled by the cozy wintertime domesticity. He could see where things were headed. Sadie would want him to make love to her, and he simply didn't want to. He took a sip of his wine, hoping alcohol might work its magic, might make him feel something for the woman next to him. It was nothing short of deliverance when, a second later, the house phone rang. Reed was needed at the hospital. Reed had thought of himself as saved, spared. But Reed wasn't a quitter. He was thoughtful and methodical by nature. He figured that if the switch could be turned off, then it could also be turned back on. The night of the blizzard, he had been called upon to deliver a baby. Dr. Vandermeer, the OB, was stuck in Woods Hole, and Reed, who had not been in a delivery room since his OB/GYN rotation in medical school, found the experience enormously gratifying. The patient was a first-time mother, Allison, who had been determined to give birth without drugs, but the baby was big, and it was a struggle. Allison was swearing and screaming. The agony on her face troubled Reed, and he almost encouraged her to give in, at least take some Nubane. But in the end, he was glad he didn't. Allison handled each contraction like a mountain she had to summit, and Reed and the 2 labor and delivery nurses cheered the way they might have for an elite athlete, Michael Phelps or Lindsey Vonn. After 4 hours of fight and nearly 50 minutes of pushing, Spencer Douglas entered the world weighing nearly 9 pounds, a beautiful, healthy baby boy. When Reed and Sadie reunited post-blizzard, nearly 36 hours later, Reed described the birth to Sadie. He detailed Allison's determination, the focus in her eyes, the strength of her will, the raw power of a female when she was in the midst of her most profound and fascinating function, giving birth. Reed had been a doctor for more than 20 years by that point, but he had still been struck by the nobility of it. He had grasped Sadie by the shoulders. "We should have a baby." "What?" she said. "Why not?" Reed said. Since the birth of Spencer Douglas, Reed had cottoned to the idea of having a child. Children, as Reed understood it, often saved marriages. But at the mere suggestion of having a child, it seemed that Sadie's own switch had flipped to the off position. It wasn't just that she dismissed the idea, it was that she was viscerally offended by it. She had believed them to be of a single childless mind. Reed's change of heart was a betrayal. Sadie slept in the guest room that night. But then, a few days later, Reed found her back in their bed, and he thought she had come to her senses. However, when he tried to crawl in, she'd stopped him. "I shouldn't be the one sleeping down the hall," she said. "You should." And so for the next year and a half that followed, Reed had been sleeping alone. Not only did Sadie not sleep alongside him, she also wouldn't touch him at all. She avoided his hands when he passed over the car keys or the newspaper. She steered clear of him in tight spaces. At certain junctures, Reed wondered how long she was planning on keeping up the embargo. Of the two of them, Sadie had been the more physical, the first to initiate sex, the first to offer a back rub when Reed had had a bad day at work, the one who insisted on holding hands at the movies. One night, Reed said, "You can't get pregnant with your IUD in, you know, Sadie. No matter what I may or may not want." "I know," Sadie had said. Her resistance to him seemed to have nothing to do with any actual fear of getting pregnant. Rather, it was an act of hostility, of power, of torture. Reed relieved his urges in the shower. He went for long bike rides. He stayed overnight at the hospital. The nurses commented on his devotion to the patients. It was back in October, after nearly 10 months of living without touch, kiss, or caress, when Reed bumped into Harper Frost at Morning Glory Farm. He had noticed the woman standing in line in front of him because of the pleasing way her ass filled out her jeans. When she turned around and he saw it was Harper Frost, the daughter of his patient Billy Frost, he was pleasantly surprised. Reed liked Harper for a couple of reasons. She was down to earth. She was concerned about Billy's treatment but not uptight. She and Billy had a charming, irreverent repartee. Reed enjoyed listening to the two of them parry. Harper teased her father about his smoking, his drinking, and his legion of female admirers, and Billy teased Harper right back about her nagging him as though she were his wife or mother. He called her "my old lady." The two of them seemed very close. They talked about scalloping, fishing, Dustin Pedroia and the future of the Red Sox, Billy's handicap at Farm Neck. Billy claimed it was a 3, but Harper said it was 111, and a restaurant in the North End that made a crab and artichoke ravioli they loved. Listening to them, Reed once again felt a pang for a child of his own. Who, he wondered, would take care of him in his old age? Sadie? Not likely. At the farm, he bought Harper a cup of coffee, and they sat and talked, and it was the happiest hour Reed had passed in some time. 2 weeks later, when Reed asked Harper to go for a drink, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but also one he'd been considering since they parted ways at Morning Glory Farm. Reed knew it was a risk, going for drinks, which turned out to be dinner as well, with a patient's daughter. But until they walked out of Atria that night, Reed was still able to tell himself they were only friends. Reed had a populated life, his patients, his colleagues at the hospital, his wife's family, but he hadn't had a friend since medical school except for Sadie. And now, it was safe to say, Sadie was no longer his friend. Reed had started kissing Harper. Why? Because the night air was finally crisp after such a hot summer? Because he was high from the wine, the food, the companionship? Because at dinner, Harper had unwittingly brushed his shoulder and knocked her knee against his? The circumstances demanded it, Reed thought later, when he tried to rationalize his actions. But that was cowardly. The decision hadn't been foisted upon him by outside circumstances. The decision had been consciously made by him. Once Reed had kissed Harper, Once he had made love to her in the back seat of his car. Well, the genie could not be put back into the bottle. He thought about her non-stop. At first, it was only sexual. His brain was engulfed in a fog of overwhelming desire for an act that he had been so long denied. A few weeks in, however, there were intimate conversations and the inevitable sharing of histories, and Reed realized that Harper was an extremely complex human being. He heard about her upbringing, her parents, her identical twin, her elite private school, her rarefied life in a townhouse on Beacon Hill. But then that particular storybook ended. Her parents divorced, Harper attended Tulane, then moved to Martha's Vineyard to live with Billy. Reed heard about her series of jobs, scooping ice cream, selling carousel tickets, landscaping for Jude Hogan, and 1 or 2 nights a week serving drinks at Dahlia's. Reed was both proud and ashamed to say that he had never set foot in that particular establishment. It was rumored to be a hotbed of cocaine, infidelity, and summer money. Harper had fallen prey to the scene. She had agreed on one occasion to deliver a package for Joey Bowen. She had not known there would be any danger, but she had ended up handcuffed and lying face down on a client's lawn. There was a fair amount of public shame, she told him. Reed pointed out that it might have been worse. She could have ended up in jail. Harper said she would rather have served her time. Instead, the citizens of the island seemed determined to make her pay in other ways. Reed and Harper saw each other once a week at first, then more often. But when the weather started to warm up, Harper became less available. Reed then discovered that she had started dating an Edgartown policeman, the young, charismatic, well-connected Drew Truman. Reed couldn't believe the way this discovery pierced him. He had never in his life felt so jealous. He realized he had no right. They had made no promises. But he didn't care. He couldn't stand the thought of Harper with anyone else. He left the hospital mid-shift and showed up at her duplex and demanded that she break things off with Drew. She had laughed in his face. Dr. Reed Zimmer, a pillar of the hospital, if not the community, found himself caught in a conundrum commonly experienced by lesser men. He was in love with someone other than his wife, but unsure if he had the gumption to leave his marriage. To leave would bring pain, shame, scrutiny. He didn't think he could stand it. He liked being held in high regard, which was, he realized, a character flaw in itself. Reed had allowed himself to believe that he was invincible. Unlike every other unfaithful man in the history of the world, he would not get caught. He would stay with Harper until Sadie left of her own accord, and surely that would be soon. Sadie was as miserable in the marriage as he was. In the spring, she started talking a lot about Tad Morrissey, the Irish carpenter who worked with Franklin. Tad was wonderful, Sadie said. Tad had come to the pie shop to build some new shelves, and he had shimmed the back door, which Sadie had always had a hard time closing in the summer. Reed convinced himself that Sadie was having her own affair with Tad Morrissey. Was there anything wrong with that? Reed wondered. He and Sadie were both being discreet, keeping up appearances. They went together to the start of summer barbecue at Lambert's Cove with Sadie's family. Reed liked Sadie's family. Her parents, Al and Lydia, her brother Franklin. Lo and behold, Franklin brought Tad Morrissey with him to the barbecue as his date, he joked. But really, Reed suspected, Tad was Sadie's date. Possibly Franklin knew about Sadie, and Tad was in on the deceit. Certainly no one batted an eye when Sadie sat next to Tad by the fire, or when Sadie jumped up to fetch Tad more potato salad. "While you're up, I'll have a little more as well," Reed had said. But Sadie had pretended not to hear him. Sadie only paid attention to him that night when he was checking his text messages, and when he stepped away from the fire to call Harper back. "Where are you going?" Sadie asked. "You're not on call tonight." "I had a patient die unexpectedly," Reed said. Lydia heard this and crossed herself. Sadie rolled her eyes, which only showed how much her contempt for him was spoiling her soul. She turned away, asked Tad if he wanted another beer, and Reed was free to talk to Harper. He should never have met her at Lucy Vincent. In retrospect, that much was obvious. But Billy had died, and Reed was taken as much by surprise as she had been. Billy had congestive heart failure and myriad other ailments, but Reed had thought he would last weeks longer, maybe even the entire summer. Some people had a dogged survival instinct, and Billy Frost was one of them. He had seemed like the kind of man who could live forever, despite his terminal condition. Reed had thought Sadie was asleep when he left the house. She had been in their bedroom with the door closed, the lights out. Reed no longer kept any clothes or belongings in that room, so there would be no reason for him to open the door and check on Sadie. If she was awake, she would think he was coming after her for sex. They had both had a lot to drink at the barbecue, and whereas this sometimes led to a fight, on the ride home Sadie had been benign, nearly kind. The result, Reed assumed, of spending an entire evening in close proximity to her beloved. He eased the Lexus out of the driveway, feeling like a teenager sneaking out from a house ruled by overbearing parents. Once he hit South Road, he experienced a heady sense of freedom. He was alive. How many moments of how many days had he failed to realize that? If someone had asked him then if he had any intention of going back to Sadie that night or ever again, he might have shrugged and said, "What for?" Sadie had trailed him. She had heard the car pull out, or perhaps she had sensed something, overheard part of his conversation with Harper, read some impending deception on his face, and jumped out of bed. Possibly she had been waiting for him to go to bed so she could sneak out to meet Tad. However it had happened, he had been caught with Harper in the parking lot of Lucy Vincent. Caught. At first, he thought he could talk his way out of it, using a measured voice and reasonable calm. Sadie had been quite drunk. Her eyesight wasn't reliable. It had been dark, and she was without her glasses. But Sadie had embarked on a full-blown investigation, which Reed, unfortunately, didn't discover until after Sadie made the abhorrent scene at Farm Neck. In the days that followed Billy Frost's memorial reception, the affair between Harper Frost and Dr. Reed Zimmer was all anyone talked about. It made Reed queasy to think about how lurid and trashy his private life must seem, that he had been revealed to be just one more faithless slug, a cheater. Sadie forced Reed to go to his in-laws' house in Katama to confess. Al Phelps had cast his eyes to the floor, uncomfortable and embarrassed at hearing Reed's admission of guilt. Lydia had cried as though she were the one Reed had betrayed. "Shame on you," she'd whispered. Reed would have liked to explain how bad things were at home, that Sadie wouldn't sleep with him, wouldn't accept a cup of coffee from his hands, wouldn't kiss him goodbye when he left for work. But what did that matter? There were two kinds of people, the faithful and the unfaithful. He was unfaithful, and he had blithely chosen to believe that his wife was also unfaithful. He had created a whole fantasy relationship between her and Tad Morrissey, which, he realized now, was only for the benefit of his aching conscience. Greenie, Adam Greenfield, the president of the hospital board of directors, had asked him to take a leave of absence for the summer. "Go away," he said. "By September, this will be old news." Reed had, initially, considered leaving. He could go to California, Oregon, Washington State, Alaska. He could return to Cincinnati, where he had grown up. He could spend a nostalgic summer driving past the house where his parents had raised him, with tall, cold glasses of milk placed at the 1 o'clock position above his dinner plate, where he had conducted open-heart surgery on a frog he found floating in his mother's koi pond, where he had learned how to mow a lawn in contrasting diagonal stripes, and where he had played third base in summer league baseball. Third base had been the perfect home for him, a lefty. He would eat chili from Skyline and ice cream from Grater's. He would track down Tracy Sweeten, the girl with blonde feathered hair whom he had loved in 7th grade. When Reed bumped into Tracy or other people he had known growing up, they would say they'd heard he was a doctor back east. A few might remember that he lived on an island, although he doubted anyone would be able to imagine the Vineyard. Cincinnati was flat, Midwestern. It was cornfields and trout ponds, as far from the cliffs of Aquina, the surging Atlantic, and East Coast elitism as one could get, aesthetically and philosophically. Reed had chosen to stay because when it had come time to drive his Lexus onto the steamship, second thoughts had taken him hostage. He didn't want to run away. He turned the car back toward Oak Bluffs and checked into a new hotel called Summer Camp. It was so new that the receptionist didn't display any recognition when he gave his name. And then, out of desperation, he'd called Carter, Maine. Aunt Dot's house was on a road that few people knew about. The first thing Reed did when he got to the cottage, after stocking up on groceries at the Stop and Shop in Edgartown, which was so overrun with tourists that again he went unrecognized, was to shut off his cell phone. And then, because he feared that shutting it off wouldn't be enough, he threw it into the woods behind the house. He was tempted every minute of every hour to call Harper. Greenie had, somehow, heard that Harper had lost her job and left the island, although even Greenie admitted that this was merely the word on the street. Reed had driven by her duplex and had not seen her Bronco out front, but that didn't mean anything. Was Harper gone? Where would she go? She had never expressed any desire to be anywhere but Martha's Vineyard. In this, they were alike. Reed's summer had been quiet, indeed silent, until Sadie had somehow discovered where he was. She was the one who had wanted him out of the house, wanted him gone. She didn't care where, just gone. And yet apparently she had called Carter and bullied him into telling her the truth. Reed was staying at Aunt Dot's house. Or maybe bullying hadn't been required. Carter had always been weak when it came to women. Sadie had stopped by the house only once, ostensibly to see if he was okay, but she had ended up calling him names, calling Harper names, hurling insults, and then, finally, tear-stained and hiccupy, she had asked, "Do you love her?" She had not been brave enough to ask before, and Reed had been grateful. He said, "You left a vacuum. And as I'm sure you recall from reading Aristotle, nature abhors a vacuum." "That's not an answer to my question," Sadie said. The answer to Sadie's question was yes. He loved Harper. To say so seemed cruel, but Sadie must have read it on his face, because she turned and left before he could say anything. Reed lived a quiet, deliberate life in the manner of Thoreau. Being without a phone, without any way to communicate, was rather like ceasing to exist except in the present moment. He rose at 4:30, a benefit of living at the far eastern edge of the time zone, light this early, and biked to Great Rock Bight to swim, returning along North Road by 6 or 6:15, before the rest of the island, most of them on their summer vacation, thought to stir. He hermited himself most of the day, reading paperback novels from Aunt Dot's shelves. He read Elmore Leonard's Get Shorty and Louisa May Alcott's Little Women. He read Jaws and The Cane Mutiny and This Side of Paradise, which put him to sleep 4 days in a row until finally he gave up on it. He biked again at night, after dark. He fixed himself a simple supper at 10 or 11 and slept fitfully, dreaming of Harper. His neighbor 2 doors down was an executive with Coca-Cola from Atlanta named Dick Davenport. Reed wondered whether this was a made-up name, who stopped by to ask if Reed would mind picking up his newspaper while he was away. He had daily delivery of the Vineyard Gazette. Reed didn't love agreeing to a regular obligation, but no sooner did Dick Davenport ask than Reed realized Dick must have mistaken him for Carter. So Reed felt he had to say yes. He then took to reading the Gazette every day, and this was how Reed discovered that Brendan Donegal had died. Reed's heart broke for Harper. Brendan had been Harper's friend. He was a person she had steadfastly visited on Chappie twice a week, no excuses. The obituary in the paper detailed Brendan's early life on the Vineyard and his surfing successes. Major competitions won, endorsements. Then it described the accident on South Beach, drugs the likely culprit. He convalesced from the accident with his mother, in her home on East Beach. A couple of days earlier, he had suffered an accidental pharmaceuticals overdose. Reed feels certain that wherever Harper has been hiding, she has heard the news of Brendan's death and will return to the Vineyard, even though the newspaper explicitly mentions that there is no service planned. Reed awakens the day after he reads the obituary and feels Harper drawing closer to the island. She's on the ferry. She's with Fish. She's wearing her white denim shorts and Billy's light blue golf shirt. Her hair, which normally hangs heavy and long, is in a ponytail, a concession to the heat. Reed has half a mind to drive to the Vineyard Haven ferry dock to pick her up, but then he realizes he has completely abandoned all reason. He isn't picking up Harper's aura or her energy. Reed is a scientist. He doesn't have a mystical bone in his body. He only pictures Harper in the white shorts and blue shirt because that was the last outfit he saw her in. It was a day or two after Billy's reception. Reed had chanced to drive past Harper's duplex because he had been powerless against his desire to see her and talk with her in person about what happened. He had sent her a text message asking her not to contact him, which was curt and cruel. He wanted to remedy that. But when he was on approach, he saw Harper coming out of the house. She climbed into the Bronco and drove off in haste. She was going to meet someone, Reed had thought. Probably Drew Truman. Reed had carried on to the hospital. And as for him envisioning Harper with Fish, well, that was a given. If Harper returned to the island, she would have Fish with her. But still, the feeling lingers, insistent, pervasive. Harper is coming home. It's no surprise, then, when Reed hears the knock on his front door. It's 8:10 at night. The sun has descended past the tree line on Sheep Crossing. It's dusk, but not dark. Reed tries not to anticipate. It might be the goofy neighbor or a Jehovah's Witness, although the hour is a little late for both. He opens the door, and there she is. She is not as he imagined her. She's wearing jeans shorts and a hot tin roof t-shirt, neither of which he's seen before. There is something off about her face that he can't quite pinpoint. But then again, he thinks, he isn't the same either. He must look like a different person to her as well. Harper, he says. She goes to him. Tabitha. He kisses her, long and deep. It's a skillful kiss, she thinks, but she feels nothing except a sharp stab of longing for Franklin. Chemistry between two people is a slippery, elusive thing. Love is not transferable. Still, she participates. The thrill here is in the deceit. She tries to imagine what Harper would do and decides to run her hands through the doctor's hair. Yes, this appears to be right. The doctor kisses her more deeply, pulls her closer. Tabitha feels him stiffening against her leg, and she hesitates. Kissing is one thing, but how far is she willing to go? When she knocked on the door, she had assumed all the way. Anything less would be shy of revenge. The doctor's hand travels up the inside of Tabitha's shirt. He's clearly fooled, even though Tabitha is, as Eleanor so kindly pointed out, heavier than Harper, a little thicker in the midsection. The doctor reaches up to unfasten her bra. Whoa. She pulls away, casts her eyes down. Hey, the doctor says, I love you, Harper. You need to know that. I love you. Tabitha nods as tears fill her eyes. The doctor loves Harper, and no doubt Harper loves the doctor. But because of this, Tabitha is doomed to be alone. I love you too, she whispers to the floor. She allows the doctor to lead her by the hand to the back bedroom. With each step, she considers turning around. She had intended to betray Harper, but with each passing moment, she becomes more aware that she's betraying Franklin. If he could see her right now with his brother-in-law, he would... What? Tabitha is also betraying the doctor, which bothers her as well, though less. The doctor is hardly an innocent in all this. As the doctor shuts the door behind them, Tabitha reluctantly sits on the bed. The doctor lifts her shirt up over her head, removes her bra, gently encourages her to lie back. He starts kissing her stomach. It's then Tabitha realizes that the person she is ultimately betraying is herself. Stop, she says. The doctor, obedient, looks up. He sees something in her face. Or he doesn't see something. Harper? He says. No, she says. I'm not Harper. Ansley. She is summoned to her grandmother's house after she gets home from work. Getting to the boutique and seeing Kaylee that morning had been a relief. It felt like she had been away forever. Something had happened with Harper, although Ansley wasn't sure what. She had been fine after seeing Mrs. Donegal, but when Harper picked up Ansley in Vineyard Haven, she was trembling, teary, weird. Adults remain a mystery to Ansley. Harper's mood improved when they got back to Nantucket, even once they learned that Eleanor was in residence at Seamless. I should probably go say hello, Harper said when they saw the note from Aunt Flossie on the kitchen counter. I haven't seen Flossie in eons. Me either, Ansley said. She had last seen Aunt Flossie on spring break in Florida when she was in 6th grade. Flossie was a younger, much more fun version of her grandmother. But can we wait until morning? Ansley wasn't quite ready for things to go back to the way they'd been. Grammy is probably asleep anyway. It was 9:30 at night. You're right, Harper said. Let's wait until morning. Harper had headed over to Seamless the next morning, but Ansley had to get to work at the boutique. She thought perhaps she had dodged a bullet at least for another day, but as soon as she gets home, Harper says, Your grandmother would like to see you. Oh, Ansley says, Are you coming too? No, Harper says. She wants to speak to you alone. Ansley dreads the mandatory solo audience with her grandmother. She expects a lecture. Even the sound of the doorbell when Ansley rings it. She and Tabitha are required to ring the bell when Eleanor is in residence so they don't catch her indisposed. Sounds ominous. Philippa answers. Ansley hasn't seen Philippa in weeks, but there is no cheerful reunion. Philippa nods at Ansley as though she's the exterminator. Señorita. Hey, Flippa, Ansley says. ¿Qué pasa? Philippa leads Ansley to the glassed-in porch, where her grandmother is sitting on the divan, wearing a silk kimono, black with white lilies. There's a cane hooked over the arm of the divan. Eleanor's hair is more white than silver now. She looks about 100 years old. Hi, Grammy, Ansley says. She senses that her grandmother can't stand up to greet her, so she bends over to kiss Eleanor's powdered cheek. She smells evening in Paris. She wonders if Grammy has heard about the pilfered Bombay sapphire and her in-school suspension. But the girl Ansley was back then isn't the girl Ansley is now. Eleanor pats the divan. "Sit, sweetie," she says. "I've missed you." Ansley sits. The view over Nantucket Sound is pretty, and Ansley tries to relax. Her grandmother doesn't sound at all angry, but then why the formal summons? "Where's Aunt Flossie?" Ansley asks. "She's out for the night," Eleanor says. "She has a date with Chet, my taxi driver." "She does?" Ansley says. "I thought she was married." "She is," Eleanor says. "Her husband is 85 years old, however. She wanted to enjoy the company of a younger man tonight. It's perfectly harmless, I assure you. Besides, I needed Flossie out of the house. We're having an intervention." Suddenly, Ansley wants to puke. An intervention? She hasn't had a drink all summer, hasn't smoked any dope, not one cigarette. Doesn't her grandmother know this? Ansley needs to explain. Just when things are finally straightening out for her, she's getting shipped off to rehab? Well, she won't go. She won't. "Grammy, I don't think an intervention is necessary." "But it is," Eleanor says. "I've let this feud between your mother and your aunt go on for too long. I should have set things straight 14 years ago." "What?" Ansley says. "Julian's death was my fault," Eleanor says. "I'm the one your mother should be blaming, not your aunt." "What?" Ansley says. She has never once heard her grandmother speak Julian's name. But the shock of this is overridden by her relief that the intervention is not meant for her. Eleanor says, "I want you to know, my darling, that there are many things in my life I regret. I have made horrible mistakes. I've treated the people I love most in abominable ways. Billy, for one. I loved him, but I shat all over the man. At some point, I decided I had outgrown him, or that he had never been good enough for me in the first place. That wasn't true, of course. Your grandfather was the most handsome, gracious man in the city of Boston. But I made him feel small. I insulted him, I called him names, I drove him away. He hated me for years. And your mother. I can't even begin to enumerate my transgressions against your mother." Eleanor's voice wavers, and Ansley shifts uncomfortably. On the cigar table next to the divan, her grandmother has a drink, probably her usual Mount Gay and tonic. She brings the glass to her mouth, but her hand is shaking. "Grammy?" Ansley says. She would like to say something comforting to Eleanor, but what can one say to a 71-year-old woman that won't sound patronizing? Her grandmother has been awful to the people closest to her. She's a battle axe, a dragon lady. She prefers that people fear her rather than love her. And yet Ansley is impressed that her grandmother has reached this moment of self-awareness. Probably it's a result of breaking her hip. Ansley supposes that being so incapacitated is humbling and painful and reminds one of one's own mortality. Ansley is saved from having to speak because a second later the doorbell rings, and shortly thereafter Harper walks in. She smiles sympathetically at Ansley. "Did Mommy fill you in then?" "Kind of," Ansley says, "but not really." Eleanor brought up Julian but never finished the thought. There is no time to pursue this idea because the doorbell rings again, and Ansley thinks, FedEx? Or Flossie? Would Eleanor make Flossie use the doorbell while she was staying here? Quite possibly. "What's the big emergency?" a voice says. Ainsley's head swivels. Her mother walks onto the porch. "Sit down, Tabitha," Eleanor says. Tabitha takes a head count. She stares hard at Harper, then her eyes rest on Ansley, and there's a glimmer of a smile. "Hello, darling," she says. She holds out her arms, and Ansley can't help herself. She rushes into them. It's her mother. "Mama," Ansley says. Tabitha squeezes her. kisses the top of her head. Ansley inhales, hoping for the familiar mom scent, but her mother smells like she's been living with a litter of feral cats at the bottom of a laundry hamper. "I need you girls to sit," Eleanor says. Ansley reclaims her place on the divan. Harper perches on the arm of an overstuffed chair, and Tabitha dutifully sinks into the matching chair. Ansley looks back and forth between her mother and her aunt. After spending so much time with Harper, Ansley thought she would be able to easily distinguish between the two, but they are eerily identical. If Ansley closed her eyes, and they switched places or didn't, changed clothes or didn't, would she be able to tell them apart? "What is it, Mother?" Tabitha says. "She wants to broker a peace treaty," Harper says. "I'll help her out." "I'm sorry, Tabitha. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry about the party at the boutique. I'm sorry I hired Kaylee, and I'm sorry about Julian." "Julian?" Tabitha says. She casts an eye at Ansley. "We aren't talking about this in front of my daughter." "We most certainly are," Eleanor says. "Ansley is more than old enough to know what happened." Eleanor lifts her drink to her lips, then slowly, carefully sets her glass down. She looks at Ansley. "Your brother was born prematurely. It's a miracle he lived at all, frankly. But his lungs never caught up to the rest of him." Ansley nods. This much she knows, or thinks she knows. She can count on one hand the number of times Julian's name has come up in conversation, but his ghost is always hovering around, haunting them. His death is the foundation of her mother's personality, her sorrow, her impatience, her indifference. "Please stop, Mother," Tabitha says softly. "Your mother blames your aunt for Julian's death," Eleanor says without taking her eyes off Ansley. "That's why they didn't speak for so many years." "Blames her why?" Ansley says. "If he just stopped breathing?" Tabitha says. Harper says. "Your aunt came to Nantucket to help," Eleanor says, "and on her last night here, she persuaded your mother to go out to dinner, to go out dancing. And that was the night that Julian died." "I wasn't home," Tabitha says. "If I had been home, it wouldn't have happened." "Nonsense," Eleanor says. "That is complete nonsense, Tabitha Frost, and you know it." Eleanor's voice is louder and sharper than Ansley has ever heard it. Eleanor's anger is usually expressed by her choice of words, not by the volume at which she speaks them. "Your father and I could never figure it out," Eleanor says. "We used to puzzle over it. What had happened? Why the discord? Billy thought one thing, I thought another." "I'm afraid to ask," Harper says. "That was between Billy and me, and I'm certainly not going to share our private conversations with you now," Eleanor says. "I brought you here so I could apologize. I need to say I'm sorry." "For what, Mother?" Tabitha says. "I blame myself for Julian's death," Eleanor says. "First off, I should have insisted on paying for a longer stay in the hospital. Wyatt would never have accepted your charity," Tabitha says. "Will you please let me finish?" Eleanor says. They're all quiet, and Eleanor takes the opportunity to enjoy a dramatic pause. She takes a prolonged sip of her drink. They all watch as her hands tremble, and the ice does a nervous dance in the glass. "We opened the boutique at the Candle Street location that summer," Eleanor says. "Remember?" "Yes," Tabitha says. "I was desperate to have it ready for Memorial Day weekend," Eleanor says. "And we had that unseasonably warm weather." She looks at Tabitha, and her eyes brim with tears. "I worked you to the bone. There you were, 6.5 months pregnant, and I was asking you to carry boxes and move racks of dresses down sidewalks and up and down curbs in the sweltering sun. I barely let you sit down. And when you did, do you remember what I gave you to drink? Do you remember, Tabitha?" "An espresso," Tabitha says. I gave you espresso, Eleanor says. I thought it would pep you up. She shakes her head, and one tear drops. I had such a trial carrying the two of you that as far as I was concerned, being pregnant with one baby was no big deal. Part of me, I'm sure, thought you were getting off easy. Eleanor stares at her hands in her lap. I was monstrous. You started complaining of pains, and the next thing I knew, you were in full-blown labor at 28 weeks. She takes another sip of her drink. I'm responsible for Julian's premature birth, and therefore I'm responsible for his dying. Why you've been blaming your sister is beyond me. Everyone is quiet for a while, processing Eleanor's confession. Ansley is in awe of the many ways that parents are able to screw up their children's lives. She had thought she was nearly out of Tabitha's grip. In a couple of years she will be 18, an adult, but now she realizes a mother's rule can last one's entire life. I'm confused about this so-called puzzling you and Daddy used to do, Harper says. These private conversations. You and Daddy never even spoke, did you? Don't change the subject, Tabitha says. She turns on Eleanor. You're only taking the blame now to protect Harper. At that moment, Eleanor drops her glass. It glances off the edge of the cigar table, hits the floor, and shatters. There are glass shards and ice everywhere. The drink splashes all over the Tabriz rug and the bottom of Eleanor's kimono. But Eleanor barely bats an eye, making Ansley think her grandmother dropped it on purpose. Just let it be my fault, Eleanor says. I want the two of you to kiss and make up. I want you to do what siblings are supposed to do. Hate your parents but love each other. Flossie and I both despised my mother. Even now, 60 years later, we talk about how awful she was. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have Flossie to commiserate with. She's my sister. But you, Tabitha Winfred Frost, and you, Harper Vivian Frost, are more than sisters. Ansley scoots over so she can take her grandmother's hand. You heard Grammy, Ansley says to her mother and her aunt. Since we're talking about Julian, we might as well acknowledge that I lost him too. I saw the pictures of him that you hid in the bookshelves. I was never allowed to claim him or mourn him. All my friends think I was always an only child. But you two have each other. You're so lucky. Ansley turns her gaze to her mother. Please, Mama, forgive Aunt Harper. For me? It was never just Julian, Tabitha says. I've been angry since Harper left with Billy. She won, and I hated her for it. Won? Eleanor says. I would hardly describe going with Billy as winning. Or am I dreadfully mistaken? She looks up at Tabitha. I always figured you came to your senses and decided you would be happier with me. The point is, Mother, we shouldn't have had to choose, Tabitha says. It was cruel of you, and of Daddy too, for agreeing to it, breaking the two of us apart like that. We were inseparable, you knew that, but you thought nothing of snipping us apart like we were paper dolls. One minute we were a duo, a team, a party of two, and the next minute I'd lost the game, and Harper was leaving. What game? Eleanor says. We shot rock, paper, scissors, Harper says. The winner got to go with Billy. Oh, for heaven's sake, Eleanor says. What's rock, paper, scissors? Ansley asks. It sounds like something an early English settler would play. It's a game Billy taught the twins because that's how he and his schoolyard chums used to settle disputes at Boston Latin. Eleanor looks into her lap. The winner got to go with Billy. The winner. And the loser had to stay with me. Was I really that bad? Tears shine in Eleanor's eyes, and Ansley feels a lump presenting in her throat. Her poor grandmother. She built a career, she made money, she owns houses and fancy things. But she had not been the girl's favorite. Ansley knows how she feels. She's an only child, but there have been plenty of times recently when she has felt like nobody's favorite. "We were kids, Mother," Tabitha says. "We were sheltered 17-year-old girls." "I suppose your father would have been far more appealing," Eleanor says. "Billy Frost was as charming as the devil himself. Women of all ages loved him. And you two girls, well, you both adored him blindly. You always fought to be the one he carried around on his shoulders. Both of you daddy's girls, through and through. Just like Flossie and me." She turns to Ansley. "Be warned, darling. You come from a long line of strong, disagreeable women." Tabitha says, "Harper asked a valid question, Mother. When did you and Daddy have these chats about us? You never called him, and when he came to Nantucket, you refused to see him." Eleanor wipes her eyes and laughs. "That shows how little you pay attention. Billy came over every night of his stay, after you were asleep." "He did?" Tabitha says. "And you... what?" "What do you think?" Eleanor says. "Like I told you, I loved Billy Frost with all my heart. I was never able to resist him. Nor was he able to resist me, I suppose." A smile crosses her face, and she sits up a little straighter in her chair. "I would like you girls to give each other a hug, a real hug. And then I'd like you both to clean up this mess I've made." Ansley knows her mother and aunt are nearly 40, too old to be ordered around, but they comply with Eleanor's wishes. Harper holds out her arms and, incredibly, Ansley watches her mother take a step toward her. Soon they're embracing. It's surreal to see two people so alike clinging to each other that way. Ansley imagines them 4 decades earlier, floating side by side in the womb. They have been together since the moment of conception. It's a miraculous thing, when she thinks about it. When they separate, Tabitha bends down to pick up the shards of glass, and Harper cups her hand to accept them. Ansley, figuring she'd better not just sit around like a lapdog, hurries into the kitchen for a sponge and a towel. She tries to imagine herself explaining what transpired here today to Kaylee. "My grandmother took responsibility for my brother's premature birth. My mother and aunt played a game with rocks, paper, and scissors that determined their futures. My grandmother confessed that she had been secretly rendezvousing with my grandfather for all these years, even though they're both really old." She sees Kaylee's smile. And why not? Despite the drama, when Ansley bends to mop up the sticky mess of rum and tonic, she feels good. It'll probably only last a couple of minutes, but for now she's going to enjoy being part of a happy family. Or if not a happy family, then at least a family without any secrets. No sooner has Ansley formulated this thought than Harper clears her throat. "I'm pregnant," she says. Tabitha. This summer, she and Harper have agreed on very little, but they both agree, once they are out of Seamless and back in the carriage house, that it's time for Harper to return to the Vineyard for good. Tabitha will go back with her, but only for a day or 2. She needs to pack up her things and settle up with the subcontractors. She needs to write up a punch list of things for Harper to take care of before they put Billy's house on the market. "So you're both going to the Vineyard?" Ansley says. "You're going together?" "In Harper's car," Tabitha says. "And I'm bringing our car back." She feels heinously guilty leaving her daughter again, but she has to tie up loose ends. Franklin, she thinks. She will try to find Franklin to say goodbye. She owes him that. She owes herself that. Eleanor isn't happy that Tabitha and Harper are leaving, but she has Flossie for one more day, and she has Ansley. Besides, she was the one who orchestrated the reunion. She really has no right to complain. As the ferry pulls into Oak Bluffs, Harper and Tabitha sit side by side in the front seat of Harper's Bronco, and Fish is asleep in the back. "Are you nervous?" Tabitha asks her sister. She told Harper that she had gone to see Reed. She admitted that it had been her plan to pull a secret twister and seduce the doctor under false pretenses, but she hadn't been able to go through with it. She also told Harper how in love Reed had seemed with the person he believed to be Harper. She then gave Harper the address. "You need to go see him," she said, "especially now." "Nervous doesn't begin to cover it," Harper says. "How about you?" "Why would I be nervous?" Tabitha asks. Harper shrugs. A little while later, she says, "Was it real between you and Franklin? I mean, it happened really fast." "Harper," Tabitha says, "it was real." They don't say much on the ride to the house. Tabitha has been gone less than a full day, but she's relieved to be back on the same island as Franklin. She wants so badly to believe that he'll come to his senses and live his life for himself. She and Harper walk in the back door of Billy's house into the kitchen. Tad is on his hands and knees in front of the refrigerator. He's putting in the last of the new floorboards. When he looks up, his eyes dart back and forth between the twins. "Whoa," he says. "Hi, Tad," Harper says. "Freaked out by the twin thing?" Tabitha doesn't care if he is or isn't. "Is Franklin here?" she asks. "Have you seen him?" Tad gets to his feet and wipes his hands off on his Carhartts. "He was here earlier today, actually." Tabitha's heart feels like a bird smacking against a window. "He was?" "He was. He asked for you. I told him you left." "You told him... Did you tell him where I went?" "I didn't know where you went," Tad said. "You bolted out of here without a word. He could see, obviously, that you'd left your car behind." "So then what happened?" "Then he left," Tad says. "How long ago was that?" Tabitha asks. "Hours ago," Tad says. "And no, he didn't tell me where he was going or when he'd be back." He turns his attention to Harper. "How have you been?" he asks. "I wouldn't know where to begin," Harper says. Harper. She has a harder time leaving Nantucket than she thought she would. It doesn't take her long to pack, and with 1 hour in town, she's able to say her goodbyes. At the boutique, she hugged Megan and gave baby David Wayne a kiss on the forehead. Then she held out her arms to Kaylee. "Thank you," she whispered. "You saved the store." "Don't be dramatic," Kaylee said. "Tabitha was angry when she found out you were working at the store," Harper said. "But even she can't argue with a 500% increase in sales." "Is she going to let me stay?" Kaylee asked. "Absolutely," Harper said. "I bet you'll even grow to like her." "You think?" Kaylee said. "But not as much as you like me, of course," Harper said. Harper walked up Main Street to the offices of Stryker and McLean. The receptionist, Bonnie, narrowed her eyes at Harper. "Which one are you?" she asked. "Harper," Harper said. "I only ask because I heard Tabitha is coming back," Bonnie said. Wow, Harper thought. Nantucket gossip moves even faster than Vineyard gossip. That must be because it has a shorter distance to travel and less traffic to deal with. "That's right," Harper said. At that moment, Ramsey appeared to save her. "If you're leaving, then I assume your sister is coming back," Ramsey said. "She is," Harper said. She considered informing Ramsey that Tabitha had fallen in love over on the other island, but she bit her tongue. For all she knew, Tabitha was planning to get back together with Ramsey, and wouldn't it be just like Harper to ruin that too? Harper gave Ramsey a hug. "The Vineyard is only 11 miles away, you know. You're welcome any time." "I'll come in the fall," Ramsey said. "How about that?" "Great," Harper said. She figured he was just being polite. People on the Vineyard always vow to do things in the fall, when the hectic pace of summer is over, but then the fall becomes busier than anyone could have predicted, and the holidays loom on the horizon. Harper had offered the Vineyard up to Megan and her husband as well, but she doubted they'd ever come. Those 11 miles might as well be 1,100. The Vineyard might as well be Vegas or Venus. If Ramsay does come in the fall, he will learn that Harper is pregnant. She imagines meeting him at the ferry with her rounded belly. Surprise! It had been hardest, of course, to say goodbye to Ansley. There were so many things Harper wanted to tell her niece. Be a good girl. Be kind to your mother. Be patient with your grandmother. Don't drink until your 21st birthday. Then you and I will drink together. Good champagne. Don't smoke ever. Never fall in love. Fall in love with abandon. Things will make sense when you're older. Things will never make sense. Life isn't fair. Make good decisions. Don't beat yourself up when you make bad decisions. Value yourself the way I value you. Travel. Listen. Question. Wear sunscreen. Use birth control. Don't buy tomatoes out of season. I will miss you. You are a wonderful, talented child, Ansley, and I'm only ever a boat ride away. And then, last but not least, scissors cut paper. Rock smashes scissors. Paper covers rock. Ansley said, "Next summer, can I come live with you on the Vineyard and be your nanny?" Nanny? Harper hadn't yet thought of herself as a person who would need a nanny. But for Ansley's sake, she smiled and said without hesitation, "Absolutely." She leaves Tabitha at Billy's house to take a shower and pack, and she drops Fish and her belongings off at the duplex. Fish collapses on his orifice bed and closes his blue eyes, and Harper is glad. She feared he would want to go with her when she left, but she needs to do this alone. "I'll be back in a little while, bud," she says. Fish doesn't even lift his head. Sheep Crossing. She knows the road, although as a delivery person she has overshot it half a dozen times at least. It's nothing more than a slender dirt and sand path, really, with a tiny wooden sign half hidden by overgrown brush. Harper turns onto the road, blood rushing in her ears, anxiety coursing through her in a way that can't be good for the baby. "We're going to meet your father," she thinks. She pulls into the first driveway on the left, as Tabitha said to do, and there is the Lexus and there is Reed's bike. Harper is sweating now, and her breathing is shallow. Her nerves are in control. She turns off the car and sits, then thinks, well, this is it. She walks up to the door and knocks. "Hello?" Harper turns at the voice. A man, not Reed, is strolling across the lawn holding a bottle of scotch. The man has a handlebar mustache waxed into curlicues, and despite the heat, Harper shivers. She can handle just about any variation on a man's appearance. After all, for 3 years she lived with Rooster's coxcomb, and before that she lived with Joey Bowen's mullet. But she cannot tolerate a handlebar mustache. The man offers his hand, and Harper shakes it expediently. "I'm Dick Davenport, the neighbor," he says. "Would you be looking for Dr. Zimmer?" Dick Davenport? She thinks. The name fits him perfectly. He's half barbershop quartet, half 1970s porn star. "I would be," she says, wishing she had paid attention at Windsor when they were learning about tense in English class. Would be is the conditional? Past conditional? "He's not home," Dick says. "I took him to the ferry around lunchtime. I was just stopping by to drop off this Lafroig as a thank you. Reed collected my newspapers while I was home in Atlanta." "Oh," Harper says. Dick looks like he wants to hand her the scotch. "You took him to the ferry? Was he going somewhere?" "Yes," Dick says. He gives Harper a conspicuous once-over, You're very, very pretty. You aren't single by any chance, are you? I would love to take you to dinner. How about tonight? I happen to know the new reservationist at the Covington." Harper is completely blindsided. The neighbor of the house where Reed is hiding, or was hiding, as he is apparently left on the ferry for parts unknown, is asking her on a date. "Thank you, but I can't. I'm having dinner with my sister tonight." "I'll take you both out," Dick says. "Is she as pretty as you?" "Maybe another time," Harper says. She takes a few steps backwards until she is an arm's length away from the Bronco, and she watches as Dick sets the scotch inside the screen door. She slips into the driver's seat, doesn't bother with the seatbelt. She can't get out of there fast enough. Dick waves. Harper throws the car in reverse. When she gets back to Billy's house, Tabitha is sitting on one of the brand new kitchen stools, drinking a glass of champagne. The bottle is on the counter next to her, and Harper blinks, thinking she's seeing things. It's Bielcott Salmon Rosé, the same champagne that Harper brought to Nantucket 14 years earlier. The champagne they drank together on the end of the dock while skimming their feet against the water's surface. Does Tabitha realize this? Did she choose this champagne on purpose? She must have. Very little escapes her sister. So is this a sign, then? Tabitha has forgiven Harper? She's ready to move on? For real? Harper is unconvinced. "Get a glass from the cabinet," Tabitha says. "I'll pour you a teensy bit." "Did you find Franklin?" Harper asks. "Called him. Went straight to voicemail. Went to his house. His truck is there, but he's not home. I peeked in the windows." "Reed is gone, too," Harper says. "His neighbor said he drove him to the ferry, but didn't say where he was going. When I saw your car pull in, I figured something like that," Tabitha says. Harper pulls a champagne flute from the new glass front cabinets. The kitchen bears no resemblance to the unsanitary stinkhole it used to be. Harper sees that Tabitha bought new stemware from Tiffany. The champagne flute still has the blue circle sticker on the base. "These seem pretty fancy," Harper says. "Are we going to make any profit after all this work?" "Huge profit," Tabitha says. "The glasses are for show. We'll take them with us when we sell." Now that the house is such a showpiece, Harper doesn't want to sell. She would like to live here herself in Billy's new old house. But that isn't the deal, and she can't argue with the phrase, huge profit. Tabitha lifts the bottle and pours a token amount of champagne into Harper's flute. She raises her own glass. "There's a man still left in this house," she says. "There is?" Harper says. "Is Tad still here?" "No," Tabitha says. "Billy. His ashes are on the mantel. What do you say we give him a proper scattering?" Billy, Harper thinks. She closes her eyes and sees her father in the hospital bed. How many hours did she spend playing spades with him on the little formica table attached to his bed? Harper remembers all the way back to the phone calls that used to come for her father in the middle of the night when they lived on Pinckney Street. Apparently there were emergencies in the city of Boston that only Billy Frost could fix. Half the rooms at the Park Plaza had lost power. The walk-in fridge was on the fritz at Loch Ober. There had been an electrical fire in the boiler room of the public library. Billy was the electrician of choice among Boston's hoi polloi in those days. His career wasn't as glamorous as Eleanor's, but he had held his own. He was popular with union bosses and local politicians. Nearly everywhere they went, Southie, Chinatown, Fenway, Billy bumped into someone who owed him a drink. When Eleanor asked him for a divorce, he had been more resigned than angry, as if he'd figured that day would come sooner or later. And in many ways, most ways even, he had been happier in his life on the Vineyard. Harper can see him on the beach at Cape Pogue, patiently pulling the hooks from the mouths of every fish they caught, his motions competent and assured. Billy was a man who always knew what he was doing. She pictures him in his usual seat at the lookout, turning to see her walk in, grinning, signaling the bartender, sop, and calling out, "A beer and a dozen Malpecs for my old lady, please." Harper tries to imagine Billy as a young man, setting eyes on Eleanor Roxy for the first time. They met at the country club in Brookline at a Christmas party Eleanor's parents threw every year. Billy had come to the party as the date of Eleanor's first cousin, Rhonda Fiorello, but Eleanor didn't care for Rhonda and had no qualms about stealing her date away. Eleanor was 21, a senior at Pine Manor, and Billy, an older man at 23, had done 2 years at UMass Boston in electrical engineering before switching to trade school. Harper had seen pictures of her parents in their beautiful youth, and she marvels that the attraction they felt for each other in 1967 had endured 50 years. If Eleanor was telling the truth about Billy sneaking over to her house in the middle of the night. Harper has been so caught up in her own drama that she hasn't been able to mourn Billy's passing. She hadn't planned on scattering Billy's ashes at all, mostly because she couldn't bear to do it alone. But now that Tabitha is here, the decision seems appropriate. "Let's do it," Harper says. She and Tabitha touch glasses and drink. Harper drives, because the Vineyard is still technically her island, and Billy was her parent. "You knew him better than I did," Tabitha says, "and I never knew him here. Where would he want his ashes to be scattered?" Harper has been wondering the exact same thing. She decides that part of Billy should rejoin the land, and part of him should rejoin the water surrounding it. Part of him should stay with Harper, and part of him should go to Nantucket with Tabitha. It's hard to know how to feel about the ashes. They aren't Billy, but they aren't nothing either. "We'll scatter a quarter at the harbor in Oak Bluffs, and a quarter at Farm Neck," Harper says. "The golf club?" Tabitha asks. Harper nods. If there's one thing Harper is sure of, it's that Billy would want to have his remains fertilizing the tee at the third hole. "I never wanted to go back there again," Tabitha says. "Oh, well," Harper says. Farm Neck has closed for the day, and Harper worries that they will be denied access to the course. She asks at the front desk for Kendall, who appears within seconds looking as dapper as ever, tie, matching pocket square, shiny buckled shoes. He smiles when he sees the twins, which Harper supposes is nothing short of a miracle, seeing as how Harper invited disgrace right in the front door of this private club. "Harper," he says, "and Tabitha." He's excited to see Tabitha, Harper realizes, and she feels the ancient hurt of people always preferring her sister. But in this instance, she knows she should be grateful. "We have a favor to ask," Harper says. "Wow," Tabitha says as they stand at the tee of the third hole. "Look at that view." Harper nods. The third hole has the finest vista, possibly, on the entire island, across Sengi Pond over the beach with the tip of Chappie visible in the distance. If there is a heaven and Billy has anything to say about it, Harper thinks, it probably looks something like this. They proceed to the harbor in Oak Bluffs next. Harper finds a parking spot right near the ferry dock, a miracle in itself, and now Tabitha carries the urn. There are tourists everywhere, and Harper adjusts her expectations for this venture. It's not going to be a peaceful, profound moment. They should each toss a handful and try not to attract anyone's notice. There are families shopping and eating ice cream, trying to enjoy summer. Nobody wants to be witness to an ersatz funeral. Harper leads Tabitha down the dock but stops dead in her tracks. There is a motor yacht as white and sculptured as a wedding cake right in front of them. And on the back of the yacht, all dressed up, is Drew Truman amid a gaggle of elegant-looking older black women. His mother, Harper thinks, and the aunties. "What's wrong?" Tabitha says. She follows Harper's gaze. "Do you know those ladies? Girlfriends of Billy's? Think they want to join us?" "No, keep walking," Harper says, without opening her mouth. "Why?" Tabitha says. "Look, one of those women is wearing Mother's dress." Harper turns. One of the aunties, or maybe it's Yvonne, because she's the one who is standing closest to Drew, is wearing the Roxy in ivory. The dress accentuates Yvonne's waist but still presents a classic silhouette. Harper feels an unexpected surge of pride. Her mother designed something that will last generations beyond her death. How many people can say that? As they head down the dock, Harper with her head down, there's a sharp whistle, and involuntarily Harper looks up. Drew is waving at her, and Polly Childs, the realtor, has suddenly materialized at Drew's side. Polly drapes an arm over Drew's shoulder and gives Harper a finger wave. "Hey, Harper," Drew says. "Hello, Tabitha." "Do I know that guy?" Tabitha asks. "You met him at Billy's reception," Harper says. "He's the policeman I was sort of dating." "Looks like he's sort of dating someone else now," Tabitha says. "Sorry, sis." She grabs Harper's hand, and they walk purposefully down the dock. Tabitha removes the top from the urn, and they reach in for a handful of their father's remains. "Ready?" Tabitha says. 1, 2, 3. Together they throw the ashes into the air. The powder sparkles like mica. "We love you, Daddy," Harper says. If the baby is a boy, she decides then, she will name him William. "If the baby is a boy, you should name him William," Tabitha says. Harper whips her head around to look at her sister. "You can read my mind?" she nearly asks. "Is this a talent you've had all along?" But she notices that there are tears standing in Tabitha's eyes. Poor pony. Harper throws an arm around Tabitha's shoulders. She marvels at how everything in the world is bearable now, with her sister at her side. Martha's Vineyard. The most underrated force at work in the universe is that of coincidence. And yet, who among us hasn't been at its mercy? Sadie Zimmer has left the house only when necessary since Reed moved out. She closed the pie shop, has turned down invitations to barbecues and cocktail parties with friends, and has repeatedly said no to joining the Excellent Point book group, even though her mother has been relentless in trying to get Sadie to think about something other than her pathetic life circumstances. "That's the wonderful thing about books," Lydia said. "You get to read about other people's trials and tribulations. Spend an afternoon with Kafka, and you'll be counting your blessings you didn't wake up to find yourself turned into a cockroach." Sadie doesn't want to read Kafka. She doesn't even want to read Nicholas Sparks or Maria Semple. Sadie wants to wallow in self-pity. It feels good. Poring over Reed's cell phone bills and detailing the number of calls he made to Harper and how long those calls lasted. Stalking Harper on Facebook, although admittedly the offerings there are sparse. Harper hasn't posted anything since she put up a photo of her and her father landing a 40-inch striped bass in 2014 with the caption, "Size matters, 40 inches. In that photo, Harper is squinting under the brim of a farm neck golf club visor. She's wearing white cutoff shorts and a man's fishing shirt turned back at the cuffs. Is she pretty? Sadie supposes so, but she has a reputation for trouble. Joey Bowen and all that. And as a doctor, Reed has professional and personal standards to uphold. If he started up with Harper Frost, he must have been desperate. He was desperate, Sadie knows, because she froze him out as a husband and as a man. What did she expect? That he was going to live out his adult life without sex? Sadie had had no intention of letting him back into their marital bed. She had been the one who fantasized about leaving Reed. She had an agonizing crush on Tad Morrissey, but she would never have had the courage to act on it, out of fear of rejection and, she supposed, because she worried what her parents would think and how the rest of the island would talk about her. They are talking about her now, but at least she's cast as the sympathetic victim. Sadie scrutinizes the photo on Facebook a little while longer. She shifts her focus from Harper to Billy. Sadie had always liked Billy Frost. He had come over to replace some fixtures at the shop way back when. But thinking about this leads to thinking about Harper coming into the store to buy her father a lobster pot pie. Harper had come into the store. Had she been sleeping with Reed then? Yes, she had. By his own account, their affair had started in October, and Harper had come into the store in March or April. She had been screwing Sadie's husband for 6 months, but she had seen nothing wrong with stopping in to get Billy a pie. Probably she had been checking Sadie out. And what, Sadie wonders, had she thought? But then one day Sadie wakes up, and she doesn't feel wretched. She actually feels pretty good. It's a beautiful day. She can walk right across the street to Grange Hall, where they hold the farmers' market. She finds herself craving egg rolls from Ken's. And while she's at it, she'll grab some gladiolus, a bottle of Nikki's olive oil, and some lemon ginger honey from the Martha's Vineyard Honey Company. The first person Sadie bumps into inside the Ag Hall is Dorrit Prescott, Patty Prescott's mother. Dorrit's face lights up in direct proportion to Sadie's spirits sinking. It's not that Sadie doesn't like Dorrit. Dorrit is a wonderful person. It's just that since Patty's death, however many years ago it was, Dorrit has become intense. She doesn't believe in small talk. She likes to get heavy, deep, and real, even while standing in front of the jelly table at the farmer's market. "Sadie!" Dorrit cries. "Hi, Dorrit," Sadie says. She grabs a jar of hot pepper jelly from the table. She suddenly finds herself ravenous after not having had an appetite for weeks. The delicacies of the farmer's market have been within a softball's throw of her house, but she has had no interest in them until today. Now she wants a little of everything. A popover with raspberry butter from Kitchen Porch, a mango lassi from Mermaid Farm, Eidolon cheese from Gray Barn, Vineyard Sunshine granola from Little Rock Farm, rugelach from Beth's Bakery. She doesn't have time for a therapy session with Dorrit Prescott. Dorrit grasps Sadie's forearm. Here it comes, Sadie thinks. She's going to ask about the affair and about Reed leaving. She's going to ask how Sadie is doing. "How's Franklin?" Dorrit says. "I heard through the grapevine that he was dating someone from Nantucket. Is that true?" Franklin? Sadie isn't prepared for a question about Franklin, although it makes sense that Dorrit would ask, since Patty was Franklin's girlfriend, and he hasn't dated anyone seriously since Patty killed herself. Sadie can't believe that the one person he does have feelings for is Harper's twin sister. It's the most insidious of ironies, the most nefarious of plot twists. "I hope you tell me it's true," Dorrit says. "All Turk and I want is for Franklin to find someone he loves. He's been through so much. He deserves it." Sadie nods her agreement. Franklin does deserve it. Back when Patty died, Sadie worried that he would never recover. And then plenty of times in the intervening years, Sadie wondered if he would ever fall in love again. "I'm not sure what's going on with Franklin's love life," Sadie says. This is a bold-faced lie. Sadie does know what's going on with Franklin's love life. Nothing. Sadie told Franklin he had to choose between her and Tabitha, and he dutifully chose her, his sister, his family, because that is the kind of solid, loyal person he is. I am a bitter, miserable ogress, Sadie thinks. Franklin deserves love just like anybody else. More than anybody else. It was good seeing you, Dorrit, Sadie says. I'm going to get some rugula. You need it, Dorrit says. You're too thin. Sadie gets the rugula and a fresh squeezed OJ from Good Tastes. Then she steps into the sun. She'll sit outside and enjoy this feast. Then she'll go back in for a popover and a big box of sea salt caramels from Enchanted Chocolates to take home. Why not? She is too thin. At that instant, she sees Tad Morrissey sitting in the grass by himself with what she recognizes as a nitro cold brew from Chillmark Coffee. He waves her over. Come sit with me, he says. Later, after Sadie puts a dozen gladiolas in water and takes a shower, she's meeting Tad for pizza that night, she sends Franklin a text. It says, Go be with Tabitha. You have my blessing. Reed Zimmer sees Franklin Phelps standing in line at the snack bar on the Inter-Island Ferry, and he wonders if Sadie has sent Franklin to follow him. Why else, honestly, for what other possible reason would his brother-in-law, Franklin Phelps, be heading to Nantucket? Reed waits until Franklin is engaged with the girl behind the counter. Then he hurries up the stairs and finds a seat in the sun on the upper deck. He leans his head back against the molded plastic chair and promptly falls asleep. Franklin has brought nothing with him for his trip to Nantucket except his wallet and his guitar. The wallet provides money with which to buy 2 beers. He'll have no more than 3, he decides. Traveling by ferry to the other island to track down the woman you love is only a grand romantic gesture if you're clear of eye and pure of heart. The guitar provides Franklin with friends. No sooner has he sat down than he has a trio of teenage girls asking if he knows the song Here by Alessia Cara. No, he says, but I do know Sunshine by Jonathan Edwards. Never heard of it, says a girl with pink braces. Do you know any Meghan Trainor? Negative, Franklin says. I know Free Bird by Lynyrd Skynyrd. How about Justin Bieber? A girl with a pierced eyebrow asks. Love Yourself? Nope, Franklin says proudly. They compromise on Killing Me Softly. Franklin knows the Roberta Flack version, and the girls know the Fugees version, and it's fun. The girls are good singers. From there, requests start rolling in. Franklin plays some James Taylor, some Bob Dylan, some Cat Stevens. Soon, everyone in his section of the boat is singing, and some guy even offers him a $10 tip. Franklin smiles as he waves the money away. He needs help, all right, but not that kind. Reed wakes up to a round of applause coming from inside the boat. He blinks his eyes and sits up straight as Nantucket comes into focus. Lighthouse, jetty, big houses along the harbor. It's not so different from the Vineyard, he thinks. He should be fine. When they dock, he hangs back to let everyone else get off first. If Franklin hangs back as well, then Reed will know he's only there to keep tabs on him. And how will Reed explain this trip? It's folly, really. He received a visit from Harper's twin sister, Tabitha, which almost ended disastrously. But Tabitha admitted her identity in the nick of time and ran from the house. Reed thought that if Tabitha is on the Vineyard, then Harper might be on Nantucket with their mother. Reed had scoured the woods behind Aunt Dot's house for his phone. He found it, but it was cold and dead, ruined by moisture. He rode his bike to the library to use a computer and found one Frost listed in the white pages on Nantucket. And Eleanor Roxy Frost. Is that Harper's mother's name? Yes, he thinks so. Franklin is lucky enough to get a taxi right away. It's actually offered to him by the parents of one of the teeny boppers in his audience. It's only when Franklin gets into the taxi that he realizes he has no idea where he's going. He checks his phone and sees he has a missed call from Tabitha. It must have come in while he was playing. He nearly calls her back, but then he thinks how much better it will be if he just shows up to surprise her. He leans over the seat. The cab driver is a middle-aged guy wearing a Free Brady t-shirt. "Do you by any chance know where the Frosts live?" Franklin asks. The driver nods. "Sure do." Nantucket. Eleanor and Flossie are enjoying their last happy hour together, with Ansley for company. Eleanor sent Philippa to 167 to get the bluefish pâté, the guacamole, and 2 pounds of shrimp cocktail. Eleanor wants to send Flossie off in style. They're ordering in from the lobster trap tonight, surf and turf. Eleanor raises a glass. "Flossie, I don't know what I ever would have done without you." Flossie clinks her glass against Eleanor's. "Probably inspired Philippa to murder you in your sleep." The doorbell rings. Eleanor looks at Ansley. "Maybe it's your mother back already. Go see, please, darling." Ansley rises, and Flossie says, "I can't believe you make your own daughters ring the bell. Honestly, Ellie, you need to loosen up." Eleanor disagrees. She's about to inform Flossie that she is loose enough as it is, thank you very much, when Ansley walks onto the porch escorting a very handsome gentleman holding a guitar. He bows in front of Eleanor as though she's a queen. Eleanor loves this man already. But who is he? And why the guitar? Eleanor fears this is a singing telegram or a male stripper, something orchestrated by Flossie on her last day in order to loosen Eleanor up. "I'm Franklin Phelps," the gentleman says. "I've come in search of Tabitha." "Tabitha," Eleanor says. Here is the suitor, then. The brother of the woman married to Billy's doctor. Eleanor remembers herself and holds out her hand. "Franklin, I'm Eleanor Roxy Frost, Tabitha's mother." "And I'm Flossie," Flossie says, offering her hand. She wants right in on the action, Eleanor sees. Typical Flossie. She can't leave a good-looking male alone. "I'm Tabitha's aunt." "Nice to meet you both," Franklin says. "I told him Mom's not here," Ansley says. "She's on the Vineyard." "Comedy of errors," Franklin says. "I just came from the Vineyard." "She'll be right back," Eleanor says. "By morning, anyway. You might as well sit tight right here. I'll have Philippa make up the guest room." "I couldn't impose," Franklin says. "I want you to impose," Eleanor says. "Me too," Flossie says. Eleanor turns to Flossie, trying not to let her impatience with her flirtatious younger sister show. "Can we offer Franklin a drink, Flossie?" "We can," Flossie says. "What's your poison, Franklin?" "A beer would be wonderful," Franklin says. "Or a whiskey, if you don't have beer." "Whiskey it is," Eleanor says. She waves Flossie away to fetch the drink. "Please sit, Franklin. And then tell us what it is you do for a living. Are you a professional musician?" "I play the guitar for fun," Franklin says. He settles in the armchair opposite Eleanor and places the guitar case at his feet. "By trade, I'm a carpenter. I have my own construction business. I'm helping Tabitha and Harper renovate Billy's house." Eleanor claps her hands. "Well, when you're finished with that, you can renovate my house," she says. She casts her eyes around. What could use a spruce-up? Surely there must be something. Flossie returns with Franklin's drink. "The house is perfect as it is, Ellie," Flossie says. She winks at Franklin. "That's just Eleanor's way of saying she likes you." Eleanor is embarrassed by this statement, although she does indeed like this gentleman. He's adorable. Eleanor didn't think she would ever like anyone as much as she liked Ramsay Stryker, but she's pleased to see she was wrong about that. The doorbell rings again. Grand Central Terminal, Flossie mutters. Ansley stands up. Maybe that's Mom. But the person Ansley brings into the glassed-in porch next is another gentleman caller. This one is bespectacled and a bit more buttoned up. Khaki pants, custom-tailored shirt. Eleanor knows bespoke when she sees it, and suede Gucci loafers. Ansley looks like she's popped a whole habanero pepper unwittingly into her mouth. She's pink, and her eyes are bulging. Cute Franklin gets to his feet. Reed? The new caller turns to Eleanor. Hello, ma'am. I'm Dr. Reed Zimmer. I'm looking for Harper. Harper? Eleanor says. She gasps. Are you the father, then? Father, Franklin says. The doctor blanches. Father? He says. The father, Flossie says in clarification, of Harper's baby. She's pregnant, you know. It's clear from the misty look that comes over the doctor's face that he doesn't know. Leave it to Flossie to let the cat out of the bag, Eleanor thinks. The moment of everyone's speechless shock gives Eleanor a chance to compare and contrast the two gentlemen before her. Franklin, with his darling mussed hair and his flip-flops, seems like he would be more Harper's type. And this Dr. Zimmer, with his glasses and his bespoke shirt, seems like he would be more Tabitha's type. But apparently it's the other way around. There is nothing more mysterious, confounding, and unknowable, Eleanor thinks, than the desires of the human heart. Flossie, she says, can't you see the man needs a drink? To the doctor, Eleanor says, please sit down and try the bluefish pâté. It's wonderful. Epilogue. Fish. His is a life of the senses, but over the course of his 12.5 years, or 87.5 years, depending on who's counting, he has also developed other intelligences. He has become savvy with places, both new and familiar, and with the circadian rhythms of day, night, and season. But mostly he has become adept at reading human emotion. If he were ever granted the ability to speak, he would spend half his time asking questions. Why wear clothes? Why use utensils? Why litter? And the other half explaining people to themselves. When the weather cools down and the days grow shorter, Harper's shape starts to change. Then her scent starts to change. Harper packs up their things, again, and Fish wonders if they're going back to the other island for good. But instead, they take the barge to Chappie. Harper moves them into a cottage that smells strongly of the surfer. Fish races around the house looking for the surfer, but finds nothing except a sock under the bed. He brings the sock to Harper, and she lets out a soft cry. The surfer is replaced by the doctor. The doctor is around a little bit at first, then more often, then all the time. He becomes the one who lets Fish out in the morning and before bed. Harper, however, still takes Fish for long walks, now on East Beach. Fish loves East Beach. It's replete with dead crabs and seaweed, snails, mermaids' purses, scraps of picnic. As Harper walks him, she says things like, "What am I doing, Fish? What am I doing? I don't know anything about being a mother." If Fish could talk, he would tell Harper she's wrong. She has been the kindest, most steadfast mother he could have dreamed of. Sometimes when Harper, Fish, and the doctor are together lounging on the sofa or watching TV and Harper falls asleep, the doctor will take Fish's head in his hands and stare him straight in the eyes. "I'm telling you, man to man," he says, "I will take care of her. I will take care of her and you, and I will take care of that baby." Fish supposes he should register surprise at the news of a baby, but his is a life of the senses, so he has already figured out there is a baby coming. He's already felt a second heartbeat thrumming in his ear as he lays his head on Harper's belly. And then, only a day or two ago, he felt a kick. Instead of being affronted, Fish was flattered. The baby was reaching out. The baby, he guesses, will be his friend, possibly the most excellent friend he has ever known. A day arrives that seems important. There are balloons, presents, a cake delivered from someone named the Tiny Baker, who is, in fact, tiny, and who brings a pug named Lucy Bean with her. Lucy Bean barks at Fish and bares her teeth as Tiny Baker hands over the cake. Fish merely shakes his head. Pugs are difficult to take seriously. It's not baby day, he doesn't think. He soon learns it's Harper's birthday, her 40th birthday. She and the doctor and Fish and Edie, the surfer's mother, will celebrate, light the candles, sing, eat cake. But there is something Harper must do first. She and Fish drive out to Cape Pogue alone. Fish is confused. Harper has forgotten to bring her fishing pole. "I know this may seem crazy," Harper says, "but I'm going to wish Tabitha a happy birthday. She's standing on the beach at Ram Pasture on Nantucket, and she's going to wish me a happy birthday." Fish stares off into the distance. All he sees is water. With me on Cape Pogue and Tabitha at Ram Pasture, we are as physically close as we can get while still remaining on our respective islands, Harper says. She touches her protruding midsection. She and Franklin are coming over on Friday so that we can close on Billy's house, but that isn't our actual birthday. It's imperative we do this today. She checks Billy's watch on her wrist. I call out to her at 3:12 because that's when Pony was born. Pony will call out to me at 3:14 because that's when I was born. Harper cups her hands around her mouth and shouts, "Happy birthday, Tabitha!" Fish stares off into the distance. Water and more water. People are nuts, he thinks. Even Harper. But then, just about 90 seconds later, Fish cocks his head. It's faint. Possibly he's projecting. But no, it's real. A voice nearly identical to the one he hears every day, but just a little bit different. It's a nuance only a very perceptive dog would notice. "Happy birthday, Harper! Happy birthday!" Fish barks.